It's good morning all around to our two-match umpires Neil Benton and Hassan Adnan.
Very good morning from BBC Sport Wales Online with BBC Radio Sussex for the final day of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex in Division 2. The match position is that Sussex, having been set 359 for victory, are 27 for 1 overnight, with Clark on 11 and Carvelis on 2. We've had 17 overs last night, during which Glamorgan managed to take the wicket of Tom Haynes, caught by Tom Bevan off the bowling of Mitchell Swepson for 11. So there's night watchman at the wicket, and how do you see this game, Hadrian Harms?
Yeah, hi Nick. We spoke last night to Harry Carvelos, who was then as night watchman, or night hawk as Harry liked to be called, and he said that Sussex would be positive today, and I think that's the way that Sussex have to be. I think to defend for 96 overs is going to be a really difficult task on a pitch that's taking a bit of spin, and it's a slow pitch as well. So I think Sussex will be positive. The weather forecast seemed to indicate we might get some rain later on today, which would probably help Sussex. But they're going to need to score the best part of 3.5 and over, which is going to be really, really difficult on this surface. And I think Swepson will hold the key.
Yep, it could well be the case. Harry Carvelis, if he wants to be a night hawk, will have to score more quickly than 2 off 16 balls. I'm not sure if he quite understood the concept. So here we are with Swepson under cloudy skies. We did have a bit of rain around in Cardiff earlier this morning. I was surprised to wake up and see the pavements and the roofs wet around my house on the other side of the city, a couple of miles away. 27 for 1 Sussex, Clark on strike on 11. Carvelis has 2 and Swepson bowls the first ball of the day, and their runs here down towards fine leg. They will probably go for 4. It might just stop inside the ropes. No, not quite, as Tom Bevan decides that, having wrecked his shoulder a couple of months ago, it really wasn't worth diving for that one. Is that
what he did, chasing a ball? Because
it was in the field. I don't have any further details, but it was fielding. So
that was quite dangerous, wasn't it? He chased balls that he actually vaulted over the advertising hoardings, which in spikes might be quite a tricky thing to do.
They were extras. I didn't see if the signal was leg buys or buys, to be honest.
No, I think they must have been. Clark was on 11 overnight.
Yeah, there wasn't off the bat, but it was some sort of extras. As Swepson, 31 for 1, is in to Clark, and that is a better delivery, and it's just played gently up to Salter at mid-on, and there is no run. What's Salter doing at mid-on? That's unusual. Northeast is at leg slip and Bevan at slip. And Swepson, with that diffident approach to the wicket, just wanders round the umpire and bowls, and Clark plays that one to mid-on again, and there is no run. Just trying to see who is under the lid at short leg. It has often been Eddie Byram in the past, but of course he's out injured at the moment. As Swepson is into bowl, played on the offside into a little gap by Clark, and he'll wander through for the single. 32 for 1, the first run off the bat this morning. Carvelis, the right-handed night watchman, is on to strike, wearing 36. In the Test match, Australia have been inserted by England. And for Carvelis, there will be 2 slips and a short leg. Swepson bowls. Carvelis plays it nicely off the back foot to cover, where it's blocked by substitute fielder Andy Gorvin.
Ah, right, thank you.
That's somewhat concerning that there's a sub on already. as that is turned past short leg by Carvalus. It is Billy Root, the identity of the short leg fielder.
Well spotted, Nick. Well, it's getting brighter all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, we should get this morning's play in and probably this afternoon's, but there's a distinct possibility there might be a bit of rain this afternoon.
For Glamorgan at the Cathedral End, Andrew Salt.
So, Clark 12, Carvalus 2, 32 for 1 are Sussex. And I think, I mean, it's an easy thing to see. It's ball by ball, over by over here by Sussex, but you know, both of these sides undefeated in the county championship so far. Whether that will remain the case at the end of the play, we'll have to see. But you'd think Glamorgan, if we get a clear day, would be favourites today, particularly Sussex already with a wicket down. In comes Salter bowls, and Clark drives firmly to mid-off, and there is no run, followed by Gorvin.
Yeah, interesting that they're opening it with spin at both ends.
Yes.
Thought it might be Van der Hochten to charge in with a relatively new ball.
Yeah, we're only in the 19th over. Salter bowls, Clark again plays down the offside of the track, fielded by Salter off his own bowling, and again there is no run. Clark has had a disappointing time in the county championship. He's been moved up and down the order to cover for injuries. Salter in again bowls, and Clark makes room and forces this away on the offside into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. But as I said yesterday, he's got this habit, Tom, of getting 20s and 30s, and all of a sudden gets himself out. So it's a big opportunity for him today to play a long innings. Salter in bowls, and Clark flicks that down the leg side. We'll have to wait and see whether they are runs, but there's going to be certainly 2 runs for Sussex. So the ball runs down towards fine leg. My suspicion was he got a bit of bat on that.
Yep.
And my suspicion was correct. He goes to 14. Sussex to 34 for 1. There's a slip and a short leg in attendance, then a ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, interestingly. Then a mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square as Salter's on his way. Bowls, and forward comes Clark. Plays without timing into the offside, fielded by Carlson. And again, there is, on this occasion, no run. The required run rate for information more than anything else is 3.45 and over. That Sussex would need, as then comes Salter bowls, and Clark just plays it slightly in the air to extra cover, fielded again by Carlson. It is the end of the over. No undue alarms there for Tom Clark. He's on 14, Sussex 34 for 1. We've had a couple of overs this morning. And as Nick was saying, rain forecast maybe from later on today, but then they said there'd be a bit of rain yesterday and it didn't materialise, so maybe something's happening at the test match. A lot of people running on the pitch.
Looks like a
Protest of some sort?
sort of protest.
Oh dear, that doesn't look good, does it? Right, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it's Shrepson to bowl. It was McIlroy who was off the field, but only temporarily. He's on parade now. And substitute Gorvin has gone off again, so it wasn't any serious injury. As there's an appeal for leg before, and
that looked a good shout.
Carvalus is given not out.
That did look a good shout.
There's, on our pictures, away to our left, Johnny Bairstow is carrying what appears to be a protester off the field, or has been doing so.
Has he hurt himself in so doing? He's left the field himself now, Bairstow. There's all sorts of disruption at Lord's by the looks of it.
Shrepson is in to bowl. Carvalus plays forward to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, yeah, it looks like the Orange Paint Brigade have been out there.
Oh dear.
As the ground staff will just clear up an area of the square at Lord's, or just off the square. In fact, it doesn't look like any serious damage has been done. Shrepson in to bowl. Down the wicket comes Carvalus and hits him over mid-off for 4 runs. Well, an attacking blow from Nighthawk Carvalus, trying to live up to his self-proclamation as he Gave Swepson the charge and struck that one nicely. He knew that mid-off was in and cleared him comfortably. It's run away for 4, and Sussex are 38 for 1. But
well, he's got a first-class half-century, Harry Carvelos, so he can bat, and I think he's probably better off playing that sort of a shot than just defending.
Swepson into Carvelos, who is forward playing on the offside, and there is no run.
I also think as well it just releases everything a little bit, doesn't it, when you just defend.
Yeah.
If you can take 1 for 4, it makes you feel a little better.
In comes Swepson again and bowls, and on the back foot goes Carvelos and defends. 14 Clark, 6 Carvelos, 2 short legs in now, and just the 1 slip. Swepson floats it up, and there's that one gone right up in the air. Mid-on should get underneath it and take the catch, and Tim van der Hoogten takes the catch safely, and Carvelos goes for 6. The night watchman goes early on in the 3rd over of the day, and Sussex 38 for 2.
Well, that's me saying he's better off doing that, but I'm not entirely sure. But he came down and he was looking at the ball over the top. I guess if it goes for 4 runs or 6, everybody says how well played, but it's gone away towards Tim van der Hoogten, who takes the catch easily, and a 2nd wicket goes down for Sussex. And also the light seems to have sort of closed in again a little bit, Nick. I think it's going to be a little bit like yesterday with 1 minute the light looks okay, the next minute it fades away.
So it was Just Stop Oil protesters running on with orange powder at Lord's. Short delay while the powder was cleared. The protesters removed, one of them by Johnny Bairstow.
Who got a sort of standing ovation from the crowd.
And play will carry on.
Yes. It takes a long time for the new players to come out here, doesn't it? I mean, I would have thought the new man should be sort of out in the middle by now, but there's a lengthy delay, isn't there? I guess it's quite a walk maybe from the balcony down.
Yeah, you have to come out the dressing room, down the first flight of stairs inside the building, and then the steps down on the outside. So Allsop normally 3 is in at 4.
Yes, he is, correct. Yeah, and the skipper, and I would say that for Sussex to save this game, because I think winning the game is going to be very, very difficult, but Tom Allsop absolutely key for Sussex. In terms of the spinners, I think he's probably, my big mouth here, I think he's probably the best player of spin in the Sussex side, in that he does like to use his feet. So we shall see when he gets out first ball. but he's the best player of spin. But if Tom Allsop gets out, then I think Sussex are in trouble.
Interesting that Glamorgan are going with spin from both ends. I don't think it's a light issue. I don't think they would have had a word from the umpires that they have to use spin, but maybe it's the best way of getting in as many overs as possible.
Yeah, I think there's something in that, if rain is around.
But Salter's still searching for wickets this season.
And he's coming in from this cathedral end, comes in and bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward with his head right over the ball, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. 38 for 2 under grey skies. It's exactly the same weather that we had yesterday, really, with the occasional lighter patch. Salter in again, bowls, driven by Clark firmly into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. I sort of get the feeling with Kieran Carlson, he's the sort of person who won't sort of leave things for too long. If it's not happening, he might change the bowling around, which is perhaps what Glamorgan, what you need on a day like today. Salter in bowls, and Clark stylishly plays that into the offside. And again, there is no run. Total remains 38 for 2. Clark on 14. Salter off just half a dozen paces around the wicket bowls. Clark studiously forward, plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run.
Yeah, I'm sure Salter would enjoy the chance of a long bowl, because he hasn't had too many of them this season.
In again, bowls forward comes Clark, plays that to mid-off, and again there is no run. Tom Clark wanders away towards square leg, and just a little twiddle of the bat. He's probably concentrating like mad out there, is is Tom Clark, the left-hander. He waits again as comes Salter. Clark defends a ball of good length, punches that to mid-on, and there is no run. So the end of a maiden over from Andrew Salter, who's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 3. The main wicket taker, or the only wicket taker, Mitchell Swepson, 6 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 2 for 8. Wicket of Tom Haynes last night. And the night watchman, who was Ari Carvelos, having hit a lovely 4 over mid-off, tried to do the same over mid-on, but skied the ball. And Tim van der Hoekten took a, well, I'm not going to say it was an easy catch, because it went a long, long way up in the air, but he did what he needed to do at mid-on, and Carvelos was out for 6.
Glamorgan's over 8 is +8. I wish they could bank that for future use.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
And Alsop will be on strike against Glamorgan's potential most dangerous bowler, Mitch Swepson, with 4 round the bat, as I do like to see, as Swepson bowls and Alsop uses his feet to come down the track before defending once he got there.
I'll imagine from Swepson's point of view here, Nick, he'll be quite glad to see Tom Alsop using his feet, to see someone who's prepared to get down the track.
So 4 in a square around the bat, basically, as that's allowed to go through outside off stump, and there is no run. 38 for 2. As Swepson bowls and Alsop stretches forward. No run. So there is a slip, a leg slip, a short leg and a silly point, and they're all wearing helmets, of course, apart from slip. As that is driven by Alsop, well, calls for a quick single. There's a misfield by van der Hoekten, and he sets off after it rather wearily, and they're back for a second run.
Those 2 runs take Tom Alsop to the highest run scorer for Sussex this season. He was level with Cheteshwar Pujara on 5.45. He's averaging 49 in the championship this year also, so he's been in decent form with a couple of hundreds.
Swepson into bowl, clipped by Alsop to mid-wicket, no run.
I don't know whether he'd know Sam North East, because the North East spent a bit of time, didn't he, at Hampshire?
Yes.
So they might have, I'm not sure whether they would have overlapped a little.
As that is dug out by Alsop off the back foot and played up to mid-on. No run, couple off the over, 40 for 2. Clark 14, Alsop is on 2. If you're joining us a few minutes late this morning here on BBC Sport Online, Sussex have lost night watchman Carvelos, caught at mid-on by van der Hoekten off the bowling of Swepson for 6.
So, 40 for 2. The 2 left-handers have a little natter away. In terms of the rest of them, there's quite a lot of inexperience in this Sussex batting lineup. So James Coles is due in next. He's 19. Ollie Carter, who's just 21. Danny Prim, who's 18. So the middle order is, although young, I mean, they've got increasing amounts of experience because they've been playing for the last 2 or 3 years. But this will be tough today against this Glamorgan attack. In comes Salter, bowls to Clark, who punches that to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, so let's run through those ages. James Coles is 19. Daniel Ibrahim is 18. Who else have we got in there? I was going to look up the Ollie Carter is 21. And comes Salter bowls, and Clark plays it back down the offside of the track, no run, although Ollie Carter did score a big 100 here last year. That was his top score in a losing cause in the end. Slipping a short leg in place. Salter in bowls. Clark drives into the offside. Good diving stop there by, who's that in there? Was that Carlson? A sort of shortish cover.
Yes, I think so. Yep.
It's in again. And Clark clips this one onto the leg side. They'll go through for a sharpish single. There's a little bit of hesitation there. I don't think it was a chance to short leg at all. It was Billy Root who was diving away at short leg, but he looks okay, and I think it was all along the floor. So Clark goes to 15, 41 for 2. And brings Tom Alsop on to strike. He surveys the field, does the Sussex skipper, standing in for Chetishwar Pujara. Salter in, Alsop forward, back down the onside of the track, no run. No sign at the moment, Nick, of any sort of prodigious turn or anything like that at the moment, but the odd one just kept a little low. In again, Salter, and forward again is Alsop, plays that to back wall point, and there is no run. So the end of an over, just the one run coming off that over. Clark is on 15, Alsop is on 2. Sussex 41 for 2 on a overcast morning. I'm looking at the away to the left, one, not good radio, from our commentary box, and there's some hills over there that yesterday we could see clearly, but now they're completely covered in low cloud and murk.
Caerphilly Mountain.
Oh, right.
It's known as Mountain, even though it isn't.
Is it? All right, okay. You could see that yesterday, and in keeping with that disappearing from view, the light suddenly isn't very good. And I think that's why, well, I'm not saying it's why the spinners are on, but certainly I think if we had seamers on here, the umpires may be having a look at the light.
Yeah, it'll make the umpires less twitchy, won't it, if you've got a couple of guys propelling the ball fairly gently. And the first ball of Swepson's over is over-pitched and well driven by Clark, and he will pick up 4 runs to deep extra cover as Van der Hoogten's pursuit is in vain. 45 for 2, Clark to 19. Latched onto that one. In fact, he did well to use his feet and meet it on the full.
Yes.
And a confident shot.
I would imagine that Grant Flower has been sort of instrumental in, the way Sussex are going to bat today in terms of technique against these spinners.
It could be a long haul if the weather allows.
Yes.
Van der Hoogten is giving the ball a ferocious polish.
Do you think he's trying to appeal to his skipper, perhaps? I think if he did come onto bowl now, I think there may be an issue around the light. It is fading in and out.
Swepson in to Clark, and he dead bats that one to Carlson, the captain, who is among the close fielding coterie. He's at Silly Point at the moment, root short leg. Bevan, the only one who doesn't have to wear a helmet, he's at slip. And northeast, leg slippers down the wicket comes Clark again, and scuffs that off the bottom of the bat on the leg side. Just got down on it. So we could have a tense battle today here at Sophia Gardens, weather permitting. Swepson bowls, and Clark forward, plays into the offside, thinks about a single. Swepson moves to his right to prevent it. Of course, Sussex have been frustrated by Glamorgan in the reverse fixture earlier this season, with Glamorgan batting through more than 2 days to save the game. Can Sussex frustrate Glamorgan in turn?
That was some effort.
As Swepson bowls, flicks the leg slip, there's an appeal not given. It ballooned up, probably off the pad.
I think I can see an umbrella up at the far end.
Morgan are going to go up for everything.
Yeah.
It popped quite nicely to northeast at leg slip, but wasn't given on this very grey and murky morning now. That's short from Swepson, and hit away by Clark on the offside, but straight to Ul Hassan at point, and that could be it for the time being. There is some light rain falling here at Sophia Gardens, and after just 7 overs play, Sussex have moved from 27 for 1 overnight to 45 for 2, and we are going to have a rain delay. The ground staff are quickly removing the advertising hoardings from in front of the hover cover at the River Taff end, and the players, Sussex batters, marching off, and Glamorgan following somewhat reluctantly behind them.
Yeah. I mean, I guess from a Sussex point of view, it was always going to be a tall order anyway to chase these runs, but the more interruptions they are, the very but less likely any chance of Sussex scoring these runs becomes, and it becomes more a case of batting out for the draw.
Look at the other games around the county circuits. In Headingley, Gloucestershire have made 441 for 9 in reply to Yorkshire's 550 for 9. With Ollie Price is 105 not out. We'll turn the effects off temporarily because of the hover cover is coming on. 4 wickets for Dan Moriarty for Yorkshire. I didn't even know he was playing for them.
No, he must be there on loan, I guess.
3 for Leach. At Worcestershire against Derbyshire. Worcestershire are 88 for 2 in their second innings, and that is still 253 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat against Derbyshire. At Leicester, Durham have just declared on 343 for 4 in their second innings, with Lees 145 and Bedingham 145 not out, and that has set Leicestershire 439 to win. So just a question of whether Durham can bowl them out there. In Division 1, just 2 games ongoing. Surrey look as though they're not long for this world. They've lost further wickets this morning, and they are 75 for 8.
Wow.
Needing a further 133 to beat Lancashire. 5 wickets there for Tom Bailey.
Wow, that's a big surprise.
Yeah. Surrey downcast for once, despite that mammoth chase they had the other day to beat Kent of 500.
Yeah.
Today it looks as though they won't be able to chase 200 odd. At Northampton, Northants trying to avoid defeat against Kent. They're 233 for 6, but that's still 151 runs short of avoiding the innings defeat. And plenty of time in these matches, of course. In the Test match, Australia are 9 without loss in the 5th over. That after a Just Stop Oil protest delayed play about an over into the game. No serious damage was done, and the rain is quite steady at the moment. And well, this wasn't forecast till later on. At the moment, the hover cover is on. The ground staff don't seem in any particular hurry to roll out the sheets from the side of the hover cover, so it must be reasonably light, though I can see it definitely against the trees, peering through the gap in the window. So we're going to have a delay here, I'm afraid, on BBC Sport Online, and we will be back with you as and when there is any further play here at Sophia Gardens. We hope there will be, because the rain is not forecast to be a permanent feature today, but obviously it will take a little time to dry up and run the ropes around, etc., when the rain stops. But as I say, they're not covering the whole of the square at the moment, so they must hope it's just a passing shower. Sussex 45 for 2. 89 overs remaining in the match will now be reduced. 359 is the nominal target. And Adrian, myself and Edward Bevan will be back with you when there is any further action.
One up, one up, come up one higher. It's fitting. That's one if you're going to climb over it. Just come along here.
Australian?
Yes, we're Australian.
We've got accents, you see.
Yeah. We're Tim's parents.
Oh,
Are you a Glamorgan supporter?
I am.
We're Tim's parents. We're Tim's parents.
Oh, right. Twice in the last 5 weeks.
I know. We've been here. We've been here for
And that was early hours in the morning.
We've been here for 3 weeks and we haven't had any rain. This is the first day. I don't know that it's meant to rain all day though, is it? I don't know. It doesn't. It's pretty thick looking, I have to say.
No rain isn't expected.
No, mate, no.
This maybe not called rain.
Well, if you look at the BBC, that's not good. You've got to go to the Met Office. That's more reliable.
Oh, is it?
Whereabouts are you then?
In Sydney.
Southwest. Never been to Australia.
It's a long haul, but if your son lives here, then you do it.
Yeah.
We try and come every year. It says at 12 and 1 o'clock today, 2 o'clock, it's only 10% chance of rain, but when it gets to 3 and 4 o'clock, it's a higher chance, so it's not looking very good. Okay. I was optimistic yesterday.
Is the one that top there, was there, the right there?
but it is better than completely in the open.
Where do you fly to Heathrow? Did you or?
Oh, we flew into Gatwick, but we're flying out of Heathrow. We're actually going next Monday. No, next Tuesday. We're going to the Netherlands to see Hans's family because he's still got siblings in the Netherlands. We haven't been over there for 4 years. So we didn't go there last year. Last year we just came here. We didn't go anywhere else. But this year we're going over to see them.
He had a very good season this year.
He has. Yeah, last year was.
Quite a few runs as well.
Yeah. I like to see him up the batting order.
Yeah.
He was always a good batsman when he was younger.
Yeah.
Then they don't get a chance when they're bowling. They never give them half the time. They're only in for when they've got a smash or they don't get a chance to settle. Yeah, he's had a good season, touch wood. Yeah. Last year he was injured, which was irritating. He had a hamstring injury. First time he ever had that. That disrupted. He was going well until he got the injury, and then it's hard to come back halfway through. Then I think you're out for 6 weeks in the middle of the season.
We've had reasonable weather, haven't we?
Oh, we did last year as well.
Yeah.
Last year we were here in May and June. It was beautiful, absolutely. As a matter of fact, since he's lived here when we come, we're always lucky. Whatever month we come, we barely have, we often get 1 day, but you really couldn't complain. We quite often come in May and not June. This year we come in June. Usually when we come in May, it's a really nice May, like a nice spring.
Well, this year, April was very wet and not cool as well.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, well, some holiday days and I didn't see anything.
No, I think they were very cold. I remember seeing them cold. Because we do watch on the feed at the moment. Since COVID, that's a good thing. You can see us. It's the best thing COVID brought was the live feed. We used to listen on the radio, like we could listen always, but now we can actually watch it, so it's even better. We don't watch we usually go to bed at the lunch break, because that's 10 o'clock for us at home in the evening. So we usually watch the first session and then we go to bed. But the good thing about the feed is, if I see that he's had a good innings, when I get up in the morning, I just go on and find where he's bowling, and then I can watch all the wickets fall. It's so good.
I haven't been to Holland for a long time myself. Quite like it.
Yeah, it's a nice. I lived there for a while when I first was with Hans. I lived there for 4 years before we moved to Australia. But yeah, it is a lovely country.
Blanket.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, we go to The Hague mainly because that's where his family is from, The Hague. Yeah. Although this time we're going to have we're there for 10 days. We've got 5 days in The Hague, and we've got 5 days on one of the Dutch islands because his sister lives up there and her husband's not very well. So she usually travels down to see us if we're in The Hague, but he's not well enough for her husband at the moment. He's on his last legs. And so we'll go up and spend 5 days up there with them because we haven't seen them. It'll be the last time we see him.
Yes, I had my first chips with mayonnaise, I think.
In the Netherlands.
Yeah.
But they're quite delicious.
Yeah. Remember a large pottery spoon, like,
Yes.
Not really content.
Yes, my husband has a few food treats that he always looks forward to when he goes back. And that's one of them.
How
24 hours. That's if you have a fairly, ours was 24, we had a good flight. Yeah, I mean, you can go, sometimes if you go on a cheaper one, it can be longer, but to be honest, 24 hours is enough for me. We went Sydney and Dubai, and we had an hour and a half on the ground in Dubai, and then we changed and we came on to London. But it was a good flight, like, it's just the way it is. It's a long way away.
The bird's eye view is British Columbia, I think. You know, flight.
Yeah, yeah. It's not look, nobody's going to tell you that they enjoy that flight. Last year we had a terrible flight. Took us over 50 hours. We flew Japan Airlines because we'd got a cheap deal with them. It was a slightly longer flight when we booked it, but not terribly long. But then the war in Ukraine, because of the war in Ukraine, they had to change that. They usually fly over Russia. So we had to go over the Antarctic, over Alaska, and land in Helsinki. And then we had a 10-hour layover in Helsinki. It was just, it was the worst flight in the world. Anyway, it was nobody's fault. When we booked it, the war wasn't on, so, you know, we didn't know what was going to happen. Do you live in Cardiff or nearby?
No, I live in Glamorgan, which is 20 miles away.
Oh, okay.
So you really have to take a chance on the forecast. You know,
Yes.
You can't just walk down
No.
like a lot of people do.
Yeah. Yeah, we might go. We're staying in an apartment in Cathedral Road. So if it stays wet, we'll just go home. It only takes us it's only a 10-minute walk. And do you get a train or a bus?
Bus. So do you have one to say on that?
No, we flew Emirates this time. We fly anything really. We just try and get a cheaper deal. You know, Qantas fares have been really expensive since COVID. They're all expensive at the moment since COVID. The prices have doubled. Qantas seem to be even more than the others. They're not back to full service. You know, they haven't got all the planes back operating. And so it's hopeless.
Same thing with that with the Brexit here.
Yes, yes.
I must admit I voted for that just to leave. I think it was a mistake.
Yes, I think so. Well, we were shocked in Australia that the vote to leave. We thought it was a mistake. It's hard to know. You get told one thing and, you know, you never know what the truth is. That's the trouble.
Really beating us up as in Europeans as well.
Well, I don't think they wanted us to leave.
No, I don't think they did.
No.
The man behind it, Farage, he's admitted now himself.
That
It's
was
not
the
working.
yeah.
Couldn't work, yeah.
I was surprised because they've done a lot of good things like it. There's been a lot of things built, lent
Yeah.
money from the, you know, like, sort of quite a lot of benefits to things.
Yeah, yeah. I thought that. Yeah.
And I don't know all the ins and outs of it myself.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They told to come down. Well, I hope we do get some weather.
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring your... Oh, this
Enjoy the rest of your holiday.
Thank you very much. I hope we get a win.
Yes, I know. Well, right mate down there, he insists don't take any notice of BBC, but only the Met Office. So I always sense that it will be abroad, because of the interruption of the weather. How can we get on to all that? They're certainly not going to get all of that. Debating about what side you listen to the dispatch on the radio, as opposed to coming on. All right, you'd argue that the large and the you look at the other factors, they're next back, they score very many runs. What are we going to do there? You know. Obviously the plan back, I mean, the good in place, obviously you knew that was it, you know that was it. Why didn't you try it? Yeah, oh. Yeah, we remember quite a few years ago, I used to play this. Could well be the minor leagues. You know, we're going to meet out all the points we don't now and everything. Oh, finding them half a week or something. Yeah, yeah. So long, I can hardly remember. Yeah. mean, you can see now that he's taking advantage of that. Oh yeah. And that motivated him for success, though, didn't it? I'd have poured that for quite a long time. You know. Yes, it is. You don't play it.
No, I just seem to start it.
Yeah. Down in years ago, they used to play all over. Play Alligators, Sheffield, Huddersfield, they hold it well. One of the places where I did right was getting away with it, you know. Well, that was part of the game, and part of the battle, it wasn't. Really, yeah. But I did look to that, and like, well, fast over it now, I mean, no. If you live close by, I mean, you can look at what the weather is, and what are you talking about? When I got to make a decision. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Well, when I got off the bus last night, I thought that it started raining there. Rather than, like having a walk on the front. It's fun. Sit down. Yeah.
I took the ball on the halfway lane.
Yeah. No, they were. The seating was in a bit of a state, wasn't it? I mean, I know that's only a minor thing. Yes. You wouldn't get a better backdrop anyway, would you? From there, to walk on the beach like it.
Yeah.
I think I'm one of the, probably the last generation that, you know, jumping to good enough to that. I don't think so. No, I don't. No, I just got, the one day company championship membership, that's it. Well, I don't concern that, I'm going to take over this. Yeah. make a candle out of it. It's trying to work out. I think how often can you use it? No, I said
I have some good news following the inspection by the umpires. Play will be resuming at 12:20, and as you can see on the digital scoreboards, we have lost 15 overs. So that's play to resume at 12:20. Lunch will still be at 1 o'clock.
Well, welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where the good news is that we are back underway. We've lost 15 overs after that interruption. The players going off.
To resume the Sussex second innings, Tom Clark and Tom Alsop. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Tim van der Houten.
Which is interesting, because we did wonder why the spinners bowled from both ends. Now, it could well have been that was a tactic, or it could well have been because the light was really poor when we got underway here on time in Cardiff at 11 o'clock. Just a resume of what's happened so far today in those 7 overs. Ari Cavalos, the night watchman for Sussex, out for 6. He was caught by Tim van der Houten, looking to hit Mitch Swepson straight down the ground, but he skied the ball, and van der Houten took a steepling catch with some ease at mid-on. So Cavalos gone for 6. Tom Clark is on 19. Tom Alsop, the Sussex skipper, is on 2. And it is going to be Tim van der Houten who's going to get us back underway here. Lunch, we believe, will still be at the same time at 1 o'clock, as is often the case on the last day. But in comes van der Houten, bowls to Alsop, who lets that one drift past outside the off stump, and there is no run. So with this delay and with the loss of overs, I think the reality really was that this was always going to be a tall order for Sussex to chase down this target today against a good Glamorgan attack on a pitch that's been very slow, and run scoring has been difficult throughout, unless you're Kieran Carlson, who blasted 59 yesterday in just 50 balls, and Sam North East with a very fine 104. But with overs now lost out of the game, in comes van der Houten, bowls, and Alsop lets that go outside the off stump. That's a good lead by Tom Alsop, because that wasn't far outside of the off stump. Taken by Chris Cook, and there is no run. There are 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. As van der Houten wanders back to his mark at this cathedral end of the ground. Not a big crowd today by any manner of means, and you can understand that with the inclement weather forecast. We were expecting a dry morning, so maybe the rain forecast for this afternoon has arrived early. We'll see. In comes van der Houten, bowls, and Alsop defends down the offside, a ball that kept a little low, but he manages to dig it out, and he's played up the offside, and there is no run. In the test match, just to keep you up to date, England winning the toss, asking Australia to bat first. Australia 30 without loss in their first innings. There was a brief interruption to play with some protesters getting on the outfield at Lords, but that was cleared up pretty quickly as in comes van der Houten round the wicket, bowls, and also nudges that one to the onside and picks up a single. Just wait for the signal just in case it's a leg by, and indeed it is given a leg by. That must have hit somewhere around the thigh pad. So the Sussex score advances by 1 to 46 for 2. Tom Clark on 19. Tom Alsop on 2. The 2 men out. Tom Haynes for 11. That was last night, caught by Tom Bevan in the slips off the bowling of Mitchell Swepson. And Swepson picking up the other wicket, as I say, of Ari Cavalos for 6. Kieran Carlson is fielding at mid-off, and he's got those pads underneath his trousers. It's protective pads, as in comes van der Houten, and Clark just runs that nicely down towards third man. There isn't a third man in attendance. He could race all the way to the boundary, but a good bit of fielding all the way down to the distance prevents the ball going for 4, and the fielder has hurt his finger. Now, I don't know who that was who chased the ball all the way down the ground, and he's hurt his finger. He's wrigging his right hand. I think he's going to be okay, but he pulled the ball back from inside the boundary. Clark goes to 21, the score to 48 for 2.
Yeah, there's a bit of a slide into the boundary there.
I just wondered for a minute whether he might have popped a finger out of joint, but it looks okay. I'm sure it would have gone off if that was the case.
Bevan, I believe, has gone back to the slip position.
He looks okay. So van der Houten and Carlson having a little natter. 48 for 2 Sussex. I say Clark to 21. And he's waiting now as van der Houten is in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. That just left Tom Clark off the pitch. Very fine delivery by Tim van der Houten to end the over. With Tom Clark 21, Alsop on 2, Sussex 48 for 2. We've got 73 overs left to be bowled in the match. The Sussex total They need another 310 to win, and that's looking a remote possibility now. I think it was always pretty remote, to be honest.
The river end, Mitchell Swepson.
But Swepson is going to carry on from the River Taff end.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of Mr. Swepson today. In fact, we might see almost unchanged Mitchell Swepson from the River Taff end, I suspect, since he is potentially Glamorgan's best chance of winning this game, though how the moisture around now will affect his grip as a leg spinner remains to be seen, but he'll go back to having the 4 arranged in virtually a square around the bat, as the first ball is short and blocked by Alsop to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's quite bright now, Nick. The clouds seem quite high, which is good news.
Yeah, I think light levels are going to be up and down, hopefully not affecting play too much, as Swepson is in to bowl to Alsop, who pushes forward and flicks it to short leg, Billy Root, who flicks it back to Chris Cook. So we've got Root at short leg, northeast at leg slip, Carlson at point, silly point, and Bevan at slip. Down the wicket comes Alsop and drives nicely through the offside. Salter is off in pursuit. He will pick it up inside the deep extra cover boundary, and they'll come back for 2 runs, with the outfield noticeably having slowed with that moisture that we've had both at breakfast time this morning and a fairly lengthy but light spell of rain this morning to interrupt play. 15 overs were lost. Sussex have lost their night watchman today. Carvelis caught Van der Hoogten, bowled Swepson for 6. It's Alsop on strike on 4. Swepson bowls and Alsop plays it out on the leg side. Root fields no run. 72 overs remaining after this. Possibility, I suppose, that Glamorgan could crack through more if Swepson bowls a lot of them. He has 2 for 16 at the moment. The only 2 wickets to fall, as Alsop plays that one into the covers, and they will amble through for a comfortable single. Alsop to 5, Sussex to 51 for 2, and as you can tell, Alsop is Swepson is getting through these overs very quickly. He'll bowl to Clark for the first time in this over on this grey day here in Cardiff. Swepson just strolls past the umpire into bowl, and that's clipped away by Clark on the leg side to backward square. He did take a pace or 2 down the wicket, reacted well when he got there, and Sussex accumulate 4 runs in that over there. 52 for 2. The nominal target is 359, but it looks more like 72 overs left to survive rather than 307 runs to score.
I would agree. Teddy's been in touch. He says this will be a great experience for our youngsters without the know-how of Bajara to guide them through. I think Alsop needs to play as long as possible. If the rain holds off a result, it will probably be Glamorgan winning, and I would agree with that. Very unlikely Sussex are going to chase these down. It's more about survival. I'll make way for Edward in a moment, but in comes Tim Van der Hoogten from the cathedral end of the ground to bowl to Tom Clark, who's on 22. 52 for 2 of Sussex. Van der Hoogten in, let go outside the offside. That kept low, and it was taken on about the second bounce by Chris Cook behind the stumps. 2 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, then 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg who's nattering away to the Glamorgan 12th men who are sitting on some chairs on the boundary edge. The actual boundary rope is probably about, 20 yards in from the main pavilion here in Cardiff. There's a fine leg way down in the distance. Clouds relatively high at the moment, which is good news. This is Van der Hoogten, number 64 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us in on bowls and clipped away by Clark to mid-wicket, but an enthusiastic bit of fielding there by Billy Root, who slides round from mid-wicket and gets a nice grassy patch on his flannels.
Yeah,
They still call them flannels.
they aren't flannels anymore.
Well, they aren't, are they? I suppose.
Yeah, just trousers these days, aren't they? Interesting to see that Root and Carlson having to field in effectively single saving positions, still with their pads on,
Yes,
of course.
quite funny, is yes. Clark on 22, he's been there since the start. And he waits for Van der Hoogten, who's in a bowl. And Clark drives elegantly through the covers. That's a lovely looking shot by Tom Clark, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. The outfield is slow. The ball does slow up as it approaches the boundary. That's a nice shot by Tom Clark. It's a typical, that left-hander shot, beautifully played through extra cover for 4 runs. He goes to 26. He's only averaging 17 in the championship this season, is Tom. I've mentioned on several occasions how he gets started and then seems to get himself out, and we're hoping that today perhaps could be his day. Van der Hoogten just waiting for the ball to come back and be dried, because it was raining fairly steadily for a while, so the outfield unquestionably damp. And Kieran Carlson is spending a long time cleaning the ball, or drying the ball I should say. Maybe discussing how the umpire's turning around as if to say, come on, what's going on? It was quite funny, doesn't he, down there, Kieran Carlson? As you say, he's got his pads on under his trousers. It looks like he's about to come out and bat.
Yeah. A couple of helmets deposited behind the wicketkeeper, Chris Cook.
Van der Hoogten on his way again. Bowls and Clark driving. That's a repeat performance. That's another lovely shot by Tom Clark. Another beautifully elegant extra cover drive for 4 more. So as it takes a little while to retrieve the ball, I probably ought to leave my berth, and Edward will come and join me, and I'll or Nick, and I'll go and do my update to the listeners in Sussex.
Thank you, Adrian. 60 for 2 then, with just a couple of balls left of the Van der Hoogten over. And Clark, well, runs obviously may not count in some sort of victory charge, with the required run rate being 3.46. I thought it was more than that. Must be. I don't know if that's been recalculated, to be honest. It's over 4. 299 runs needed to win, and there are 71 overs remaining, which when I was at school is more than 4 runs and over. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Clark, defensively this time, playing it straight to mid-off. Don't look to be any particular terrors in the pitch at the moment on this this final day.
So they played quite comfortably. They haven't looked in any sort of bother. And it's interesting, that interview last night with Carvelis that Adrian did, where they said, we will be positive and go for it. I think
well, he did.
Positive thoughts.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Clark plays no shot outside off stump through. It goes low down to Chris Cook. Carvelis was briefly positive. He blasted 1-4 over mid-off, and then was caught trying to hit another over mid-on.
I suppose with this weather about, and these two entrenched, and if they don't lose another wicket before lunch, because when a side is chasing, if they're 3 down, the fielding side will have hopes that they take 3 a session. But at the moment, the pitch is playing well. There's turn, obviously, for Swepson. But if they can counter him, then I suppose the draw is on for sides. No, I don't think they're going to get anywhere near the target of 359. Especially 15 overs have been lost. Just tuned in because of some rain. And Swepson will continue. He's bowled this morning. He's bowled since last evening. Only a couple of overs for McIlroy. And he will be bowling at Tom Alsop, who's on 5. Coming in from the CN, bowls the first ball to Alsop, who goes right forward and smothers the spin, and it just trickles a metre or so in front of him. So there's a slip and a leg slip. A man at the bat pad on the offside and a short leg opposite each other. Plus the keeper standing up, so 5 around the bat. Swepson in round the wicket, bowls down the pitch, goes Alsop, gets inside it and gets his body there, so if he misses it, it's going to hit him on the pad. But you always fret a little when you see somebody going down the pitch to a top class spinner. You fear perhaps he might just walk past one. Swepson in his 10th over, comes in, bowls again, leaves outside the off stump, taken by wicketkeeper Cook. Sprinkling, I think, of spectators, if that. A lot of people perhaps thinking, well, it's going to be miserable waiting for the play to start, but it has started and has brightened up considerably in the last 20 minutes or so. Swepson in bowls. This is pushed forward by Alsop, and there's no run.
Billy Root bouncing about enthusiastically at short leg. Flick that one back at the keeper just in case Alsop had overbalanced, which he hadn't.
Swepson bowls. Forward he comes again. Alsop and just pushes it back down the pitch. Sussex in second place. Won't want to lose this game because I haven't had a good look this morning at the scores, but a lot of potential draws there. Last ball of the over. Bowl to Alsop. Plays it gently up past to the ball rather. Maiden over. 60 for 2 it remains with Alsop on 5. Clark is on 30.
So, in the Test match, Australia have reached 49 without loss. So they're going well. Elsewhere in Division 2, Durham looked likely to beat Leicestershire. It was 61 for 3, chasing more than 400. Worcestershire doing their best to hang on. They're 4 down and miles behind against Derbyshire.
Derbyshire are bottom, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it won't affect these two sides.
Well, Glamorgan would prefer a Worcestershire win, I think, and probably Sussex would as well. Yorkshire against Gloucestershire, that's surely heading for a draw unless they can manufacture a run chase there. Van der Hochten bowls, and that one's kept low, and it somehow missed the stumps and shot through to Chris Cook, and Van der Hochten will want to find that spot again if he possibly can.
A little bit straighter.
Just a bit straighter, yeah. Kept low, it was no more than half stump height.
Horrible ball to have. Lucky it was just outside the off stump. I would have had him LBW all bowled.
If you're watching on the stream, the run right required is not correct at the moment, as that one is defended by Clark to Carlson at mid-off. The run rate required is actually around about 4.3, I'd say, at a rough calculation.
I think that run rate required could be at the start of the innings.
It wasn't. It hasn't taken account of the overs off, so bear with us on that one.
The run rate of the innings is 2.12, which is about right.
Van der Hochten into bowl. Clark turns on the leg side to Root at mid-wicket. No run.
It's the only ball we've seen that's misbehaved this morning. And it'll be interesting to see if Swepson bowls until lunch. Possibly he will, or they might just give McIlroy an over or two. Bowled extremely well in the first innings. It's a swing morning yet again. Sultry, close, plenty of cloud, nothing but cloud, but thankfully no rain at the moment.
Van der Hochten bowls on leg stump, fired away by Clark, but straight to mid-wicket. And we've just seen in this match so often that decently timed shots have either gone straight to the fielder or haven't really come off the bat properly, have they?
No.
It's a sort of muffled clunk rather than the crack that you normally hear at this level when players hit the ball well.
Yeah, you haven't seen anything crash, the odd one, crash through the covers for 4.
Combination of soft ball and slowish pitch as Clark defends to Carlson at mid-off, no run.
There is turn there. Perhaps Salter might be the man with the ball moving away with 2 left-handers occupying the crease. And there's also Kieran Carlson, who bowls off spin.
You wouldn't be surprised to see the skipper
no.
bring himself on at some juncture. Sussex 60 for 2, having lost just the night watchman today. As Van der Hoogten bowls on the back foot, Clark defends to mid-off. That is the end of Van der Hoogten's over. 9 overs, 0 for 25. A result from Division 1. From the Oval, Surrey have been bowled out for 84 and Lancashire are victorious by 123 runs. There were 5 wickets, mainly towards the top order for Tom Bailey and 4 for Will Williams to finish off the City Slickers.
Yes, an excellent win for Lancashire, wasn't it? Because Surrey have been growing great guns.
And Kent are just 2 wickets away from beating Northants, so it looks like the Division 1 action will be done and dusted possibly by lunch.
Warwickshire were up at the top. They were beaten, of course, by Essex, so some useful results. Swepson's going to continue, and it's the same field. He's just gone for 18 runs in 10 overs and taken 2 wickets. And here he is from the far end again. Round the wicket to the left-handed Allsop, who smothers any sort of spin. There is absolutely no chance of Sussex looking to go for these runs because they know it's going to be a very, very tall order and they might lose wickets trying to chase. As in comes Swepson. Oh, down the pitch he comes and nearly walked past that. He just got down on it at the last moment. He's obviously frustrated. He wants to try and get some runs, but he was nearly deceived then by the leg spinner. Blocked it in the crease at the last moment as Swepson passes umpire Baton on his way and bowls. And that is, again, no run.
It's not a great advert for the Kookaburra Ball, this match.
No, and we've got it next game, have we?
Next game as well against Leicestershire. Every game in these 2 rounds.
Swepson bowls. Allsop is forward.
Surrey remain top of Division 1 despite that defeat.
I was looking down the bottom there, Nick.
Northants. It's not looking great for Northants if they lose to Kent, who are just above them going into this round.
Here's the next delivery, which comes back at him and is taken by Cockney with a chance of it hitting the stumps.
So it looks as though Northants are heading for a 5th defeat in 7.
There's
Kent will move ahead of Middlesex.
Last ball of the over here. Swepson bowls. Oh, and it just evades leg slip. And they'll get a couple of runs at least as it's picked up on the boundary. 2 runs in off the last ball of the over. 62 for 2. And Clark is on 30. Also, with a couple of runs there, he's moved on to 7.
So the ball back in the hands of Van der Hoogten to try and find that dodgy spot maybe outside the left-hander's off stump. 62 for 2, 17 minutes to go till lunch. If you're just tuning in, we have had best part of an hour off through rain delay this morning, and that's probably to the advantage of the visitors. In comes Van der Hoogten to Clark, 30 not out, and he just leans on the ball, defends it into the offside.
If we do get a full afternoon, I would suspect it won't be fast scoring, because the prime occupation of the crease, that's the what Sussex want and should concentrate on, right? If the ball is there, as we saw a couple of overs ago from Clark, he hit two lovely fours through the offside. It'll go, but they're not going to take any chances.
Van der Hoogten into bowl to Clark, who shoulders arms. That one goes through low down. A few messages on Twitter. Furry animal. Weather looking dodgy, annoying. Yes, annoying would be probably the polite version of what the Glamorgan description of the weather is. Emir Evans, inspired by Edward's cake selection yesterday, he's been to the bakery this morning. Hope to enjoying a Chelsea bun before tea, toasting a Glamorgan win, though it has been drizzling. Yes,
yeah, it did take me some time the night before.
As that one's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Clark, shouldering his arms. Yes, Edward Bevan showing off a fine tray of cakes. Went viral on social media last night after Adrian pictured it. There was a lot of love for those cakes.
Yeah, beautiful array, wasn't it?
Edward will be appearing in the next series of MasterChef.
I'm the world's worst cook, chef, call it what you like.
Baked beans on toast from Mr. Bevan as Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark plays
well
to mid-on.
I shame myself. Last Saturday afternoon, my wife had gone out with a friend, and I was just sitting at home, and I had to make myself some lunch. So I decided on an egg. I can manage a boiled egg, but a scrambled egg I thought I'd try. But when it came out of the microwave, it tasted exactly like rubber.
Oh dear.
So I had to get rid of it, ring my wife. How long do you put this in the microwave? For 45 seconds. I put it in for nearly 2 minutes. So that was the reason.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark blocks it back to the bowler.
Yeah, I admit, hopeless. Absolutely hopeless.
62 for two. Thankfully, we are well provided for here, and indeed at the vast majority of county grounds. 62 for two. Chasing nominally 359. 67 overs remain, weather permitting, for Glamorgan to take 8 wickets. Sussex to survive. Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh, that's kept low again, and he's got an inside edge onto his pad there, Tom Clark. There is no appeal.
There we go.
But this is promising from Van der Hoogten, and Clark thankful to survive there.
Yes, and it's not easy out there, is it, if you get balls like that, keeping low. And it'll be interesting to see if, Swepson is carrying on. I think that's probably the right decision. Well, 13 minutes to 1. Swepson again comes in and bowls. Down the pitch comes also Clark and smothers it. He did say in that interview to you he had nothing much doing at home. It was a quiet period. And looking forward to doing lots of bowling. Well, he might get it this afternoon. Still 5 men around the bat. As Mitchell Swepson is in, very wide outside the up, threatens to drive it away, and Carlson takes evasive action there in the bat pad position. Very watchful, these two, against Swepson, because he bowled the googly as well. Here he is again, and tosses this one up, and it's driven again, not very hard out to short mid wicket. Just trickles along, and Swepson decides he's going to change his line of attack. He's going to have a crack at bowling over the wicket, trying everything he knows now. Still 66 overs remaining as he comes in and bowls to the left-handed Allsop, who pushes it out to mid-on. We're racing through the overs here. Is that +6 on the board? Or
+8
+8
at the start of the session. It may well be more at lunchtime.
In comes Swepson. An appeal for LBW not given by the umpire, but he deceived the batsman there. So
I think Swepson was very much leading that. There wasn't a huge interest from behind the wicket initially. Chris Cook saying, "Oh, better join in," backing vocals.
and umpire Baton turned around and just tells him the reason why he couldn't have given him out. Is fair enough. Last ball coming up is Swepson. Nice action. Bowled, clipped away this time for a single out to deep mid-wicket. McIlroy's it out there, must be feeling very lonely. He's fielded about 2 balls the course of the morning out to deep mid-wicket. And the score goes to 63 for 2. This time of the year, going for wins, Nick, that would Glamorgan perhaps have thought yesterday, okay, 325, make it interesting, and with the forecast today, or were they right into going on and just giving themselves perhaps another 10 overs last night?
Oof. Had they done so, would they have played Sussex into the game a little bit? I mean, 113 overs to score 359 might have become 120 odd overs to score 320, which looks a lot. It's under 3 and over, looks like less formidable. Van der Hoogten in, and Allsop on the defensive. Plays out on the leg side, no run. So just the 1 wicket falling so far today, that of the night watchman Ari Cavelis, caught at mid-on by Van der Hoogten off the bowling of Swepson for 6. That was 38 for 2. It's now 63 for 2, with these two very firmly on the defensive. Van der Hoogten in, just 2 slips, and that one's cracked through the covers for 4 runs by Tom Allsop, as it hits the advertising hoardings in front of the grandstand away to our right. Van der Hoogten just off target, Allsop latching on to a bit of width and cracking it through the covers for 4.
Might be just looking, Tim Van der Hoogten, for that spot where he got 2 in the last couple of overs to keep very low. It's probably the rough that's been created there during the 4 days. But that was too short, really, and got the treatment.
Next delivery from Van der Hoogten on its way. 0 for 29 he has, and that's overcompensated a bit, and it was on leg stump and comfortably played away by Allsop to Root waddling round with his pads on at mid-wicket, and so Pete doesn't have a chase to the boundary anytime soon, as of course he has to remain padded up for his close work for the spinner at the other end. They can't dress and undress every over, otherwise we'd be here all day. 67 for 2, just a little bit brighter at the moment here at Sophia Gardens overhead, though you might not be able to tell that off the video stream. It's still pretty grey. Van der Hoogten to Allsop, who is defending this one back to the bowler, no run. Test match, Australia bowling along, 71 for 0 after 22 overs at Lord's.
That's a good start, really, because reading online at the start they said England will be absolutely delighted to have won the toss in these conditions.
David Warner has reached his 50s, 52 not out. Usman Khawaja, the more serene of the pair, 16 not out. Next delivery is played off the back foot by Allsop, back to the bowler, no run. So it's been an interesting battle, this match. relatively low scoring with a combination of the slow pitch and the Kookaburra balls. 242 plays 203 on the first innings. A couple of excellent Glamorgan knocks in the second dig as Van der Hoogten bowls and Alsop plays to cover. No run. 4 runs off that over with the cover boundary. 67 for 2. We've probably got 2 more overs to go before lunch, and 65 weather permitting in the day.
It will be Swepson to continue, and he will be bowling up until lunch, one would presume. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. The 2 batsmen have a little word, and a fresh guard is taken by Tom Clark. The 5 close fielders, including the wicket-keeper, go down, waiting, as in comes Swepson for the opening ball of the over, and is driven up to mid-wicket. Something flying overhead. The clouds are so low, it could be a low aircraft, it could be, I don't think it's a helicopter. Mitchell Swepson in bowls, and they're just pushed forward back to the bowler.
Sounds more like a small plane, doesn't it? Peering down from the clouds. Shouldn't think visibility's great up there.
Swepson in bowls, and that is edged. It might have come off the pad, but goes on the bounce to slip. Neither batsman, I don't think, are absolutely 100% sure of Swepson here, in as much of which is the googling, which is the leg spinner, which is the top spinner as he bowls. Quicker delivery, but didn't cause any problems because it was a half volley. Quicker delivery there, and Clark hit it down towards long off for 4. He moves on to 34, and Sussex are 71 for 2, and no hints at the moment of either batsman giving a chance, because they played very watchfully and hit the bad ball, which is exactly what is needed. They're asking Adrian this morning, have we read in the papers that in the next, apparently everybody knows about except for me, the temperatures are going up near 40 degrees in Britain over the next fortnight.
Yeah, some papers report that every other week though, don't they?
I don't think I could stand 40. Swepson bowls, and this time it's clipped away, and he dances down the pitch and has to run back quickly. Had it been a clean take by Rooted short leg and whipped it back, then he could have been in trouble.
Yeah, he could get a rebound off the pads there, couldn't he, for a run out?
71 for 2. The score remains with, 1 ball left of this over, and that's guided up to short mid-wicket. All things going...
A reminder that lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock today, and during the interval you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch, but if you are venturing onto the outfield...
Yep, we'll turn him off for the time being. 71 for 2 with 2 minutes to go until the lunch interval. I don't think the middle will be deluged with people, because there are very few people on the ground at the moment after that hour's rain delay in the morning.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Andrew Salt.
Andrew Salter coming back, and if this is the pattern, Nick, throughout the afternoon, it could be a 10 to 5 shake hands. Long way to go, very long way, but the batsmen seem to have got confident air about them.
Yep,
Playing quite well.
The Tom Tom Club are doing well. 71 for 2. Clark 34. Alsop 12. 6 balls to survive until the lunch interval. Second slip, Carlson is down on his knees.
Doing a Marcus Trescothic.
Salter bowls and Alsop defends.
He started that, didn't he?
Was he the first one?
Yeah. He's a very tall man, Marcus, of course. And, Carlton not quite so tall.
No, he's
No, he's
decided
up now.
better of it now. He's just crouching normally. But he is very close to the bat, and he's got the helmet on, which Bevan at first slip doesn't. And Alsop stretches forward and defends. And Sussex, with the help of the rain break, will be pretty satisfied with their morning's work, just losing the night watchman Carvelis for 6 to Swepson. No clear-cut chances offered by these two. Salter probing for his first wicket of the season, finds Alsop defending to short leg. No run.
0 for 4.
In his 7th over.
It is the off spinner going away from the bat, so these two left-handers very wary.
2 slips and a short leg. Salter bowls, and forward comes Alsop. Bat and pad together. There was a howl just in case it was pad first, but it was not. So 2 bowls to go till lunch. Commentary, of course, resumes at 20 to 2. Usual 40-minute lunch break as forward presses Alsop. No run. Clark 34 not out, Alsop 12 not out. They're doing a good job for their side at the moment. They'll be continuing to try to do so after lunch. Glamorgan still needing 8 wickets to win this match. Salter bowls to Alsop, who stretches forward and defends, so the job for the time being is complete for Messrs Clark and Alsop. Sussex 71 for at lunch. 63 overs technically left in the game, weather permitting. Glamorgan claiming just 1 wicket during the truncated morning session. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of moments, but commentary resumes at 1:40. Sussex 71 for 2 at lunch. That is chasing a nominal target of 359, but realistically 63 overs remaining for Glamorgan to try to claim 8 wickets. Just 1 has fallen this morning. Night watchman Carvelis caught off Mitchell Swepson for 6, but Tom Clark is 34 not out. Tom Alsop is 12 not out. They've been defending stoutly. Meanwhile, at the Test match at Lords, Australia take lunch at 73 for 1. The man out Khawaja bowled by debutant Tung for 17. Warner is 53 not out. Australia 73 for 1. Here, Sussex 71 for 2.
So playing the LV Insurance County Championship at Northampton. Northamptonshire are 346 for 9, still trailing Kent by 38 runs. So Lynch is going to be deferred there with Northamptonshire 9 wickets down. Lunch though at Headingley, where Gloucestershire were dismissed for 464, and in their second innings Yorkshire 72 without loss, leading by 158 runs. At New Road, Worcestershire in their second innings are 132 for 4, still trailing Derbyshire by 209 runs. And in the other game, at Grace Road, Leicestershire, in their second innings are 88 for 3, still requiring 351 runs to beat Durham. We can welcome onto the outfield staff and pupils from Ninian Park Primary School. They're going to be entertaining us with a display of their quick cricketing skills during the lunch interval. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the One-Day International, taking place here on the 8th of September when England meet New Zealand. Also on the website, information about the various matchday hospitality packages, which are also available for all remaining games, including those in the 100 taking place during August. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. Reception is on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's one of the locations where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. The other location is the Glamorgan Club shop, which is situated opposite Gate 2. It's run by Missouri Sports and will be open until approximately 5 o'clock this evening. And, as always, the shop is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. You can also obtain food and drink from the mobile unit beneath the Casket House stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. A reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. The museum will be closing shortly after the tea interval. Tea is scheduled for 3:40. And don't forget that there are a number of second-hand cricket books on sale in the museum, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. We are dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket you can report any issue or concern in confidence by alerting your nearest steward. Thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr iawn, for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
works.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this second session on the last day of the match between Glamorgan and Sussex, where Sussex is 71 for 2. Their target is 359, and there are possibly 63 overs remaining in the game, but the forecast is not great for around the 4 o'clock mark, so I think we are likely to be curtailed unless Glamorgan can get an awful lot of wickets very quickly, so that could aid Sussex's chances of survival and remaining well placed in second in the table.
Yeah, I mean, at the minute, it looks okay, doesn't it, Nick? I mean, the clouds are quite high, but we've got another couple of hours to go until we get to 4 o'clock, so I guess we shall see. It's going to be Mitchell Swepson who's going to get us underway after lunch from the River Taff End, bowling to Tom Clark, who's been there since the beginning. He's batted for the best part of 2 hours for his 34. And Sussex will hope he can bat for a couple more hours as well, but he's surrounded by fielders as in comes Swepson, bowling his leg breaks, bowls to Clark, who's forward defensively, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So there's a slip and a leg slip, a silly mid-off, and a short leg gathered around Tom Clark. I think any thoughts, which were pretty remote really anyway, of Sussex chasing down this total are long gone with these loss of overs. It's all about survival now. Swepson in bowls, and Clark looks to play aggressively, which he has done to a certain extent. If the ball's been there to hit, he's made sure that he's used his feet well. And in fact, both of these I think have played the spinner really quite well. They've tried not to get themselves trapped on the crease and get forward at every opportunity. But much depending on these, do you feel, particularly Tom Alsop, the skipper. As Swepson is in bowls, and Clark again uses his feet and plays it back down the track, and there is no run. Both of these sides undefeated in the county championship this season, but both have only recorded one win. And it's very, very tight in Division 2, with everybody looking to chase down Durham, who've won 4 fixtures so far. Swepson is in bowls, and Clark is back on his stumps and plays that one into the offside. There is no run, and Swepson indicates he'd like to come around the wicket to umpire Bainton. So he's bowling from the River Taff End. And I'll give you a quick update at the end of the over as to where the scores are in those other games in Division 2. In comes Swepson, bowls, and Clark eases back and plays that into the offside. The ball actually hits the fielder at silly mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, Durham started this round 32 points ahead of Sussex in second, and quite possibly will be extending that lead.
Yeah, I see Leicester 88 for 3 at lunch, need another 351 to win, so they could well win that. In comes Swepson, bowl, short, pulled away by Clark. In fact, he doesn't connect. It's a good take by Chris Cook down the leg side. That was a good bit of keeping. He rather missed out there. Did Clark get the end of the over? A maiden over. Swepson 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 25. Sussex are still on their overnight score, 71 for 2. They need another 287 to win. More importantly, they need to survive another 62 overs. Looks like Derbyshire, who are Sussex's next opponents, could well win down at New Road, with Worcestershire 132 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing by 209. So if Derbyshire win, I mean, such is the state of Division 2, you get a couple of wins and you're right up in the fight. The side who are probably going to miss out are Yorkshire. I was reading that I think there's a points deduction imminent, isn't there, from what the press are saying?
Yes, they're likely to be put out of the running by the recommended substantial points deduction.
Yeah.
In all competitions, unless they manage to talk their way into those punishments being suspended. Yorkshire also facing big financial penalties as well, so they'll be out of contention for anything pretty much, you'd have thought, this season.
It's worth saying as well, actually, Nick, that Derbyshire have only played 6 games. They've won less than both Glamorgan and Sussex. They haven't won yet this season.
James Harris into the attack for the first time today with a short ball that Alsop ducks inside the line, although it didn't really manage to duck underneath it.
No.
Because it didn't come up hugely. Umpire Bainton decides that now is the time to trot over from square leg to point for some reason. There are two left-handed batters at the crease. Harris is bowling with just the one slip and a whoops, he won't be bowling quite yet because Allsop walks away, either fiddling with the strapping of his helmet or he's got something in his eye.
I think he has.
Northeast is in a sort of leg gully position, and Harris may well try and flog a bit of life out of this pitch, which has faded in colour to mid-brown, as Harris does indeed bowl a short ball that lollipops through and hits Chris Cook in the shoulder on the second bounce as he went down to block it.
Yeah, that was he really banged that in, didn't he, James Harris? I wonder if this is when Sussex didn't take the new ball yesterday, Nick, when it was available. Well, you were there, and Ari Carvelos was saying last night they decided not to because the ball did start to reverse.
Yeah, Harris could be a man for that.
Yeah.
McIlroy possibly as well. Harris in to bowl, and Allsop on the back foot defends back to him. Chris Cook is all right after that that bang, a bit of a grin on his face, and really was tennis ball bounce as Harris tried to dig it in short. Morgan's Marnus Labuschagne is at the wicket in Lords after lunch. Australia 77 for 1. Khawaja bowled by tongue with what was proved to be the last ball of the morning. Harris bowls, worked away backward of square by Allsop. They'll take one. They will comfortably come back for a second as Ul Hassan does the fielding. 73 for 2.
I always like Tom Allsop. I think he's always busy at the crease and he's always looking to turn ones into twos. And I know in terms of a run chase that this is, well, nothing is ever impossible in cricket, but you know, highly unlikely for Sussex. But he's always looking to pick up the ones and twos and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Despite that, though, the run rate required as Harris bowls, and there's a bill for LBW. It's given. Allsop has gone for 14. Harris has the breakthrough. Up goes the finger from umpire Adnan, and Glamorgan celebrate. They have dislodged one of these top order batters eventually. It's 73 for 3 in the 37th.
Well, he gave umpire Adnan a long stare there, did Tom Allsop. My feeling was it was going down the leg side.
Yes. Hit in front of, it probably hit in front of middle, but as you say, it looked as though it might be sliding down leg. Umpire's call, but the umpire's called it.
He has indeed, and Tom Allsop has to go. So it's a big breakthrough for Glamorgan. And, we wondered about James Harris coming. We talked about the ball reversing, and but credit to Kieran Carlson, who's made a good bowling change, brings on Harris, picks up a wicket. You can't ask for more than that. And now I think that's a really key wicket because Allsop is the experience in the Sussex side. There's quite a lot of inexperience to come now. James Cole's coming out, I was saying earlier on, is only 19. Ollie Carter is 21. Daniel Ibrahim is 18. Now that's not to say these lads can't play, because they can play, but I think you're coming out to a situation which they wouldn't have experienced too often in their careers, whereby you're batting to save a game. I think you could only be positive.
The incoming batter for Sussex is Nathan McAndrew.
Well, that's a big change.
Wow.
Well, that is a big change. I didn't see that coming. Now, I wonder whether they're looking to get McAndrew in to do what Carlson did yesterday. Just to, I can't think why McAndrew is coming in now. Unless it's just some experience up the order. That's a very, well, it's caught me completely on the hop.
Perhaps he's looking to hit the spinner out of the attack.
Maybe. Well, it's a very interesting move. So Nathan McAndrew, who's been batting around about number 8 for Sussex this season, comes out to bat at number 5. I'm not aware of any illness particularly. I mean, you wouldn't expect 3 players to be suddenly.
No.
But this is obviously a tactical move from Sussex. Wow.
Well, in terms of a run chase, you'd think that was way off, wouldn't you? Because the figure on the screen, if you're watching on the video stream, is not correct.
No.
The run rate required is around, it's more than 4.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you wouldn't think that Sussex have any possibility of going for the runs, as Harris is into bowl to McAndrew, and he drives, doesn't time it. How often have we said that in the match? To mid-wicket, there's no run. Applause for James Harris at the end of his wicket-taking over. 73 for 3 Sussex, with potential 61 overs remaining if it doesn't rain.
I was sort of thinking whether they wanted a right-handed, left-handed partnership, but Coles, Carter and Ibrahim are all right-handers, so that's clearly not the reason why. Maybe, you're right, maybe they're just looking for someone to come in and do what Carlson did yesterday, smash the spinners out of the attack. But it does seem a slightly odd tactic, unless Sussex are looking to be really, really positive here. But they still need, another 285?
Yeah.
In 61 overs, as Nick says,
yeah.
it's a heck of a chase from here. It's a lot of runs. Well, we'll have to see. Clark has certainly shown no real intention to be chasing the runs. He faces as in comes Svensson bowls, and Clark is forward and just runs the ball along the crease. The ball actually trickles into the gloves of Chris Cook. There is no run. Still those 4 men surrounding the bat, so very interesting. We'll have to see how McAndrew plays. Steps him in bowls, and that comes a little low, and Clark back on his stumps and played the ball back to Svensson. There is no run. Just needs to be careful going back on your crease. You don't want to get caught with one that keeps horribly low and get trapped LBW. He's been using his feet, has Tom Clark. He's been there since the beginning. He's on 34, hasn't added to his overnight score. Lunchtime score, and now he comes in. Now this time he does use his feet, looks to play it on the leg side and was completely deceived. And the ball ballooned out into the offside off a thigh pad, and there is no run. Clark does a little bit of gardening. He's faced 105 balls for his 34. He just waits. Svensson in again. That's a full toss. Oh, Clark sits on the pad. Well, he gave that a lot more air. Kieran Carlson is hurling himself around. He's in there at silly mid-off or silly point. He just threw himself at the ball. Whether there was an edge or not, I don't know.
Just in case there was an edge off the pad, I guess.
Yeah, but he's certainly giving the ball every chance here. Is Mitch Svensson. He's in again, bowls. Oh, that's kept very low, and they think he's caught behind. Well, I'm not sure there's a bit of kidology going on there. That was down the legs. It was a very, very fine take by Chris Cook, very low down outside the leg stump. And they're all up and running towards the umpire. We're just going to see a replay here. Here we go. It was a very good take, wasn't
Probably
it?
Pad, that's a brilliant take.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I don't know how they do that.
No, it's amazing. Svensson in again, bowls, and Clark turns this onto the onside and picks up a single. He'll be relieved to be off strike. What it will do, though, is mean that he's going to retain the strike at the end of the over. He goes to 35. Sussex is 74 for 3 at the end of the over, so we'll have to wait a little longer to see how Nathan McAndrew fares against the spinner and what he decides to do.
Well, the two Australians who know each other, obviously, from Australian domestic cricket. McAndrew dismissed Swepson twice, bowled for 1 and LBW for 12, and in turn Swepson dismissed McAndrew in the first innings, caught and bowled for 8.
Very good.
So that could complete a neat little square if
Yes, indeed.
Swepson gets him again, but we shall have to wait and see. James Harris, having taken a wicket in his first over, will be bowling to Tom Clark on 35 not out, and Clark, just 21 years old, has looked mature beyond his years so far.
He has. He's batted very well. Famous last words.
As Harris bowls with a leg gully and a slip, and that's outside off stump and allowed to come back. Harris has head in hand. It did come back a fair way, that one, and has not gone far away from the angle of the bail and the top of the off stump, maybe 4 or 5 inches away from the timbers.
Good delivery, wasn't it? He's bowling very wide of the crease. Just Keep an eye on that hill in the distance. Did you say it was Caerphilly Hill?
Caerphilly Mountain, it's
Caerphilly
called.
Mountain. but it isn't a mountain.
Not really. 74 for 3. Not technically, anyway. Harris in to Clark, who shoulders arms again. That one starting slightly wider and not coming back quite as much. Looks like another delay in the test match.
Oh dear, more rain? Or is it a wicket gone down?
No, the players are going off, so it's either more rain or hopefully not more protesters.
They've had a real stop-start day, haven't they, in the test? A couple of delays.
Clark faces up 2 slips now. No leg gully. Harris bowls. A square cut through the offside for 4 runs past a diving Salter, past umpire Bainton, and running up towards the cover point boundary where it'll be retrieved by Swepson. So a bit short and wide from Harris, that one, to be honest. Clark 39.
Tim Warwick has been in touch. Hi Tim, good to hear from you. He says, gents, that was a shocker from Adnam there on also. Not his first poor decision in this match. Yeah, I mean, certainly my first reaction was, Tim, it was going down leg side. I mean, yeah, you know, what's gone is gone, but I think also can probably consider himself maybe a shade unlucky.
Harris is in. Ball, short ball, ooh, pull shot, not timed at all by Clark. Or did he pull out of it?
No, I reckon he went for that. I think it was just I don't know if it was a slower delivery from Harris, but he completely mistimed it.
Paul Sussex bowling around the wicket wide the crease. Unless it comes back 6 inches, very difficult to be out. Umpires seem to get away with these decisions, says Paul, and he's a Glamorgan follower.
Yeah.
Alan Metcalf asked earlier, looks gloomy, can't they use the lights? Unfortunately they can't, due to council regs. Harris bowls and played by Clark up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I'm sure there's a very long story behind that, but that does seem slightly bizarre. The council won't allow the lights on for more than a certain amount of times a year, Nick, is that it? Or
yeah, basically just for the limited overs games in the evenings, the T20 Blast and the 100. I would imagine they've got an exception for the one-day international as well between England and New Zealand in September here, but not championship. As that's pulled away powerfully by Clark out towards mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop by Zain Ul Hassan on the ropes in front of the pavilion side of the ground, and he keeps them down to 2. Sussex 80 for 3. Clark has 41. 6 runs off the Harris over. He has 1 for 8. Swepson 2 for 26. 80 for 3. 59 overs remain for 279 runs theoretically to be scored, or 7 wickets taken, or rain. It's drizzling at Lord's.
I can understand, you know, for example, at Hove, where you're in the middle of a residential area where there may be some restriction on floodlights, which, as far as I'm aware, there isn't. But here, Nick, we're in the middle of a park, aren't we? You're not disrupting any houses around here, are we, by having the lights on? So, yeah, I'm sure there's a reason.
Yeah, it's when they rebuilt the ground 20 years ago. Those were the rules, and thus they remain. I have inquired about it, and but apparently it doesn't. The club says it doesn't really affect the results of matches, having been gone through and looked at time off for bad light. It's virtually nothing. Well, frustration for the players, obviously.
Yeah. Well, the light's good at the minute, as in comes Swepson bowls to... Oh, now he's caught on the crease, is McAndrew. Don't want to go back to Mitchell Swepson. He's looking to pull that one on the leg side. Could so easily have been LBW. McAndrew has been promoted in the order to number 5, and we're a little baffled, unless the idea is to come in and club some quick runs. Let's see what happens. This could be interesting. 3 men around the bat. Swepson in. McAndrew drives. Swepson fields of his own bowling, no run. There's a slip, a silly point, and a short leg. Swepson is in again from the River Taff end. Bowls. Oh, that's a horrible delivery. Full toss. Oh dear, that was real village, wasn't it? It was a dreadful was a dreadful delivery from Swepson. An awful shot by McAndrew. It looked like he was trying to hoik it into like the nearest farmer's field, and the throw that came in was dreadful as well. Anyway, McAndrew got a run. That's the sort of cricket I used to play. Swepson in again, bowls to Clark, who turns this. That's far more authentic, down to deep backward square, and picks up a single. Clark goes to 42 of the total to 82 for 3.
Cricket was the loser.
It really was. That wasn't anybody's finest hour, was it? Well, no sign so far that McAndrew's trying to belt the ball into the river tap. Let's see what he does with this one. Short, pull down the ground. What a strange shot that is.
He's chipped it onto the green.
It was like a straight arm jab. He just pulled the ball down the ground. It ballooned in the air, almost like he wanted to be caught, and it went between mid off and mid on, straight over the bowler's head, and McAndrew gets another single. What an extraordinary shot. Well, he's certainly not looking as if he's running down the wicket to try and smash the ball back over Swepson's head. Anyway, McAndrew goes to 2. Clark on 42. Swepson in again, bowled down the leg side. Lovely take again by Cook. He's very fine wicket keeper, who whips off the leg bail. It is the end of Swepson's over. He has bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 29. Sussex are 83 for 3. We have 58 overs remaining. We will get I guess if we get that far, we could well get into new ball territory. There's another 40 overs until a new ball is due, so that may or may not become an issue a little later on.
Yeah, if you want to contact us at NickWeb 2017, are you using yours or the Sussex?
I'm using email at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Yeah.
83 for 3. James Harris, who has the wicket of Tom Alsop in the scorebook. Alsop gone for 14, given LBW. Harris just the one slip, and it's a no ball, by which the batsman McAndrew was beaten outside the off stump. Now, where are we with catching fielders? One slip, a short mid wicket, and a slightly less short, squarish mid-wicket. Both sort of crouching. Certainly root is in the closer of the two positions, as Harris bowls and McAndrew back on his stumps, defending up to Carlson at mid-on, and there is no run. As I mentioned on Twitter earlier on, Colin Ingram, the injured Glamorgan batter, who is missing this match because of an Achilles injury, he was out in front of the pavilion doing some sprint tests with one of the fitness guys, so that's promising for his return. Maybe not this weekend, but at least for the Leicestershire game a week Monday. Harris bowls a short ball. It's pulled around by McAndrew to fine leg for a single. McIlroy Fields, 86 for 3.
No real sign of McAndrew smashing the ball around. It's such an odd decision, isn't it?
Yes, he hasn't looked happy with that ball that he
No.
chipped back over.
No,
He had a hack at one ball from Swepson.
he did.
Chipped another one back over his head. Maybe just wants to bat against his mate. No, they wouldn't be that unprofessional. As Harris will come round the wicket to Clark, who fiddles at one outside off stump for no particular reason, that he had to stretch to reach, and went through to Chris Cook. That really should have been a leave. There was no positive outcome for Tom Clark playing at that.
No, there wasn't.
Hitting a boundary would have been irrelevant,
Yeah.
and he was more likely to get out. 86 for 3.
Well, weather still looks good, Nick. I'm looking away in the hill, and Caerphilly Mountain is still in view.
Harris into Clark is beaten there, and Cook's missed it. It's cannoned away, and they're through for a run of some sort.
Bye.
A bye. Lucky it didn't hit the helmets there, actually, and
Yeah.
go for 5 penalties as well.
Great delivery. Look at this. Oh, absolutely cut Tom Clark in half.
That's jagged back and
Yes, it has.
gone over the top of leg stump.
Yeah. Good little spell, this. He's getting a little bit more out of the pitch than
He's
anyone else has. He's bowling very nicely.
bowling well, Harris. We can compliment him on his efforts when we commentate with him on Friday night.
Oh,
at
right, okay.
Southampton.
Oh, that'll be good.
3 for 38 in the first innings, 1 for 11 here. As Harris into McAndrew, forces that through the offside. A chase for Ul Hassan, a comfortable couple of runs. Ul Hassan gets his throw in, an enthusiastic fielder by the look of it, and a nice strong arm for the former Worcestershire Academy product, born in Islamabad and schooled in the Midlands. Good afternoon to Alan Metcalf, who's enjoying the coverage on YouTube in Cyprus.
Oh, lovely.
Full length ball is driven away off an inside edge by McAndrew. He gets a single down to fine leg, maybe not where he intended. McAndrew 6, Clark 42, 90 for 3, 57 overs remain, 269 runs to win.
Yeah, so no real signs of Nathan McAndrew getting after the bowling. I did notice that he ran that first run very quickly, which makes you think that maybe there is some intent or some attacking intent from Nathan McAndrew coming in. But as Nick was saying, there are 57 overs left. Sussex still need another 268 to win, which seems highly unlikely, unless, of course, we get an innings like Kieran Carlson played yesterday, which did change the course of the match. Let's see what happens here. It's Swepton coming into bowl to McAndrew. Short pulls it away, and that's going to be 4 runs. So that was more about a fairly poor delivery, to be honest, by Swepton. It was more of a long hop, and McAndrew just helped it on its way for 4 runs.
It's starting to look a bit tired now, Swepson, maybe.
Well, McAndrew goes to 10. Sussex to 94 for 3.
He's bowled all day, that
Pretty
end?
much, yeah. I mean, this is his 17th over.
Scoring rate required is over 4.6, so ignore what it says on your screen if you're viewing.
Swepson in again, bowls, and McAndrew looks to hammer that one down the ground, doesn't time it at all, then very obligingly picks the ball up and hands it to Kieran Carlson. There is no run. Slightly ominous looking injury. I'm just looking at the television to Ollie Pope in the test match. He seems to be holding his right shoulder. I think that's a shoulder he's had problems with before. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. We'll keep our eyes on that.
Australia is 79 for 1. Warner 55 not out, the only wicket to fall, going to Josh Tongue.
Comes Swepson, who's in bowls. And McAndrew down the wicket driving. Well, that was a sign of intent from Nathan McAndrew. Down the wicket, playing the ball to mid-on, not desperately well timed. He picks up a single.
Yeah, I suppose perhaps Sussex are just having a little punt to see if McAndrew can smash a few, and
Yes.
whether they have visions of getting that target rate down.
95 for 3. Just to say, Ollie Pope has now left the field in the test match, holding his right shoulder. So it didn't look particularly good. In comes Swepson, round the wicket. Bowls. Clark is caught in front, is he? No, he's not. There was a loud appeal, but he went back and across, and I think that's pretty dangerous on this pitch.
Oh, that's a good shot by the look of it.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell from behind the wicket, it did look as though the batter was fairly firmly in front.
Swepson is in again. Bowls short. And Clark just on the pads and out. This time he is given out. And he's on his way. Tom Clark, he went back and across. He didn't learn the lesson from the previous delivery. And umpire Baton's finger was up very quickly. And Tom Clark, having battled away gamefully for his 42, eventually succumbs. Sussex have lost another wicket, and now you feel Sussex are in a bit of trouble because 3 young players to come in now. Clark is gone. A fourth wicket is down. You saw that, Nick? Did it look out or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom Alsop might have had a few qualms about his
Yeah, no, that's
decision,
very
but
out, isn't it?
Clark was on the crease. He was squared up, and the ball
Tom
probably hit
Clark
the
was LBW.
fairly somewhere on the top half of middle stump, I think.
So Clark goes for 42. He batted 120 balls. But as I say, now Sussex with this inexperienced middle order. Coles, Carter. I mean, Carter made a big 100 here last year.
Oh yeah, these are decent players. They're not.
They're not lads who've just come in who haven't played. But it's just a different dynamic now, isn't it? You're batting to save the game, as opposed to scoring the runs. Should I make way for Edward?
Yeah, it's about if you wish,
Yes.
because you've got an update and 1:30 anyway. haven't
Yeah.
you?
But if we do it now, then Edward can be responsible for the cakes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Adrian. Edward Bevan will replace Adrian Harms here on the BBC Sports commentary.
Is James Cole.
So back to the scheduled order. Coles is in at 6, to be followed by Carter, Ibrahim, Hudson, Prentice. Cricket is over in Division 1. Kent have beaten Northamptonshire by an innings and 15 runs. Northants 369 all out in their second innings. And earlier Lancashire defeated Surrey, their first defeat, by 123 runs. Surrey 84 all out against Tom Bailey and Will Williams. He was baffled by the elevation of McAndrew as the rest of us.
Yeah, I thought it was a mistake on the scoreboard for a moment, and of course I will refer again back to Mr. Carvelos' interview with Adrian last night when he said we will go all the way, or words to that effect. Now, they won't mind at all to see McAndrew trying to get after Swepson, because on this pitch I think there's only one winner, maybe totally wrong. And you mentioned they're trying to defend here with fielders everywhere. Is difficult.
Swepson bowls and clipped away by Coles on the leg side. He's off the mark. First ball, and that is the end of the Swepson over. He has 3 for 35 to follow up his first innings of 3 for 52. So maybe my slightly sceptical remarks about his signing, not of any doubt about his quality, but the balance of the side. Maybe a spinner will do just as good a job through these middle months of the season in the Championship.
Well, they signed Patel last year, Nick, didn't they?
In September,
internationals for the September games, and they've got 3 games in September. Will they perhaps go for an Indian spinner or somewhere, because the Aussies won't release anybody because they've got their camps? And yeah, it's interesting. I think Harris has bowled as well in this match, and I've seen him all season, Nick, by the way. And he will continue to bowl to James Coles, the new batsman. He's on 2 new batsmen at the crease now. Interesting field this. Perhaps could be a little bit more attacking.
The leg gully's still there, though.
Yeah, could
That
have a
ball
second
flicked
slip.
off the hip. Yeah.
Anyway, here's Harris, and he's coming in over the wicket. Bowls to Coles. Coles is forward, plays it up towards mid-on. There's no run. And of course, you've got to have a look at the weather. Just went on the Met Office site, the BBC site, and both, unfortunately for Glamorgan, fortunately perhaps for Sussex, as it's some rain on the way at 4 o'clock. So in that case, Glamorgan have the hour and
Not
three
long
quarters to rush through. James Harris comes in, bowls the right-handed Cole, who clips that nicely off his legs up to deep mid-wicket. He'll get a single, and Glamorgan would rather, I think, I don't know if you agree with me, bowl at McAndrew with his positive intent rather to somebody who is a good orthodox top-order batsman in Coles.
Yes, I mean, McAndrew looks likely to be playing more shots. He might score a few more runs, but Glamorgan will fancy their chances more of getting them. Though he's pretty much an all-rounder, but an aggressive one, it seems.
Well, here's Harris, bowls to McAndrew and plays orthodox push away onto the offside where North East pounces and fields. Glamorgan have two, well, it's academic T20 games left, Nick, down on Friday at, I nearly said the Rose Bowl then, but of course it's the Odgers Bowl to face Hampshire and round it off here, Middlesex. Neither of us will be on duty on the last game. Nick is flying away.
Yeah, steady on, steady on.
I'm not saying where you're going, as the next ball is pulled out to mid-wicket for 4, slightly short, and it's 4 runs.
Rested and rotated, I think, is the phrase, Edward.
Yes.
I need a rest. So, yeah, Kenneth Davis and myself will be joined by James Harris, who is currently bowling at Southampton on Friday night, unless Glamorgan call him up to the squad. In which case they can give us someone else to do commentary instead. It's been interesting to have a view inside the camp for a large chunk of this T20 campaign.
Certainly. In comes Harris, bowls again to McAndrew, plays an intended force-in shot, and then it trickles up for about the 500th time in this game up to mid-off, off an intended off drive. 101 for 4, 257 needed, 6 wickets left. I'd love to see a close finish, obviously, but it's a long way to go for Sussex, having lost the top 3, the top 4 rather. In comes the next delivery, down the leg side, and that probably will be a Ryan leg by Mr. Adnan. No, bye. End of that over, and I think Swepson will be relishing the thought of having a bowl at McAndrew. He might tempt. I noticed he'd put a man out at Cow Corner for the hike out there, and he's kept his mid-on up. So it'll be interesting. What do you reckon on this over? Is he going to go for runs? Is McAndrew going to go for some runs?
Well, it looks as though he's playing 1 or 2 big shots and over, doesn't it? Whether he picks the right ball to play them to is another question. Looking down at the bowling, we haven't seen McIlroy today, even though he's been on the field throughout. Swepson is in to bowl, and that is played on the leg side by McAndrew. What delivery for a single? What delivery was that, Ed?
I think that was the top spinner went scuttled through.
Edward is far better at reading these deliveries than I am.
But I can't read from the arm, obviously, from here, but I think with the way that went through, I just quite didn't understand why the fielders scattered there. I would just keep all the runs they've got to play. They might as well crowd the bat and tempt him.
They are crowding the bat for Coles now with 4 close catches as Coles squeezes one between them down to Ul Hassan in the gully, and there's no run. So there is Bevan at first slip, northeast at second. I'm surprised he's not got a helmet on. And Swepson is in to bowl and turned up through the leg side for runs by Cole. May well just reach the ropes, I think, and James Harris cannot reach it in time. Coles with a neat little flick through mid-wicket, ran away nicely as the surface starts to dry after the morning rain. As well as the 2 slips, there's still a silly point and a short leg, so there are plenty of runs available if the attacking shot gets through. But Glamorgan, as Edward suggested, will be happy to see a few attacking shots being played. 107 for 4. Swepson bowls. A big appeal for LBW. Not out, says Neil Bainton. So the ball flew, lobbed up off the pad into the gully area. No one caught it.
No, it was just going down past leg stump. I fancy a good decision by the umpire.
Didn't quite straighten enough. No. As Swepson in again. 2 Coles getting through his overs quickly, and that's clipped at Root, who's blocked it. Now, did that one carry? Yeah. It was just a reflex action by Billy Root, as that has struck him on the shin on the full.
Chance.
Swepson bowls. Coles drives down the ground for 4 between the non-striker and the stumps. 111 for 4.
Nelson's on the board, and Swepson is still very much a threat. I heard you saying perhaps he's lost a little bit of his edge, but back he came, got that wicket. And I thought that Coles, who had Clark rather, who played so well before lunch, looked completely out of sorts after lunch. I don't know what he had for dinner, but he was tentative, especially against Swepson. And he was beaten once or twice by Van der Gooten and Harris. Huge appeal before the ball he got out, and then he had the one that sent him on his way. Strange, isn't it? Nelson still on the board. 1-1-1 for 6. James Harris. 1-1.
4 down.
4 down, is it? For 4, rather, yes. And James Harris to continue, which is a pretty good spell, this. 4 overs. Taking the wicket of... Also, here's Harris again. Comes in, bowls. That's pulled out to mid-wicket, deep square leg, and it's gone for 6, I fancy. Has it? Did it clear the head there?
I think it did, judging by the way the fielder was chasing it. Nope. Just bounced inside the ropes down at square fine leg, deep backward square.
Now then, is this the case of McAndrew and Coles, who was a polished player, coming in and trying to inject, as you said earlier on, some purpose, as Carlson did for Glamorgan yesterday? And then you've got the likes of Ibrahim and Carter, if wickets fall, to defend and block it out, as it were. That seems to be the... Well, it's refreshing, anyhow. Harris trying him out with a bouncer, and he pocked him for 4. Yes, Harris again comes in, bowls to McAllister, and he gets forward, keeps a shade low, and pushes it back gently to mid-off.
Australia have lost a second wicket in the Test match. David Warner was bowled by Josh Tongue for 66, a second wing wicket for Tongue on debut. He hit 8 fours and 1 6, faced 88 balls, so an aggressive innings by Australian Test match standards for David Warner. 96 for 2, 99 for 2.
James Harris comes up and bowls, and this is driven firmly to mid-off. Has a shy at the stumps, but the batsman safely home. And McAndrew, purposeful little innings. He's moved on to 21. Coles is 10. Enterprising, I think we can call this. And what have they put on? 21 rather quickly.
Manus Labuschagne of this parish has just been joined by Steve Smith, formerly of the Sussex parish.
2 mates together. 2 fidgeters, as I describe, at the crease. But 2 superb batsmen. James Harris walks back, now turns at his mark this end, and comes in to bowl to Coles. Coles gets a short one. It rather hurried him up, that delivery. He was up and down, and then all of a sudden let it go his left shoulder.
Well, I think it hit him and just bounced back off him. He might have lost sight of that one short, or let it hit him deliberately.
And I think it was you, Adrian, mentioned. I don't think McAndrew's going to change his way of attack or batting, for that matter. I think he'll keep on. I think it's unfair to say swinging, but attacking shots. Here's the next ball, which brings Coles standing tall, pushing it away on the onside. Harris has 1 over left. 1 for 22, 1 for 24 rather. He had him caught at second slip by Tom Bevan in the first innings, Harris, Coles. He got a century against Glamorgan down at Hove a month or so ago. Fine young player, as many of the Sussex batsmen are. In comes Harris, bowls to Coles. Coles again is back on his on the back foot. Defends, end of the over. 242 more runs for Sussex to win this game. 6 wickets for Glamorgan. It's 116 for 4. McAndrew, who surprised us all by coming in much earlier than he did in the first innings, is not out 21, and James Coles is not out 10, and Mitchell Swepson is going to bowl his 19th consecutive over. And you still feel, Nick, when Swepson is bowling, there's always half a chance. Now then, he's sent his mid-on back halfway to the boundary, and deep mid-wicket is back also 3/4 of the way.
So here is Swepson into McAndrew, back on his stumps, but clipping it firmly back to the bowler.
Just bowling a little bit quicker. I'd be inclined to toss it up, wouldn't you, to McAndrew to have a go.
In comes the next delivery from Swepson. Oh, there's tossed up and hit over, long off. And there'll be a couple of runs as it's fielded just inside the ropes by Harris and returned by McIlroy. But that is the sort of shot which Swepson wants McAndrew to play.
I still cannot understand why people have 3/4 or halfway back.
McAndrew bowls, turned on the leg side by McAndrew off Swepson for a single, 120 for 4, 119 for 4. The board was up there before the run had been completed, I think.
Yeah, you see, if you have them nearly back, you've got a chance of running in for the catch and catching it on the boundary. But if it goes over your head, as it did then the batsman has won the battle.
Well, I suppose there's more temptation, isn't there, when the fielders are halfway back, and that's what you're trying to get them caught off a miss hit, aren't you, really?
Now then,
Coles watches as Glamorgan bring a fielder over to backward point. It's deeper than gully. 2 slips and a short leg are the attacking fielders. Swepson bowls, and that's turned by Coles to mid-wicket, where all of a sudden stops it effectively, but I think he slipped as he did so, and got an ironic cheer from somewhere. He's fielding on a used wicket. 119 for 4. Swepson to Coles, who drives into the offside perfectly safely and picks up a single out to Salter on the cover boundary. I'm pleased to say that Mike Powell will be joining our BBC Sport commentary team on Sunday for Glamorgan against Middlesex, joining our commentators Kenneth Davis and Kevin Hand. Swepson bowls quicker wide outside off stump and called wide.
Very wide.
He's just trying to vary it up desperately, isn't he, Swepson, once the batters get into a bit of a routine of defensive nature. That's given a flight and clubbed straight back down the ground. 1 bounce for into the sight screen by McAndrew, and Swepson is just trying to tempt the batsman, but McAndrew has dealt with it well so far. A firm swing of the bat, got it off the middle, and then crashing into the screen. 125 for 4, 234 runs needed to win. 52 overs remain.
And that works out at what? Just
I shall do it in a moment.
Because our screen here does not show us correctly. James Harris.
Oh. Cathedral Road end, Andrew Salter.
Oh, then this is going to be good. Andrew Salter is coming on for James Harris. The reason I say that is because we will have this the bait, if you like, for McAndrew especially, to keep on hitting or going for the ball and trying to inject this purpose and think, all of a sudden, do we have half a chance?
Exactly 4.5 is the required run rate.
Yeah, on the ground which is drying out, and we've got somebody flaying down here. Is this McIlroy? Yes, I think it is.
A little bit of a swap. McIlroy going to deep mid on. Again, maybe the temptation to try and hit over the top.
Salter in bowls, and this is driven. Extraordinary figures with Salter. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 4. Coles on 11. Waits as Andrew Salter comes over the wicket and bowls to him. Clubs it back and is half stopped by the bowler. And the reason I said McIlroy, because he was waving his arms and as if he was going to bowl. He might come on at the far end, although I'd be inclined, I don't know about you, to keep Swepson on. Salter bowling his off spin, comes in, bowls to James Coles, and he drives nicely, and it's parried there at mid wicket. Again, McIlroy sweeps up, and this will bring the free scoring McAndrew on 28 to face Salter. Will he push the man back? He has asked.
Yeah, McIlroy's just retreating about 5-10 metres towards. It's about 2/3 the way back towards long on.
Well, McAndrew twice has taken fielders on when they're halfway back. What have we balls got here now? Halfway through this Salter over as he comes in and bowls to McAndrew, who goes back and punches it with a lot of bottom hand there out to short mid wicket.
There's a short fine leg for the top edge sweep at the moment.
Yeah, he's more of a straight hitter, isn't he, than sweeping. Salter over the wicket again, comes in past the umpire, bit short, quicker. It's punch back to the bowler. There's no run. Cloud's quite high at the moment, but threatening. 126 for 4 as in comes Salter. Bowls, he goes for the big one there, and an appeal, not from the bowler but from the wicketkeeper, as he tries to hit that over long on and doesn't connect. So an useful over from Salter. 126 for 4, 233 runs needed. Coles 12 and McAndrew is 28.
So 51 overs remain, not what you may see on your screen. It's got stuck on the original figure.
Returning to bowl.
So there is a change of bowling
Jamie McIlroy.
for the first time today. I
Yes.
think. Yeah. So Swepson has bowled 19 overs
3 for 56, I think it was.
and McIlroy will have a crack from the River Taff end. Left arm around the wicket by the look of it. Test match Australia 115 for 2.
If these two get embedded.
Smith and Labuschagne at the wicket. McIlroy tosses a couple of practice deliveries to mid-off. 126 for 4. 51 overs potentially remain if the rain stays away. The possibility of rain, according to the Met Office, has dropped from 80 to 60%, which is some relief. As the first ball of McIlroy's over is struck down to Horton, fielding at fine leg. So sharing the subbing duties around. Glamorgan's young and talented backup wicketkeeper Alex Horton.
Who's off?
Probably just someone gone off for a change of boots. Haven't seen anyone injured, have we? 127 for 4. McAndrew on strike on 28. Plays that one to root at mid-wicket. No run. McIlroy fell over in his follow-through, but he's all right.
Just the 4 nominal overs of the new ball for McIlroy before Swepson came on last night.
First innings he bowled very tightly. Just went
well.
at 2 and over and claimed a couple of wickets. Bit of resistance in a couple of the other matches. Worcestershire hanging on against Derbyshire. 155 for 4, still miles behind, so they'll have to bat out the day. Roderick's got a century opening the batting. McIlroy bowls and driven powerfully by McAndrew, but not powerfully enough to beat Carlson running round at mid-on. So Worcestershire 4 down, looking to bat out the day against Derbyshire, and Leicestershire chasing 439 against Durham. They're 137 for 4, so they too have halted the slide. McIlroy bowls. McAndrew thinks about a single, but quite rightly decides it's not there as Billy Root comes scrambling round in his fielding pads from mid-wicket. And Northeast will move into a short mid-wicket position. It's good to see Kieran Carlson and the skipper thinking about it and changing his field frequently.
Similar to what they were doing, Sussex were doing, 2 men on the drive.
On the leg side, that is, as McIlroy bowls a short ball. It's pulled around. It'll be just a single. No, they'll go back for 2 as Horton fields at fine leg. 2 runs taken, 129 for 4. 3 runs so far off this over. And I suppose if Sussex do have a little bit of acceleration, it'll again force Glamorgan to drop a fielder or 2 back out of catching positions and reduce the danger of getting out. McIlroy bowls. That's firmly struck into the leg side, but well fielded by Sam Northeast at short mid-wicket. I was looking for the ball speeding away past him there, but Northeast, the Glamorgan Centurion, and highest scorer in this match by quite some way, pulled off the stop. 129 for 4, 50 overs left. 230 to win. Well, 50 overs left, weather permitting, but could be extra if the rain stays away and the spinners carry on.
Salter to continue then, and he'll be bowling to Coles, who's not out 13. And this little partnership, they put on 24. Here's Salter then, slip and a short leg, bowls first ball, which is driven firmly up towards mid-on, and it's fielded. And Carlson is going to have a word with Salter. What about, I wonder? A change in the field. And now coming in to join in the company. Who's that? Is that Northeast? Can't see him back from here.
No, he's at cover.
The conversation continues, a deep conversation. Is that Hussain?
Hussain's at mid-on.
That's him, yeah, he was joining in. Thinks, no, I'm senior. In comes Salter, bowls to Coles again. Down the pitch he comes, plays it nicely, and the aforementioned Hussain fields, and they run quickly through for a single.
Afternoon to Trevor Freeman, who's following us from Lanzarote.
Andrew Salter to McAndrew. Oh, down he comes and has hit that firmly and beats the man 3/4 of the way back, first bounce for 4. McAndrew attacking intent yet again, 34 to him. And,
turning that one into a full toss, and it wasn't far. High and wide of Ul Hassan. Not the tallest of chaps, but put in a good dive. Couldn't get a hand on it, but
I think we've got to commend the approach here from Sussex stroke McAndrew, because obviously there's been a little chat and he might have said, look, I'll go in and have a dart, see what I can do. We can always put up shop afterwards. And entertaining to watch. In comes the next delivery. He's gone for the big one again, out towards mid-wicket. That could also go for 4. No, it stopped just inside the boundary. And now it's been returned. They took 2 more runs. And Salter, still 2 more balls left. Another man goes backward of square on the boundary. So we've got 2 on the square side. So Salter probably aiming around Midland leg stump. As in he comes again. Bowes to McAndrew. Goes for another big hit. It's intercepted though nicely at short mid-on. And there is no run this time.
Well, McAndrew's going to run a ball for his 36, and
Yeah.
Coles is 14 off 19, so these two
Well done.
are up with the rate if they kept going.
As the next one is driven, and as Hassan is very deep, they amble through for a single. And McAndrew says, I'm going to pinch the bowling off you, and he does. 137 for 4. McAndrew is 37. Coles is 14. Tea today, whatever comes, is 20 to 4. And if this weather relents, they will gather Sussex at tea time and say, right, this is what we're going to do. I think that they'll go on, if McAndrew is still there, and play as he's doing, and then surely afterwards, if there is a mini sort of collapse, 1 or 2 wickets fall quickly, they will shut up shop, because you're not going to give the game away, are you?
No, you wouldn't have thought so. We'll see if this is a sustained attack from Sussex. McAndrew on 37. And Cook is standing up to the medium pace of McIlroy.
Unless he goes down. Oh, he's standing up to the stumps. I thought he's standing up as he was. As in standing up.
Standing up close to the wicket as
a good
McAndrew
shot.
slams that one through wide mid off for 4 more. Well, this is
Entertaining beer.
definite entertainment. It's now a definite show of intent, I think, from Nathan McAndrew, that he is interested in having a go for a potential victory for Sussex at 141 for 4.
217. You get it down to about, I don't know, if I'm going at this rate, 150 or whatever after tea. Anyway,
Be less than that if they keep going like this.
a lot can happen, of course.
McIlroy to McAndrew, turns it off his legs down to Van der Hoogten at fine leg single, 142 for 4. So an interesting turn of events after Sussex's top order, mostly propped away and defended. First 4, including Night Watchman and Carvelis, all with low strike rates, and then McAndrew and Coles have all of a sudden come in and stepped it up a bit.
Much better for the game too, isn't it, to see this entertainment?
McIlroy bowls, Coles works it on the leg side, out to mid-wicket. Ul Hassan
I
fields.
still think that the key bowler for Glamorgan is Swepson. And you see many times that the spinners get hit, they stick at it, and all of a sudden they get rewarded.
Yeah, McAndrew's obviously the key man at the moment, isn't he?
Yes.
Which we didn't expect to be saying. Normally bats at 8, and that could have been 9 with Night Watchman, but elevated to 5 today. McIlroy bowls, and that's clubbed by McAndrew up towards mid-on. The catch is there, and the catch is taken by Kieran Carlson, and McAndrew's fun and games are at an end. He's gone for 42, better than a runner ball, but it is 5 wickets down for Sussex now as McIlroy gets his first of the innings.
Yeah, what an entertaining innings it was, and the positive intent was a brave effort by him and Sussex, I think. And it'll be interesting to see what the approach, Nick, will be now, half a side out. So
Yeah, that 216 still needed to win, 48 overs potentially. I suppose if McAndrew had gone on, he faced 40 balls in all for his 42, and he hit 6 boundaries in that. So he is dismissed in, well, the 50th over. And, well, that brief spell from McAndrew, I think Glamorgan would be quite happy to have him back if they'd said 42 off 40. OK, we'll accept that from the Glamorgan point of view.
That's interesting. Now McAndrew stopped. Looks like Carter coming on the way and had a long-ish chat with him. And do you know what I would do if I was out there now? I would say, well bowled, McIlroy. Swepson come back into the attack. I don't know what your thoughts on that would be.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Especially against the new batsman.
Carter comes dancing out on his way to the wicket, looking to make sure that things are loose. 143 for 5. Perhaps Adrian Harms will come in at the end of this McIlroy over, which is 2 balls away. 143 for 5. A bit too early to be start writing the top of my report, Edward.
I would do nothing, Nick.
I shall write the middle of it.
No, well, I suppose you can write the middle of it.
Yeah.
And my first question to Adrian will be, what do you think the tactics for Sussex?
Well, it's a question of whether they have the firepower now from Coles, Carter, Ibrahim. Hudson Prentice batted well in the first innings. But still a long way to go, and while Sussex are capable of shutting up shop, Glamorgan can shut up shop bowling-wise, can't they, if they choose to put a few fielders back and bowl wide the wickets, if Sussex were to go on a concerted charge. McIlroy to Carter, who's forward defensively, playing to root at mid-wicket. So back to the 2 slips. Bevan at first slip is taken 1 catch in each innings, and Glamorgan have managed to hide him quite effectively on the field. If he
fielded well,
if he still has a dodgy shoulder. Northeast is at second slip, but he now has a helmet on because he is significantly closer to the bat.
He has good hands at slip too, Northeast.
McIlroy bowls and Carter pushes forward bat and pad. Ball trickles to Swepson at cover. 143 for 5. The applause will be for McIlroy's over, if there's anyone down there in his sector of the ground when he reaches the ropes. 143 for 5 Sussex. Target 359. Overs remaining 48.
Well, that was entertaining fare from Nathan McAndrew. We did wonder, Edward, why he'd been sent out. Trevor got in touch. Hello, Trevor, I don't know if you're still listening, to say wonder whether it was because McAndrew seemed to have an injury yesterday, whether maybe they just wanted to get him up the order. But I think that was all about trying to be positive. And to a degree, it's worked.
As Salter starts the over and bowls, that is a defensive prod, which brings out O's and R's. Just passes short leg. There's no run. I thought it was a very positive.
Yes.
Positive innings certainly, but positive intent from Sussex.
Yes, I agree. And another half an hour of that, like Kieran Carlson yesterday. Who knows?
Salter in bowls. Lots of O's again, and this time it's played gently out to mid-on. Clouds have gone a little bit thicker, a little bit darker here.
Yeah, they have. I'm just looking towards the hill on the left, which is still visible.
Salter, very economical, but wicketless as yet in bowls. And this is pushed away into the offside. And Coles now on the defensive. This, having said that, there is still some useful players to come. Ibrahim, Prentice and Carson, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they're all useful. They can always back. Whether there's quite the firepower in there to score at that rate, I'm not sure.
But having said that,
well fielded.
It's a great bit of fielding there by Carson. That was one of the hardest shots hit in this innings. Slight deflection as he went for the return catch, brave man, Salter, and then a dive as if he's pushing it round the post there and stopped it.
Good cricketer. I said yesterday how much I liked Kieran Carlson. I like the way his approach to the game in the field. He's never still. He's always buzzing around, and that was a brilliant piece of fielding.
I think that he would make a good captain.
Think he would?
I think he would, yes.
Well, you're full of enthusiasm. You're always looking to change. I mean, his bowling changes have worked. He brings back James Harriott, or brings on Harris. He gets a wicket.
He has. Yeah,
He's done
here's
really
the
well.
next ball. Carter coming forward, smothering the spin. Of course, he led Glamorgan to the, as it was, Royal London One Day Cup 2 years ago.
Right.
Did a very good job there.
Yeah, well, he's
And played some wonderful innings. In comes Salter, tosses this one up, but Carter's not to be tempted and just thrusts foot forward and covers it. End of the over. The overs are going by very quickly.
They are.
144 for 5. I still think it's a huge.
Oh, I do.
214.
I do. When you think you're asking your lower order to score the best part of what? 4 and a bit and over. Well, 5 and a bit and over, isn't it?
Almost 5, yeah.
Yeah, you know, with the lower order. The only thing I would say is that Harry Carvelos, and you mentioned it when you were commentating with Nick, did say last night,
Yeah.
well, we're going to have a go for it. And
It showed that
Andrew
McAndrew was having a go.
Yeah. Elsewhere in Division 2, Durham's efforts to beat Leicestershire at the minute being thwarted by bad light. Leicestershire 143 for 4 at Grace Road. Still needing another 296 to win, or more than likely hanging on for the draw, so frustration for Durham in the Midlands. In comes McElroy to bowl to James Coles, who clips this one through mid-wicket and picks up a single. He's really developed as a player, James Coles, physically as well. He's quite a tall player now. Hits the ball very firmly. Good player as well. Made his debut when he was just 16 at the Oval.
Really?
But he's a good cricketer.
Yes, he is.
He's on to 17, 145 for 5. Ollie Carter has played the last 2 or 3 T20s for Sussex and has made some runs up the order. I don't think he would have expected to have started T20 this season, so he can hit a long ball. In comes McElroy, bowls to Carter, who defends on the leg side. There is no run. Elsewhere in Division 2, Edward, Worcestershire 156 for 4, still needing another 185 if they're going to make Derbyshire bat again. And Yorkshire 147 for 3, leading Gloucestershire by 233. That one heading for a draw. Sorry, Edward.
I'm just saying that Carter got 35, played well, and it was McElroy who dismissed him as he just pushed forward to a ball that left him. And we didn't hear it up here, but it was a nick to the wicket-keeper. So they continue the battle.
McElroy again, and Carter defends down the ground to mid-on. There is no run, and the fielders come right in now.
Yeah.
2 slips, 6 men saving 1 in a ring. The only fielder outside of the circle is a fine leg who's down below us. Clouds maybe getting a little lower and a little greyer. It'd be a shame if the game is interrupted by bad weather. He was saying he thought about 4 o'clock was the time. And McElroy again. Oh, Carter, that was totally... Yeah, I mean, he hasn't scored yet, and he's taken a couple of steps down the wicket and tried to smash the ball over long on. That was an extraordinary shot. It went through to
If he
keeper
got
Cook.
out to that, he'd have hung his head in shame.
Well, he would. I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? I guess in a run chase, it goes for 6, and you say, oh, they're still looking for this, Sussex, but my word. That
Do you
was-
know, I think Carson must commend his captaincy. He's come in from mid-on, and he's up there. There's 1, 2, 3, all of about 8 metres apart on the on-side, and he must feel hemmed in there.
McElroy in bowls, and is he caught? No, he's not. It's pulled away for 4 runs. It was short from McElroy, pulled away. Al Hassan very, very nearly got there. It was pulled away by Ollie Carter. But it's good. It's entertaining cricket, this, isn't it?
I don't know quite what's in the minds apart
Nor
from
do I.
McAndrew. You see, I spoke about Clark, who played so well before lunch, and then after lunch he didn't know what was going on. He was prodding and pushing, gets hits in the pad.
Yeah.
And
Well, here's the replay. So it was a pull shot by Ollie Carter.
no,
I mean, it was just out of the clutches of Al Hassan, who dived away, didn't he, at square leg?
Cook comes up now. You have to say, well, don't wander too far.
Who's that warming up at cover, Edward? If it's somebody who's coming on to bowl, either way.
I shall have a look now.
In comes McElroy, and Carter is forward, plays into the cover. That fielder there, who was warming up, has now picked up the ball himself. Well, is that Swetson?
Is Swetson going to have a go at this end, I wonder? Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Hasn't bowled this end. Be nice to be behind him, won't it?
Well, we'll see what he's doing. 149 for 5. So Sussex needing a very unlikely another 200 null. I say unlikely, but The way this game is going, you can't really rule anything out. But
Returning to bowl, Mitchell Swepson.
I think
Sadly,
it is
I think the rain will
scupper things.
scupper and spoil everything, because
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a real shame.
the forecast everywhere you look is for rain coming in around 4 o'clock, which
Yeah, that would be a shame.
it'll spoil Glamorgan. I don't think Sussex would have got them, but I think Glamorgan have the capabilities of bowling them out if it stays.
What is funny in this game is, though, Edward, that Kieran Carlson came in. I just wonder if someone has got intent, if you can score on this pitch, because Carlson did, McAndrew did, North East did.
Is it me or you?
It's you.
Yeah, Swepson then. From this end comes in, bowls to Coles, and Coles drives uppishly back down to mid-off. And he's probably enjoying this stint. 3 for 53.
Yeah.
This is his 20th over. As he comes up now and bowls and hits him on the pad. No, too high, going down leg side. He's caused problems with every batsman except McAndrew.
No, he has.
And he comes again and bowls.
Well, it was a leading
The
edge.
leading edge there.
Yeah, it was.
Nobody's played him with any real conviction except, as I say, for McAndrew, and he just swung the bat at him. Surprised he's only got 2 men close.
Yes, I am.
Here he is again. Tickles this round the corner. Is going to get a couple of runs if it's stopped just inside. It appears to be. And they'll get 2. Good bit of running there and good bit of fielding.
Very good.
Must be said.
I wonder if it's almost having someone in at sort of a straightish mid-off here for that one, because it was a leading edge, wasn't it, from James Coles to the previous
Man on the
delivery.
drive, you mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Every time I look, it's either the 4th or the 5th ball gone with Swepson. He rushes through. Anyway, he is coming in again and bowls to Coles. Coles tucks this off his hip up to a wide mid-on, and they'll get another 2 more runs, which Glamorgan won't mind to try and keep him down that end. There's 1 ball to go as we come near to 3 o'clock.
And tea is set today, isn't it?
It's
I think
set.
20 to 4. So that on another day, Glamorgan might have hoped just to get a few more overs in, but it will be 20 to 4, and that'll be it.
Swepson with the last ball of the over. Coles now he's on 21. Bowls to him, and he pushes it away, and they go through. For a single in the vacant mid-on area, he is rather deep. Coles keeps the bowling, 154 for 5. And trying to get out of my mind that shot of Carter's.
Extraordinary, wasn't it? It was a real T20. It was a real hoik, wasn't it?
Yeah.
James Coles made his highest score in first-class cricket. In fact, his only century in first-class cricket against Glamorgan earlier on this year down at Hove.
On that flat pitch.
Yeah, 138. Yes, it was flat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Glamorgan 737 in their second innings. As the game rather fizzled out into a draw. This might well be drawn as well, but I suspect if the weather holds, Glamorgan might fancy their chances here.
McElroy to continue, and Cook will continue to stand up to McElroy's, to Carter especially.
45 overs left in the day, 154 for 5. The numbers on the scoreboard are sort of getting ever brighter. I mean, the light is fine at the moment, but as I say, the clouds are a little lower. What will James Coles do here? So there are 6 men saving 1 in a ring, 3 on the off, 3 on the leg. As in comes McElroy, bowls. Coles rather defends out into the offside, no run. So just confirm, there's a slip, and there's a point cover mid-off, a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, with a forward square leg. Then there's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg out on the boundary.
And Glamorgan will know if they could get a couple of wickets, and once you get in the throes of 9-10 Jack, with Swepson bowling, we saw what happened in the first innings.
Yeah, three.
It's not only this game, in a lot of games you get the leg against the tail, and it's...
McElroy in bowls and runs here for Coles as he gets a slightly fortuitous edge down to fine leg for 4 runs. He was looking to tuck that away on the leg side, but not as fine as the ball eventually ended up going. Coles goes to 22, Sussex to 158 for 5.
Just drifting down and helped on its way.
So yes, Stokes is bowling in the Test match, which not many people thought would happen, but he is. But Labuschagne and Smith at the moment building a handy partnership for Australia. After a couple of wickets for Josh Tong. McIlroy coming around the wicket from the River Taff end. He's in and bowls. Coles defends out onto the offside, fielded at mid-wicket by Tim van der Hopton, and there is no run yet. Australia, I'm just trying to crane my neck, 145 for 2. I think I'll be happy with that, Edward, when you're asked to bat on what everyone said was going to be a green seamer.
I would agree.
McIlroy in his 8th over. Very tidy figures of 1 for 23. And he sets off again from the river end, bowls, and James Coles punches that nicely through square leg. Plays very correctly, does James Coles. He goes to 27, 159 for 5. For the record, Sussex now need less than 200. They need 199 in 44 overs.
They'll assess it at tea, as we do.
Yes, they'll be very brave to, well, if they chased it down from here, then Sussex deserve to win, because that would be some effort. At the moment, I think Glamorgan, and as Nick was saying, Glamorgan hold all the cards here because they can put the field back on the fence, and they can do all sorts of things to slow the run rate down. McIlroy in bowls. Carter flicks this down towards backward square. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, they'll need to be quick. That's a very good bit of fielding by Al Hassan. I've been extremely impressed by his fielding, racing around the rope, and he raced around.
Alex Horton?
No, it was Al Hassan.
Al Hassan is down there.
Very good.
Right.
Got in the throw over the top of the stumps. Very good indeed.
Yes. Had, I don't know how many counties he's had trials with, and he looks, by his performances, he's determined to try and succeed, and good luck to him.
He looks a very good cricketer. He made a very nice 47 in the second innings, and that was a really good bit of fielding. Carter was after the 2, and it was never really on. Carter goes to 5, 160 for 5. McIlroy again in bowls. Good try by Coles. That was in the air, and that's going to race away. Al Hassan is after it again, and he can't stop this one. And that's 4 to James Coles. Nicely tucked away. It was in the air, hence the yelp, but it wasn't really near a fielder. And Coles goes to 31 at the end of the over. Sussex 164 for 5, needing another 194 to win in 44 overs.
What have we got? 43 minutes to tea, and there's a little chat in the middle of the pitch there between Carson and Cook. Swepson is going to continue.
Well, I guess from a Glamorgan point of view, they'll be delighted to think that Sussex are still showing an interest in going for these runs.
Absolutely, they don't.
I mean, they haven't shut up shop here, and
I think everybody in the ground is.
Absolutely. No, I agree. I agree.
And you've got to commend them, really. It's a big, tall order. And I'm surprised again with a new batsman there that he hasn't got more fielders close. Here's Swepson coming in to bowl to Carter. Carter drives back to the bowler. And in that last over, there were 10 runs off McIlroy. As Coles has moved on to 31. He watches now as a non-striker, as Swepson comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter goes for that hike. He didn't really middle it. He'll get a single down to the man on the 45. And I know I'm banging on, but it seems, Adrian, that it's getting a little bit darker after every over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying off for bad light a long way from here. At Leicester, also off for bad light now at Headingley, the game between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it looks a lot of draws on.
Yeah. Certainly in the second division, which will keep things very tight.
Swepson comes in, this time bowls to Coles. Coles is forward, plays it back down the pitch. A lot of applause coming for something I don't know.
No, yeah. It is getting gloomier, but Ray mercifully holding off for the time being.
Swepson bowls, and this time it's driven, but not timed at all by Coles. In his 21st over, Mr. Swepson, Mitchell Swepson from Australia, Queensland. Here he is again. Short, too short really on this sort of pitch, but it's driven up to mid-off again. There's no run.
Graham Brill from Merthyr Tydfil has been in touch with a lengthy email. Oh, which I'll read at the end of the over.
To you.
Yeah, to our Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk email. So I think it's for all of us.
Swepson, last ball over the over. Tosses this one up. Down the leg side, there's a dive, and it's not successful, and it'll be 4 runs. The batsman just drifting down that leg side there. And Swepson, perhaps he's tired. He only arrived on the weekend, and perhaps a little bit weary. Didn't expect, I suppose, to bowl so many overs in his first game. Just a despairing dive. Right, what does the...
Yeah, well, he says, good afternoon all. So thank you, Graham. First of all, he says, picking up on discussion points from yesterday, we were talking about different balls being used in different parts of the world. He was saying the Duke's ball is used in the UK, the Kookaburra in Australia, the SG ball is used in India and Pakistan. He says in the local leagues they use in some divisions a pink ball which feels like a modified hockey ball and stays hard even after 50 overs.
Last week.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where was that, Edward?
A local league match, and it came up near me on the boundary, and I said, what on earth is that ball? That's the ball they've been told to play with.
Right.
I didn't hold it or feel it, but
It was pink.
I couldn't, talk about it. It was pink, certainly.
A bit of a discussion here about McIlroy's field. Graham goes on to say, on the sledging and descent, umpires have a range of level of offences to give to players when first-class umpires seem reluctant to issue. Which first-class umpires seem reluctant to issue? I'll carry on the email in a moment. In comes McIlroy to bowl to Carter, who steers this nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. Steers the ball beautifully through the slip cord, and the ball races away towards the boundary, and it is pulled up literally about a foot inside the boundary. So a good bit of fielding all the way to our right-hand side. Looked for all the world as if that was running away for 4 runs, but nonetheless, Carter comes back for 3. That was a deft little shot.
Yeah, on that point, I don't think Robinson was spoken to after that little outburst he had against Khawaja at Edgbaston.
You know, he says, on the sledging and descent, umpires have a range of level of offences to give to players which first-class umpires seem reluctant to issue. Offences range from abuse of players to abuse of equipment. In comes McIlroy bowls. Coles defends down the onside, no run. From watching local leagues this summer, it seems that umpires are not shy in issuing out warnings and the different level offences, which does result in players missing games if the offence is deemed of that level. Normal protocol is a warning, then the issue of the offence. My son Nicholas is an umpire in Premier 2 cricket in the local leagues in South and West Wales. Goes on to say, Glamorgan need a quick bowler to get Nisa back. Regards, says Graham in Merthyr Tydfil. Thank you, Graham. In comes McIlroy. Bowls cut away by Coles into the covers. Off the back foot, there is no run.
I don't think you are going to see Mr. Nisa in Glamorgan's colours. You might see him in Australian colours in a test match. But from what I can gather, there'll be... Nick knows more than me, but I don't think there's any news on that front. Nick, is there?
Well, I've signed Swepson for 4 games, so
Yeah.
I'm not expecting that.
You've got Swepson as your overseas, and also, when he's fit now, Colin Ingram.
McIlroy in again bowls. Coles. He's gone behind. He's on his way, and McIlroy gets the breakthrough. Coles has gone, looking to cut that one away through backward point, but Chris Cook standing up takes a very, very fine catch indeed. Standing up to the stumps. I always believe that's the test of a true wicket keeper, when you can do that, and that is a terrific catch by Chris Cook. A wicket for McIlroy, and Sussex 172 for 6, and James Coles, who batted very nicely for his 35, is on his way. Sussex still needing another 186 to win, but now only 4 more wickets for Glamorgan to take. And a little weather update. I think it's a little brighter coming from where that weather is coming from. It just looks a little brighter in the distance, so maybe a good sign for Glamorgan. Ben has been in touch. He says, enjoying the commentary this afternoon. I hope the weather stays dry. I think Sussex have to try and win. The batters we have are capable of getting the runs required, but I'm not convinced they're able to shut up shop as they lack the experience. Carter, Coles, Hudson Prentice and even Ibrahim have made good scores and could do again today. Fingers crossed, says Ben. Ben, thank you for your email. Well, one of those James Coles has gone, and the new man making his way down the pavilion steps, I suspect.
Ibrahim?
I thought it might be Hudson Prentice, but let's just see.
I think it looks more like Hudson
I
Prentice.
do as well.
The incoming batter for Sussex is Dan Ibrahim.
Oh, okay. Well, we got that completely wrong, didn't we? I wonder whether they might have said Hudson Prentice up the order with his little bit of experience. or more experience certainly. So 172 for 6, and a very fine piece of wicket keeping by Chris
Was
Cook.
an excellent catch. No, surely now they'll call off the intended chase.
Well, I think Ben makes a good point actually. That in the event of the weather not intervening, have the tail got the experience to hang on, or do you just Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Shipley and Carson, of course, will be coming in at 10.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Carson's got a top score of 80 odd.
250s in the last.
Yeah,
50 in the 40.
Shipley can make runs, so there is batting to come. So they may just feel that attack is the best form of defence in some way.
Yeah, it is.
It is Dan Ibrahim. Who's
Look at that leg side field.
Yeah.
Never quite seen anything like it.
No.
It's a man straight, short mid on, to his right, another man to his right, another man to his right, another man. You can picture that.
Well, in comes McElroy. The taff end bowls, and Ibrahim is forward to a ball of good length, punches it to that straightish mid on, there is no run. So they're almost in an arc from square leg, 4 of them in a quarter of a circle. So you've got a square leg, almost 2 mid wickets, and a mid on, 4 men in an arc.
Yeah, 2 for 35. McElroy off 18 overs in the first innings.
Yeah, well,
and,
credit to Carlson here, Edward. He's
captaincy.
he switched the bowling around. McElroy in again bowls. Ibrahim forward, plays that to mid off, no run.
Ibrahim first innings was LBW to Harris for 5, the one that kept low. So Glamorgan will be keeping an eye on the weather.
They will, but at the moment, Edward, it looks like it's a little brighter, I think, away to our left. But
I think we'll not look again.
no, it's a shame that we have to bring that in as
Andrew Salter.
another change of bowling. So he's, we said this at the beginning of the day, that Carlson just gives me the impression of the sort of skipper who likes to change things around, and he's not prepared to let things drift for too long.
And he's not afraid to do what others have done. He'll go in at short leg. Admittedly, he dropped the catch last night. He'll open the batting, as he's done successfully in the 20-over game. And imaginative field placing.
I'll be very impressed. I think he's,
Yeah. Anyway, Salter comes back instead of Swepson. And he comes in now and bowls the first ball. And Carter just goes back and pushes it back. 2 new batsmen. Carter on 8, Ibrahim yet to score. And a good afternoon session for Glamorgan. It was 2 down at lunch as the next ball is bowled. Pushed back down the pitch again. Any thoughts of a chase, I think, have been put one side now.
Well, that's a lot of runs for a final 4 wickets to pick up, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think, I hate to say, I can see some
187.
drops of rain. I hope I'm wrong.
Salter bowls. Oh, rash shot by trying to cut the off spinner. And he missed.
Yeah, I thought I could see a few spots of rain on the wind on the box at the end, and they say from previous rain. I hope it's not raining.
No, I don't think it is.
No umbrellas up, which is the good
It's
news.
the dirty windows. Salter blowing quite intelligently here. Draws the batsman forward, giving it plenty of air. And that's his figures. Nearly 11 overs, not for 14. Salter bowls and Carter goes back on his stumps, plays it out into the covers. The solitary fielder there on the offside in that area. And who is it but that little man again?
He is. Yeah, he is.
Carlson.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over from Salter. He's over the wicket and bowls again. Just a push, no run. A maiden 172 for 9.
In terms of points so far in this match, Edward, because neither side has picked up a batting
3.
bonus point, have they?
They need another 16, don't they?
You know, so I mean, absolutely. So if this game is drawn, they'll both pick up 8 in total.
Yeah.
Which
Won't it'll be the same as they started, because Sussex is second.
It will. I mean, the pack will sort of close up a little bit more, but it's.
But having said that, there has not been a win, is it, in this round of championship matches?
You're right.
I don't think there'll be a result at Headingley.
No.
I think Leicestershire's batsmen with 4 down are good enough, perhaps, to hold out at home. And Worcestershire only 4 down, or are they more?
Yeah, no, they're still 4 down. In comes McElroy, racing in from the River Taff end, bowls to Ibrahim, who plays to backward point. There is no run. They're back on at Leicester. So Leicester won 48 for 4. So if you're thinking time-wise, they're similar to here. So maybe 40 overs or so left in the match. So, but Durham really, I think the feeling is that it's going to be Durham and another going up, isn't it? At this stage, Durham have won 4 games.
Oh, I mean, too strong a side, Adrian. That's the way I look at it. Very strong, excellent side.
McElroy in bowls. Ibrahim defends.
I like there's such a positive move when Glamorgan played up there. Potts was pulled out because of the Test match. Cass, the quick bowler, was injured.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they've gone in. First division, no messing. Craig Miles comes as a replacement on a loan for a couple of games, and then Delede, is it Delede, the quick bowler?
Yeah.
They included him, and he took a 5-4. They're a good club.
McElroy in bowls. Ibrahim is forward. A little uncertainty, it has to be said. The ball hits the thigh pad and bounces out into the offside. There is no run.
And they've got an excellent chief executive in Marcus.
Marcus North.
Marcus North, formerly of this parish, and they seem very well run. Do you remember when they were fined by the ECB some years ago?
Yes.
Why weren't Yorkshire fined? I hope so.
In comes McElroy, bowls. Ibrahim is forward, plays the ball down the ground, and alludes that Carlson, who throws himself at the ball, but it's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice shot by Dan Ibrahim, just drills the ball down the ground.
Well timed.
And picks up a boundary. His first runs, he goes to 4, the total 176 for 6. Sussex still needing another 182 to win.
I thought it was an astonishing decision when Durham, they had these problems financially. And they said, you're not managing your books properly.
Yeah, that was all about, several seasons ago now, wasn't it? McElroy in a game, bowls. Ibrahim forward, plays to Carlson, who's in that very straight mid-on position. There is no run, so tea will be in about 25 minutes. If you look to your left, Edward, where the weather is coming from, that...
I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, Nick said that's Caerphilly Hill, and you can see...
Caerphilly Mountain, yeah.
We can see it clearly now.
Good. That's always a good
sign.
A sign that the weather has improved.
Yeah.
And this is a good match, isn't it?
It is a good match, yeah. I mean, Glamorgan in the driving seat. 4 more wickets needed. McElroy in bowls. Ibrahim turns this to square leg. There's a big ooh and an ah, end of the over. So, 40 overs remaining in the match. Sussex needing 182, so they need to score 4.5 and over, which if you had 7 wickets in hand, you might think, quite fancy having a go at that. But they haven't.
If they had a restricted field, only 4 in the outfield.
But you haven't. They've only got 4 wickets left. But I think Glamorgan will be pleased that Sussex haven't completely shut up shop at the moment. They're picking up the runs where they can. But the other thing I was going to say as well, that it could be, if it goes deep into this, it could be another new ball comes into play here.
22 overs, yes.
Yeah.
The way these spinners are rushing through.
40 overs left.
Salter starts a new over. Oh, that's too short, but he doesn't time it as he pulls it to short mid-wicket. 176 for 6 then, chasing 359, which is a long way away, as Andrew Salter, who's been very economical, he had to take a wicket though, comes over the wicket and bowls. That's played away down to deep extra cover, and they will get a single.
Looks like a review in the test, or have England picked up a wicket? I think they have. 160 for 3, is that?
Oh, I think that's outside. Oh, it's high, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. It's high. It's going over the top.
So England have used up a couple of reviews, I think.
Have they?
Yeah.
I must get into this tonight when I get home and watch the highlights.
I think Smith had one, the court behind, that they reviewed, and...
Salter to Ibrahim, first time he's been down that end, bowls to him, and Ibrahim is forward. Rushing through these overs.
No, they are.
Plus,
Absolutely.
what is it? It's
plus 11 on the over rate.
Salter bowls again, an identical prod from Ibrahim.
Because generally speaking, Edward, you would get to 20 to 4, 32 overs left in the day, and they're going to just about do that,
Yep.
because they've been bowling these overs so quickly. What if we might see a bit of Swepson again before tea?
Or after tea, I wonder. Salter bowls. Oh, down the pitch. He's a very fortunate
he
young
is.
man there.
He is.
For some reason only known to him, he's not going to go for 4 no, just stopped back inside by Bevan. He went charging down the pitch, and fortunately for him, got a thick, well, I know it was very thick, outside edge. Oh my word, if he'd missed that, he would have been curtains. And
Yeah.
not the shot to play, young man, when you're trying to save a game.
Well, you see, that sort of shot makes you think as well. They've still got half an eye thinking, well, actually, if it's there, we're going to have a go for it.
Anyway, they got 3. Carter will now face, and he's on the walk down the pitch. Nervousness, possibly, young players.
Well, it's keeping it entertaining, isn't it?
It certainly is. End of the over, 180 for 9. 179 to win. And we've got 20 minutes before you will be tasting cakes again, young man.
I'm looking forward to that, but yesterday's were a delight. Now the umpire's made a signal towards the dressing room. I'm not quite sure. Where do the scorers sit here, Edward?
Do you see the dressing room, right at the very end, a little square
Oh, right.
box?
Next to that yellow sign that's advertising a brand of cider, I think. That's what it is.
That's it.
Okay, that's where they're based. We are going to see Swepson back into the attack.
Interesting, because he's just taken the wicket.
Yeah.
2 overs ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, slip at a short leg.
And Ibrahim looked a little bit out of touch against Swepson. Well, a few of them did, but he's waving his arms now, Swepson, and ready for the next battle.
Yeah. And the
21 overs, 3 for 62.
Yeah, and the light is good. So slip, short leg, silly mid off. There's a ring of 4 on the offside. A backward point, a cover which is a little deeper, but still saving one. Extra cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket. As in comes Swepson, bowls, and Ibrahim clubs that away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Too short from...
A little loosener.
Yeah, Swepson and Ibrahim very quick to get onto the back foot and slam that one away through the covers, and Swepson responds by sort of wheeling his arms above his head to say, oh, I was a little bit stiff when I bowled that one.
In days gone by, on 3-day matches, you'd often see sporting visiting captains tossing it up if somebody was chasing this and say, get in touch, nearly.
And then we'll shut the door.
Well, no, and then you've got to keep on going, haven't you?
Yeah.
And they try and keep on going and get out.
Well, that was one of the great things I used to love about the cricket we used to play, the village cricket I played in, that it was all about bowling sides out to win games, and you'd have to dangle the carrot,
Yep.
and in doing so, players would get out, and some you won, and some you not. You've got to be prepared to lose a game, Edward, but...
That beautiful little ground at Abergavenny. Worcester once left, Glamorgan. I'll just break off for you.
Swepson in bowls, and Ibrahim's at it again, trying to drive through that offside, but there is no run.
406, I think it was, to win, and they ended up on 403 for 9.
Oh, what a great game.
Because Phil Neal, the captain, then kept on tossing up some rubbish, and then the chase was back on.
Swepson from the River Taff end in a bowls. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, is he going to be caught? Oh, what a horrible way to get out. That's a horrible ball, horrible shot, and Daniel Ibrahim is on his way, and that is a real gimme. That was a long hop down the leg side, and Ibrahim trying to pull it away on the leg side. He top-edged it. It's caught by Al Hassan running in from square leg, and I'm afraid that's a very, very poor dismissal.
He won't want to see that again.
He will not want to see that again. That probably should have...
Top edge.
Yeah, and he's out. Well, Swepson, and again you've got to credit Carlson because he's changed the
I thought
bowling.
you might say that.
And again, he's picked up a wicket, but Dan Ibrahim has gone, and as I say, he won't be too proud of that shot. Well, Dan Ibrahim, he goes for 11, and wanders back to the pavilion, and Sussex are now 7 down, and they've got if the weather holds here, Glamorgan will feel they're in with a very good shout of winning this game.
That's the sort of shot where years ago, when the old strict amateur captain who'd sort of just come back from the war, didn't care much, he'd probably say when he got back in the dressing room, right, you drop for the next game. And that often happened,
Was a 4th wicket for Swepson, 4 for 66 to add to the what did you take in the first innings? 3, so 7 in the match.
Now, 2 batsmen to come in who played as well as anybody in Hudson Prentice and Carlson.
Yeah, so I mean, Hudson Prentice, Carlson, and Shipley can all bat.
Yeah.
So there's Sussex will still harbour hopes of hanging on here.
One eye on the weather. You've been on one way in the test match, you're looking this way.
A little bit of both, to be honest. The weather looks okay. That hill in the background is as clear as you like now. In terms of the test, I can tell you that Australia are racing along. 173 for 2, Smith 36, Labuschagne 37.
They might well make England pay for failure at Edgeworth.
Well, they're going over 4 over here, Australia.
Buzz ball.
Yes, Australian style.
Australian style.
Yeah. So,
Weather's bright.
it is. No, it is. It definitely is. Almost. I'm not saying the sun's out, but almost.
I think a call to Mrs. Bevan might be in order, T.
Okay. Yeah, to see. Well, perhaps we don't want to know though, because if your good lady says it's raining, then you might be on edge for the rest of the game.
No, I'm not on edge at all. Such a good game of cricket. The new batsman is Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, and it's going to be Mitchell Swetson, who's coming in from the River Taff end. Bowls. Ooh, and Hudson Prentice. He didn't know where that had gone, did he? He was looking to play. He played forward, and without too much conviction, the ball is fielded off his own bowling down the offside of the pitch. The sun is almost out, Edward.
Quarter of an hour to go before tea. 5 wickets have fallen in this session.
Been a good session for Glamorgan. Swepson again. In and bowls. Full toss. Hudson Prentice steers that through the onside. They take one. They'll think about. They need to get a move if they're going to come back for the second. And Vander Hookton made as if to shy at the stumps. In the end, I think that was the correct decision. Not to come back for a second run. For the record, Sussex needing another 173 to win.
Forget that, I think.
I think so, in 38 overs.
And they'll try and bowl this ball so that Carter doesn't get a run, because it's the last ball of the over.
Swepson, 3 or 4 paces. Bowls, Carter, 4 nudges onto the race. Oh, crumbs, what's he thinking of? That was extraordinary.
The nerves have gone.
Ollie Carter set off for a single. He went straight to the field. I think Finn Hudson Prentice was horrified at the non-striker's end and sent him back rightly. So no single taken. Just the fact that Carter was looking for the run made me think, well, perhaps they haven't given this up. 185-7. Hudson Prentice 1. Carter is on 9.
Statisticians amongst us and should have said, take note of how many times that Carlson has changed the bowling, and either in the first or second over, after he's changed, there's been a wicket.
Yeah, well,
it happened certainly with McIlroy.
Yeah.
You know, Harris last night with Swepson, he wasn't long on, and Salter is going to continue, and he will be bowling at the new batsman Hudson Prentice. He's on 1.
Yes, I'm going to disappear because I'm afraid I need to do an update. I'll see you a bit later, Edward, when you got the cakes.
Right. Yes. Okay. I don't think I'm going to partake of cakes because I'm going out tonight. So to fill myself up. Exciting times, Nick Webb.
Indeed, and unlikely possibilities as Salter bowls and reverse sweep gets a single run to Hudson Prentice. 186 for 7. It's not that often that you see sides changing tactics from block to bash mid-innings, but that's what Sussex appeared to do this afternoon as Salter bowls on the back foot. Carter pulls it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Because McAndrew is obviously elevated with an eye to getting on with it, which he duly did, 42 off 40 balls. As Salter bowls back on his stumps goes Carter and nudges one past short leg, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. There's a lot of sliding going on in the outfield as Tom Bevan goes flying there. 188 for 7. Still 171 runs needed for an improbable victory. Glamorgan need 3 wickets for a victory that looked fairly improbable at lunchtime with only 2 down. Salter bowls and Carter steps back and pulls, doesn't time it to mid-on. no run.
A little gamble here if Salter doesn't take a wicket. Get Tim van der Houten back just for 1 or 2 before tea if they'll have time.
Salter bowls and steps back, cracks it through the offside, does Carter. There's a sweeper now in Ul Hassan on the boundary in front of the pavilion, and it's just the single taken, 189 for 7. So it's been a very interesting afternoon.
Didn't expect it, to be honest.
No. Salter bowls and that shoots, and Hudson Prentice chops down on it and keeps it out at the last
Very
minute.
last minute, yeah.
189 for 7. We've got 11 minutes to go until the tea interval, 37 possibly remaining in the match if the weather holds out. There are just so many variable factors at the moment. Sussex looking as though they were going for it for the innings of McAndrew, and then Coles started to go for it as well, and now it seems to be reverting to plan A, block the heck out of it.
Well, they've got to block it for 37 if the weather holds, and that won't be easy against this gentleman, Mitchell Swepson, who's coming in out to bowl to Carter. Bowls the first ball, and Carter's forward tentatively, fielded at silly point. Swepson 22 overs and 1 ball, 4 maidens, 4 for 67. Then he comes again, tosses this one up, and he didn't know quite what to do with that Carter. Anyway, eventually he left it.
It's dangerous, you would have thought, for a bloke who bowls googlies and leg breaks.
Slip, silly point, short leg, keeper standing up. In comes Swepson, bowls again. Adventurous looking shot. He tried to hike that away on the onside, but didn't time it, and was fielded Ul Hassan yet again.
Yeah, it was a full toss. You get the feeling that Swepson, having bowled very tidily earlier on in the match, is now just experimenting a little bit more and risking the odd loose delivery.
Here he is again then. Bowls, Carter sweeps effectively this time. He's going to get 4 runs just backward of square. Vain chase there for Ul Hassan. Yeah, he might just be just a shade tired. He's like us all, had some jet lag after that 24-hour journey, and still getting over it. I was so fortunate, I know about you, it never affected me, the old jet lag.
I had it in Japan horribly.
Here's the next delivery, outside the off stump, and God has nothing to do with it. 1 ball left of the over.
Worse in Japan than visiting Australia.
Well, it's I was told once, just use their time, which I did. Last ball of the over. Oh, and it's swept for another boundary. Catch was the yell, but Ul Hassan then had no chance of getting that. So 2 boundaries in that over. Carter moves on to 20, 187 for 7. 161 runs needed. And we will get possibly 2 more overs before a cup of tea time.
Yeah, you would have thought so. Maybe even 3. Depends how firmly the ball is struck, because we've got 2 spinners on at the moment. Swepson's speeds varied in that over between 40.6 and 54.9 miles an hour, so he's certainly varying his speed considerably as the leg spinner. As Tom Bevan wanders over to the infield with an extra helmet. It's not going to be used at the moment. Deposited behind Chris Cook and Andrew. Hello? Oh, so there's going to be another bowling change. No, Van der Hoek, I think, is just polishing the ball for Salter.
Glamorgan would love to see this scenario. Nick has Sussex in the first innings, 203 for 7, 203 for 8, 203 for 9, 203 all out. I don't think it's going to be quite as easy as that.
No, because they've changed the batting order around as well, haven't
Come on,
they?
Andrew.
Andrew Salter is not in any particular hurry. Tim van der Hoek is still polishing furiously at the ball. There are
There's a little bit of gamesmanship, I wonder.
a short leg, a backward short leg, and a slip in the close catches as Salter bowls to Hudson Prentice, who comes down the wicket and lofts it over mid-on, and that will run away for 4 runs. So, are Sussex still going for it? We'd 4 boundaries in the last 3 boundaries in the last 4 balls.
Well, are they thinking, well, let's die in the court, we'll have a crack at it. Why not? What is the point? Well, the point is, letting Glamorgan get the upper hand. There's so many runs, 158.
Salter bowls, back goes
Hudson
batsman
Prentice,
Hudson Prentice, that's the chap.
59, first innings, of course,
Yeah.
play very well.
200 up with that 4 from Hudson Prentice. He's 6, Carter is 20 as Salter bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. If you are watching on the video stream,
Ignore.
don't take any notice of the run rate required figure. Salter bowls, hammered towards mid-on by Hudson Prentice, and well saved by McIlroy from
Poor
going
old
through for 4.
Andrew Salter must be wondering where's the first wicket of the season came. Last year he played in the first or second game and took 7 against Durham.
Salter bowls, reverse sweep will pick up a couple of runs for Hudson Prentice as he turns and runs back hard for the second run. The throw is wide anyway and evades Chris Cook. So 6 off the over, and
2 balls to go.
Sussex are now and again keeping up and even getting ahead of the required run rate, but it is still an awful lot of runs. 156 to win in 35 overs as Salter's in. Down the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, but then
Got well
blocks
inside
it.
Yeah.
To mid-wicket once he gets there. 203 for 7, so still signs that Sussex are going for
Hopefully.
the win, which will increase Glamorgan's chances of getting a win as well, you would have thought.
Yeah. 4 minutes to go. If Swepson rushes through this over, I might get another 1. And who is talking to whom? Umpire is talking to... Who's it short leg there?
Billy Root.
Has Billy been talking a bit? Oh, had a word with him, I don't know.
Well, we've got a powerful microphone, but we can't pick up the chat from the middle.
This could be the last over. It could not. It's Mitchell Swepson, and he is bowling to, or about to bowl to Ollie Carter, who's on 20. In from that river end, plays it away on the offside. There's no run.
71 for 2 at lunch. It's been a high scoring and wicket losing session.
So 16 overs after this, or 17 overs for the new ball. I think we can forget about that for a minute. Swepson bowls, and that's nudged forward out into the offside. Swepson just a little bit wearily walks back to his mark and comes in again and bowls to Carter. Carter back on his stumps, nudges it away. At this rate we will get another over because we're halfway through this one. And he comes again and bowls a quicker ball. An appeal for LBW, and I think he was the only one that appealed, or somebody.
Or catch at the wicket, maybe? Cook took off the bail, stumping. Anything you got, umpire?
Anything will do.
You don't have to say what you're appealing for, of course.
Pitched outside leg stump, so in comes Swepson again and bowls, and it's just pushed forward by the batsman. Some resistance coming from Ollie Carter and in Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice goes down to try and waste a little bit of time, but he'll have to waste a bit more than that. There's a minute and a half on my watch, but they're not going on that as the next ball is blocked. And I think they will have another over.
Yeah, Glamorgan jogging round with some intent.
No, they've got, what's the matter with me? They've got to have another two, haven't they?
No, it's 3:40 on time on the last day.
Is it? Oh.
So we're
A lot of overs left still.
34 remaining, weather permitting, for Sussex to get a further 156 runs. You have to add 1 to the figure that's on the scoreboard, which is the difference between the two sides. So 19 added for this wicket so far. And Salter to bowl with the short leg, the backward short leg and the slip, and a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. Driven firmly by Hudson Prentice to McIlroy at mid-on, and there is no run. So a really intriguing session with both sides having moments to enjoy. Glamorgan, though, will have settled for 5 wickets even if Sussex have accumulated 132 runs. In the afternoon session, as that is driven by Hudson Prentice to mid-on, slightly misfielded, but no run. So we had 2 down at lunch. Alsop was leg before to Harris for 14. Clark was leg before to Swepson for 42. McAndrew was caught. Carlson bowled McIlroy for 42 as well, off just 40 balls. Then 6th out was James Coles, caught behind, cutting at McIlroy for 35. And 7th down was Ibrahim, who tried to hit a Swepson long hop into the next parish and was caught at square leg. Hudson Prentice knocks one away towards mid-wicket for a single. 204 for 7. So, still the outside possibility of a Sussex charge. Glamorgan pressing for 3 wickets. The rain may come in. We hope it doesn't. Defended by Carter, the next ball from Salter. Last ball of the afternoon session coming up then. Commentary will resume at 4 o'clock or thereabouts. As Salter has another word with Van der Hochten, just making Ollie Carter wait a little bit to try and cause a little bit of consternation in the batter. He's played reasonably well so far, Carter, apart from an early hack, and he'll pick up a single off the last ball of the session. Sussex are 205 for 7. They need a further 154 to win. Glamorgan need 3 wickets to win, and there are 33 overs potentially remaining in the match. Thanks for joining BBC Sport Online, and we'll be back with you at 4.
I've got some tea time scores from the other matches taking place around the country. We'll start at Lord's. First day of the second Ashes Test. It's tea time there with Australia, 182 for 2. Both wickets there for Josh Tongue. Marnus Labuschagne is unbeaten on 43. News from the LV Insurance County Championship earlier today, victory for Lancashire, who beat Surrey at the Oval by 123 runs. This afternoon, Kent have also beaten Northamptonshire by an innings and 15 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire in their second innings are 149 for 3, leading Gloucestershire by 235 runs. Bandlight has brought an early tea at New Road, where Worcestershire are 196 for 5, lead still trailing Derbyshire by 145 runs. Bandlight has also brought an early tea in the other game, which is at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are 165 for 4, still requiring a further 274 runs to beat Durham. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the One Day International here on Friday the 8th of September, when England play New Zealand, and also on the official website details of the various matchday hospitality packages which are still available for the remaining home games here at Sophia Gardens, including those in the 100 during August. If you're still looking for a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. Alternatively, you can also visit the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until about 5 o'clock this evening. And in addition to selling the yearbook, it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Finally, don't forget that food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. Alternatively, you can get food and drink from the mobile unit underneath the Castell Power stand. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. to resume the Sussex second innings after tea. Ollie Carter and Finn Hudson-Prentice, and to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Mitchell Swepson.
So the rain thankfully has stayed away from Sophia Gardens, and we are all set for the start of the final session of this match. Sussex 205 for 7, and they need a further 154 to win at 4.66 runs an over in 33 overs, but with only 3 wickets in hand. The batters to come are Carson and Shipley, but they have 2 established batters at the crease in Ollie Carter, 21 not out, and Hudson-Prentice, 9 not out. It is Mitch Swepson to bowl the first ball after tea then to Ollie Carter, and Carter pushes forward. And we will see in the minutes to come whether Sussex have any intention in continuing their aggressive efforts of the latter part of the afternoon session, where
Will be interesting to see.
McAndrew and Coles went on the attack. As Swepson bowls, 4 runs to fine leg. Sussex are now 209 for 7. They need a further 150 runs to win after an afternoon session in which they changed their changed their tactics from defence to attack, but that allowed Glamorgan a better chance of taking wickets. There have been 4 for Swepson, 2 for McIlroy and 1 from Harris, and all results still possible here. Meanwhile, in the Test match, Australia 190 for 2 against England at Lord's. Here at Sophia Gardens, Sussex 209 for 7, 150 to win. As Swepson bowls and Carter pushes forward, and there is no run. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Adrian Harms, who sounds better when I turn his microphone on.
Well, we're going to be pleased that Sussex are still looking to chase this down.
As Carter pushes forward, out on the offside, no run.
I mean, it's what, Nick? It's a little less than 5 and over.
Yeah, it was 4.6 at the 6-6 at the interval.
It's just those 7 wickets down which are the issue for Sussex.
Swepson to bowl to Carter, who drives into the covers. It beats the infielder at cover, and they'll take a single as McIlroy runs round from mid-off, but that wasn't perfectly timed.
No, it wasn't, and it was almost a leading edge. It was in the air for a little while. It wasn't a chance, but it was a full shot. Look at Carlson, there he is, skipper, straight under the helmet, isn't he, in there at City Point?
Well, from the days when he was the youngest in the side, I guess.
Yep.
Still 25, one of the younger members. As Swepson in to bowl, and Hudson-Prentice plays it back to him. So 5 runs off the first over after tea, which is more than Sussex need. 210 for 7, 149 to win, 32 overs left.
Yeah, and in terms of the Sussex, the 2 to come, Jack Carson, who's got a top score of 86 in Championship cricket and a very accomplished player, and Henry Shipley, who has a top score of 70-odd. Playing over in New Zealand, can certainly hold a bat. So there is batting to come. I guess Sussex just need to see how this goes, really. If they can pick up 3, 4, 5 and over, and just see where they are with sort of 10 overs to go, if it goes that far. But every so often, every time Carlson seems to change the bowling, a wicket comes. So Glamorgan's still very much favourites. The weather looks okay at the minute. Let's hope it remains so for the next couple of hours. It's James Harris who's back into the attack from the cathedral end of the ground. In and bowls to Carter, who pulls onto the leg side, and he's going to get runs, and he's going to get 4 of them. It was too short from James Harris, and it was pulled away through the onside by Ollie Carter, who goes to 26. That's Sussex to 214 for 7, needing another 144 to win. So I don't think Carlson will be too worried about that. He'll be thinking, well, if Sussex still think there's game on, that gives opportunities for both sides. Elsewhere, in Division 2. There have been some interruptions for bad light and various other issues today, so I'll give you those scores in a minute, but for the time being it's Harris who's running away from us. Inham bowls and Carter drives down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So Leicestershire now 173 for 5, needing another 266. Well, they're not going to win against Durham, but Durham very much in the ascendancy there. Down at New Road, Worcestershire 197 for 5, still trailing Derbyshire by 144. That's just to avoid an innings defeat. So possibility of a result at New Road, and the game at Headingley looks like it's definitely going to be a draw between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. In comes Harris, bowls down the leg side. Carter rather misses out there. It was looking to flick that one away down towards deep backward square, but missed out. He rehearses the shot. Good take by Cook down the leg side. The field on that leg side, it's quite interesting. They've got a fairly fine leg. A deep backward square, who's about 10 yards inside the boundary, and a deep square itself. So 3 men, 2 of them behind square, 1 just in front of square on the leg side on the boundary. So that's an interesting field placing. Harris in again, bowls. Carter drives without timing to mid-off and then surveys the bottom of his bat. It sounded horrible as well, as if he hadn't timed it properly. And there is no run.
There have been a lot of shots that sounded horrible in this match, to be fair, haven't there?
They have, yeah, not too much has come out the middle of the bat. The rest of the field, there's a slip, backward point, cover mid-off. And then 2 men, a fairly straight mid on, a straight mid on and a straight mid wicket, as in comes Harris, bowls to Carter, who lets that one go. It's not taken cleanly by Cook. It was a horrible one. It bounced in front of him, and Ollie Carter's able to come back for a couple of byes. Doesn't matter how you get them. Sussex go to 216 for 7. Runs required now down to... Oh, crumbs, Nick, I can't see that. 142, so still
Yeah, add 1 to that figure.
Right, 143 to it. It's still an awful lot of runs that Sussex need.
At what point, though, did Glamorgan say, right, we're not going to win this, and put all their fielders out?
Yes, question.
Not for another hour,
I was going to
suspect.
say, not just yet. Harris on his way again, bowls, and forward comes Carter, plays into the offside, no run. So 6 runs coming off a bat over, which is a little more than Sussex need. It seems crazy we're talking about a run chase, really, but in the new era of cricket, and certainly Paul Farbrace has said Sussex are going to be positive in games, and Harry Carvelos, the bowler, echoed that last night. It didn't seem as if that was the case for a long time today, but suddenly Nathan McAndrew promoted up the order, gave it a bit of a bish and a bash. He made 42 in very quick time. And that sort of sets up, that got us to thinking that maybe Sussex hadn't given this up.
Well, Sussex were 73 for 3 in the 37th over, so 2 runs and over when McAndrew was hiked up the order to number 5. Shortly afterwards, they were 95 for 4 when Tom Clark went. But it has been a real back and forth contest today.
It has.
Swepson to Hudson Prentice, down the wicket, drives over, long off, and will get 2 runs because he didn't get all of it. McIlroy scampering back towards the boundary as the ball plugged.
It was a nice looking shot actually, wasn't it? Just playing the ball with the spin and lofting it over mid-off. Not quite timed.
Mid-off looks a little bit steeper than before. 218 for 7. Swepson bowls and beats Hudson Prentice with a ball that did rip a bit there, prodding forward.
Yeah, I reckon that turned a little bit as well. That was a cracking delivery.
Bit of turn for the leggy.
Yeah, he needs 3 of those, doesn't he?
And he comes, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who swings as a pill for anything you got.
Yeah, caught behind, I think.
LBW, caught behind, whatever.
Well, that was a wild swing, wasn't it, for Hudson Prentice? If he'd have nailed that, that would have gone many a mile, but I'm not quite sure it was quite there for that shot.
Certainly intent is still there now and again from Sussex. Swepson to Hudson Prentice, back on his stumps, defending, back to the bowler. Glamorgan will be reasonably happy at the moment to see these big shots coming still.
They will, definitely.
With 141 still needed to win. Swepson bowls his appeal that doesn't really get carried through.
No, the one person who didn't appeal was Chris Cook behind the stumps. Everybody else appealed, but not Cook.
There's a bit of turn, and that one must have been only just over the top of the stumps.
Yeah.
This Swepson's got Hudson Prentice in a little bit of trouble in this over.
It's a terrific over.
And he comes again, and the batsman drives, and it's well intercepted by a diving Carlson at short mid-wicket. And therefore, 2 runs off the over, 141 needed off 30 overs, which is pretty much what it was on the tea interval, 4.67 thereabouts.
Yeah, not far shy of 5 and over. Live cricket here on the BBC. Nick Webb, Adrian Harms, Ed Bevan, the other member of our commentary team. Well done to the fellas operating the Glamorgan stream. There's been excellent, lots of comments from our listeners down on the south coast this week. Could we even be in for an exciting finale here? 140 needed in 30 overs, but only 3 wickets remaining. The weather at the moment is looking okay. We were expecting some rain about now, but for the time being the clouds are relatively high. Let's hope it stays that way. In comes James Harris, running in from the Cathedral end, coming into bowl to Carter, who drives down the ground. Nice looking shot. He's going to get at least 1, and that's a good bit of fielding. Chasing across his Swepson, he prevented anything more than a single. Was that Swepson or Salter?
Yes, Swepson.
Or Swepson. Yeah, good bit of fielding. So just the 1 to Ollie Carter, who goes to 31, 219 for 7. Brings Finn Hudson Prentice on strike. 139 needed to win in 29 overs and 5 balls. Not quite such an attacking field for James Harris. There's just the 1 slip in place, but still that trap of 3 men set back on the leg side. Harris in. Bowl short, and Hudson Prentice is right in behind that. He plays the shot and then looks at those 3 fielders on the leg side. Probably just weighing up whether he's able to pull the ball over those 3 fielders, but the trap has been set. Carlson just marshalling his troops from cover. On the offside, there's a backward point cover and a mid-off. The 2 fielders on the leg side. There were 2 in a sort of very straight mid-on, but those 2 fielders have gone for Hudson Prentice. There's an orthodox mid-wicket and an orthodox mid-on. Harris in, bowl short. Hudson Prentice pulls onto the leg side. There's a cry of catch it, but it's fielded on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Very good bit of fielding as well. Throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Who was that? That was Salter out there on this occasion. Good bit of fielding. 1 to Hudson Prentice, who took on the short ball. He goes to 12. Sussex 220 for 7.
Well, that's the point of that short ball from Harris, looking to induce catches on the leg side.
Yeah, definitely. And now the field stays the same for Ollie Carter, so whatever plan there was, that seems to have been abandoned for the time being in terms of the 2 catches on the leg side. Harris' very straight approach to the wicket. In and bowl short. Carter pulls onto the leg side, and it's just a single to that fielder at deep backward square. 1 more to Carter. He goes to 32.
Good news is that the Met Office forecast has modified to only a 20% chance of rain at 5, 50% at 6, which means we may well get through to the conclusion of this game.
So that's gone back, what, a couple of hours, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was looking at about sort of 4 o'clock earlier on, so that's good news. Harris in a game bowls. Well pitch, he knocks out the middle stump. Finn Hudson Prentice is gone. What a sight that is for a fast bowler. It was a terrific piece of bowling right up in the block hole. Hudson Prentice played around it. He's lost his middle stump, and that's a vital blow for Glamorgan. Finn Hudson Prentice goes for 12, and Sussex now 221 for 8. Glamorgan needing 2 more wickets to wrap up victory.
A very full ball from James Harris. It probably just about passed the bat on the full bounce before it got to the stumps, but through the gate it went. Hudson Prentice has gone, and 29 overs remaining, with just 2 wickets in hand now for Sussex. That taking about 9 overs to come, that particular dismissal, with Hudson Prentice and Carter together. And we've got Carson and Shipley to come for the visitors.
And the new man coming out looks as if it is going to be Jack Carson, I would imagine, as Finn Hudson Prentice makes his way up the pavilion steps. Way to our left hand, somewhat dejected. He's out for 12. Top scored in the first innings for Sussex with 59.
I wonder if that just got in his mind, the trap with the 3 fielders out on the leg sides, more or less all behind square.
Yeah.
Well, they can't have 3 behind square, but 1 was just in front of square. And so the batter thinks, right, it's likely to be short, Oak.
Yes.
There it is, up at the toes.
Quite possibly. Interesting chat going on up there. I don't know whether Ollie Carter and Kieran Carlson know each other from somewhere, but they're out there having a quite a long natter in the middle. All looks very friendly and amiable, which I'm sure it is. There's quite a bit of age difference between them. Ollie Carter's just 21. I think you said Kieran Carlson
25, I think.
Yeah, so whether they know each other perhaps from playing. I know Ollie went and played some cricket in Australia during the winter. I don't know whether they've come each other. Anyway, who knows, but they were having a little natter there while they waited for Jack Carson. It does take a long time for players to wander out from the pavilion here at Cardiff.
Yep.
All the way from the balcony at the top, they come right their way through to the steps. So we get 2 or 3 minutes delay every time a wicket goes down. But James Harris is doing a really good job here. 2 for 31 from James Harris, and 2 important wickets that are Tom Alsop. I think, it's not sour grapes in any way, because, Glamorgan have done really well here, but the Alsop dismissal did look as if he was a little unlucky, let's say that. But no doubt about the Finn Hudson Prentice one, absolutely bowled with stumps out of the ground. Here comes Harris again to bowl to Jack Carson. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Carson is forward. That's a good delivery by Harris, right on the money. He draws a clause from Chris Cook. It's the end of the over. Good over from James Harris. He has bowled 7 overs. No maidens taken, 2 for 31. He gets a good round of applause from the sparse crowd here at Sophia Gardens. But, or Sophia, I should say, 221 for 8. 29 overs remaining. Sussex need 137, so 137 off 29 overs. You would think, well, that's on. The problem is they've only got 2 wickets left.
Yeah, in terms of LBW decisions, I think they do tend to balance out, hopefully over the course of a match and definitely of a season, because Ul Hassan got given to Jack Carson with one that I thought was sliding down leg side. Likewise, Alsop's dismissal by Harris may have been sliding down leg side.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think over the course of a season you win some, you lose some, don't you? So that's very much the way it is.
Swepson from the River Taff end to Carter, who steps back and cracks it straight to short extra, no run.
Duncan is listening in a dull Kent, and he said, I agree with you, Adrian. The Glamorgan stream have been doing a great job. So well done, fellas. Next door in the box next to us.
As forward pushes Carter, gets a thick outside edge down to backward point, no run.
And the other good news from a Sussex point of view is that Steve Finn has apparently told Test match special. He's up at Lord's this week, I think, that he'll be fit for a second 11 game a week on Sunday. So there we are, that's some news for Sussex supporters.
Swepson bowls, Carter drives back to him, and there's no run.
Hasn't played all season, Steve Finn, with this long-term knee injury.
Steve West says he's thoroughly enjoying recuperating from a bit of medical treatment with 4 days of excellent cricket. As Carter's hit on the back leg, but it was going down.
Yeah, don't go back. That's not a good way to play.
Rhys Jenkins posts a picture of him listening in the Verona Arena. I'll tell you about it after this, between overs. As Swepson bowls, Carter pushes forward, and there's no run. Lovely place, the Verona Arena. I saw some opera there once. No, I'm not an opera fan, but it's a magnificent occasion. 2:21 for 8 as Swepson to finish his over. The 70th of the innings finds Carter pushing forward. That is the end of the over. 28 remain, 138 runs, 2 wickets to win. Rees says, and proves it indeed by his picture, sporting a small plaster on the nose, having walked into a glass sliding door of an ice cream shop earlier. Nothing broken, just embarrassment. You could say it was a sliding doors moment. Boom.
Very good.
After the film. Yep. In another world, he didn't get a bang on the nose. So, 28 overs, 2 wickets, 138 runs. Fascinating equation. That was a maiden by Swepson, by the way.
Yeah.
Leicestershire have lost another couple in their battle for survival against Durham.
Yes, that would be Durham's 5th win of the season. There's still a little way to go in the championship, but they look almost nailed on if they were to win there. In comes Harris, bowls up on his toes. Is Carson, plays that defensively into the offside. There is no run.
Leicestershire 180 for 6, having lost Mulder and Scriven in quick succession. Peter Hanscom is still there, 76 not out. Joined by Chris Wright, who'll be joining you, Sussex.
He will.
Next season.
Yep, together with Danny Lamb. So 2 new arrivals down at Hove for next season. Paul Farbrace clearly with a chance to have a look at the squad for this season, is very actively getting in recruits. In comes Harris bowls and Carlson is forward down the onside. There is no run. I'm just looking at the Caerphilly Hill, which is starting to disappear slightly. I do hope that it's not going to rain, but that's the direction that the weather has been coming from. And it is, we want this to finish as a game of cricket. We don't want the weather to intervene. That would be a great shame.
Some Sussex listeners may disagree.
Yeah.
It's being very sporting of you, Adrian.
Yeah, it is. But, in comes Harris. Runs into Carson. And Carson, does he glove that behind? No, he doesn't. He was looking to pull it on the leg side. Interestingly now, Nick, Carlson has changed the field again. He's got a fine leg and a deep backward square. Well, no, a deep square leg. Then he's got almost a backward square leg, a short leg and a mid-wicket, so it's very much an onside field. He's got a 6-3 field. The only fielders on the offside are a slip, a backward point and an extra cover. So he's obviously looking for the short delivery here, James Harris. Well, I'd say obviously, he did that Finn Hudson Prentice and then bowled one in the block hole and knocked out his middle stump. In again, bowls, Carson is solidly forward, plays that to mid-on, fielded by Van der Hoogten, and there is no run.
I think what's important for Glamorgan supporters to note today is that they have got this far without a contribution in this innings from Tim van der Hoogten, who has been the spearhead of their attack and by some way their best bowler in a lot of matches, along with Nisa earlier on. But today it's Swepson 4 wickets, Harris and McIlroy 2 apiece.
Yeah, always good when you don't need to rely on your strike bowler. In comes Harris, bowls right up in the block hole, clipped by Carlson to mid-wicket, fielded by Carlson. There is no run. I can see McIlroy warming up at backward square or short fine leg where he's fielding. The runs have dried up now, haven't they? And I just wonder, with 27 overs left after this one, 137, so the run rate is now up around 5, but just those 2 wickets remaining.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice was 12 off 24 balls, so I think the victory surge probably went with Ibrahim's departure.
In comes Harris, bowls short. Carlson chips that onto the onside, and he's going to pick up at least a couple of runs, I would imagine. Sort of very quickly round the boundary, pulls the ball up inside at deep backward square. Carlson is on his way. The ball was in the air just for a little while, and hopes briefly raised for Glamorgan, but it's the end of another Harris over, who's bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 33. Sussex 223 for 8 at the end of that over, with Carson on his way with 2. Carter is on 32. Sussex needing 136 to win in 27 overs.
Worcestershire continue to resist at home to Derbyshire. They're 207 for 5 in their second innings. Just needing to bat that game out, basically, because they're still a long, long way behind Derbyshire, who Glamorgan have yet to play in the Championship.
Same here. Yep.
Really? Swepson into Carter, who defends to short leg.
Yeah, Derbyshire at home week after next, and then we've still yet to go to Derby, so...
That must be an odd schedule for the Midlands. Playing two teams, Glamorgan and Sussex, twice each in their last 7 games, isn't it, for them? They're one behind. Swepson bowls, and Carter looks to sweep and just sort of grubs the ball a couple of inches behind him. Not quite sure what that came off, but you'd think he'd be into the realm of kicking them away, Carter, outside leg stump by now.
I agree.
Which is allowed to do as Carter drives back to Swepson, no run.
I noticed Van der Hookton was warming up just now, Nick, so I wonder whether that might be another point. McElroy was also warming up.
Here are the 5 bowlers used by Glamorgan in this innings. Swepson with a loopy delivery and a bit of a grunt, and Carter ignores all the hoopla and defends it. 5 balls, 4 balls gone, and all of a sudden the field converges.
Yeah, I think they fancy having I think Van der Hookton fancies having a crack at Carson here.
So all of a sudden it's a single saving field with 4 or 5 bowlers, fielders coming in simultaneously as that's the 5th ball, dot ball. Marnus Labuschagne is 45 not out, Steve Smith 42 not out. Australia 194 for 2 in the test. Swepson into bowl. Carter is forward defensively, not trying to take the strike. So Glamorgan definitely there in the business of trying to bowl at the number 10 batter, even though he's respectable as tail-enders go. 223 for 8, 26 overs remaining. I think we can now decently forget about the 136 runs to win.
Yes, I would agree. But for the time being, it is going to be James Harris who's carrying on. Tim van der Hookton was definitely sort of getting himself warmed up at the far end, unless he's just trying to catch his skipper's eye. Harris, 8 overs, 2 for 33. Weather update, well, it's still relatively bright. I can see the hill in the distance, so that's good news as far as Glamorgan are concerned. But they'll want to wrap this up as quickly as they can. In comes Harris, over the wicket bowls to Carson, who defends onto the onside, fielded there in at shortish mid-wicket by Kieran Carlson. And there is no run, just the one slip in place. And just 2 men on the offside. There's a backward point and a mid-off. Then 3 fielders on the leg side, all between square leg and mid-wicket, all in catching positions. A mid-on, 2 men set back on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep square. As Harris, the cathedral end, is in the bowls, and Carson's beaten outside the off stump. That's a really good delivery by James Harris. Jack Carson beaten outside his off stump. The ball goes through with good carry through to Chris Cook.
Yeah, don't always see that in this match. The ball going through with a bit of zip to the keeper, waist high.
Well, it was a good pace, wasn't he, James Harris? I thought he was always very impressive in whenever he seemed to play against Sussex for Middlesex. He always seemed to make runs and take wickets.
This is probably his best match with the ball this season.
Right.
He really has stepped it up. He hasn't bowled with a huge pace at sometimes this season. I don't think Glamorgan necessarily want him to all the time anyway.
But I can do my update, sorry.
Adrian suddenly realises the time as Harris is in to bowl, and that's whacked through mid-wicket for a single by Carson, so he will get off strike. With 3 balls gone in the over, and the total progresses gently to 224 for 8. So, since tea, Sussex have lost Hudson Prentice, bowled by Harris for 12. For Carter, there's just a short mid-wicket and one slip as he drives Harris to cover. Swepson fields. No run. I think he felt that one, Swepson. It was one of the more firmly hit shots of the day. We've been saying quite a lot that ball is not travelling well off the bat in this game. Right, more changes in the field, and Glamorgan go after 4 balls of the over to single saving mode. They want to bowl at the number 10 bat. Harris in to bowl, and Carter blocks that one to mid-off. 32 not out to Ollie Carter. 3 not out to Jack Carson. 224 for 8. Sussex back firmly on the defensive after flirting with a dash at the target of 359, which always seemed an optimistic strategy, but certainly McAndrew and Coles put a few doubts in Glamorgan's mind in mid-afternoon. Harris, last ball of the over, a push and run, and there's a peel. Has it flicked the wickets on the way through? Yes, it has. The bail is off, and it has gone away for 4 overthrows as well, one of the unfairest laws in cricket. Billy Root had a shy at the wickets. It was a dodgy quick single from Ollie Carter, but he was ruled to have got home, and Root was interested there. He hit from absolutely side on. It was a superb piece of fielding.
I'm just looking, Nick, at the overs, 73. Do you reckon that perhaps, I was about to say that, and who's coming on, but McIlroy, they were keeping McIlroy and Van de Gooten for the new ball, but it looks as if one of Glamorgan's opening bowlers is going to bowl with the old ball. But it's all very tense here.
Good decision, by the way, from umpire Adnan, looking back at the replay as Carter went full length into the dirt and needed to put in the dive to do so, but excellent piece of fielding as wow, there wasn't much in that. That would have been a rock and roll on the TV umpire, but I think he was right, Mr. Adnan, and certainly couldn't give it out with the naked eye.
As if Carter didn't trust Carson, who was a very capable batsman, against whoever was coming at the other end, which is a bit strange. But he nearly went there. Wicketkeeper Cook is going to stand up to McIlroy, who's bowled really well in this game. And here he comes from the River Taff end and bowls. And that is played forward by Carter, who, with Carson and Shipley, will try and block the last 25 overs out here. And you just don't know with this weather. Some moment it's bright, then it goes dark. It's all very tense, really.
Yeah, Sussex could get a hand from the rain or the light at any point as well, so Glamorgan will be desperate to finish it off as ASAP.
Round the wicket comes McIlroy. That's dropped. Was it dropped? It's a difficult catch. Very difficult catch, and a terrific effort there by Billy Root at square leg. And we'll just have a look at the replay. It was short, it was pulled away, and Root made a valiant effort there to catch it. We'll have a chance to watch the replay as it comes now. Difficult to see from the replay, was he all that close to it, but he did get some into it, yes.
Yeah.
Brings a new batsman, Carson, who is on 3 down to the receiving end. And it'll be...
well, that's strange, the fact that they ran for that one.
Quite no, as I said, as if he doesn't trust Carson. Anyway, Cook has gone back now, interestingly enough. Standing back, one slip, in comes McIlroy and bowls. And this time Carson, he's a tall young man, and gets right forward to that and plays it back down the pitch. Certainly Glamorgan deserve to win this game, but if these two plus Shipley can hold out, then you'll say, well played Sussex for defending so stoutly. 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the drive on the onside, from square leg to very straight. In comes the next delivery. That's pulled. Oh, my word. Flirting with danger is Carson here.
More chalk for his cue. That came right off the bottom of the bat.
It did. Well, if he'd middle it, you think he might have hit it straight at square leg.
As it was, it was just toe-ended to silly mid-on.
He'd gone down and done a nervous bit of gardening. It's all on edge out there. Halfway through, well, 4 balls of this over gone. It's a good over from McIlroy, who comes bounding in round the wicket to right-handed Carson, and Carson is a big appeal for LBW, and not out, says umpire Bainton. I thought for a moment, but I didn't see Cook going up. It might have been caught. He got quickly out of the way, didn't he? That was mighty close, as you say.
May just have hit him outside, or was it on height?
High, perhaps.
On height, I think.
He is a tall man.
Given not out, but Carson in a little bit of trouble at the moment.
Last ball of McIlroy's over as he comes in, bowls. And again, he just goes half forward, plays away on the offside, and there's no run. It's a little bit darker. And still a lot of overs left here if it's possible to bowl it. 24 overs in all. James Harris gives his cap to umpire Adman. He'll continue to bowl at Carter, who's been very stubborn. He got 35 in the first innings. He's unbeaten on 38 now. And you feel that if Carter goes, then Glamorgan's chances would be very high. If Carson goes, they'll still be high. But they have, if the weather plays ball, got the advantage of a lot of overs left.
Matt Strong, who I presume is at the ground, says there are a few spots of rain around. Harris bowls and driven by Carter to mid-off, no run. Neil Thornycroft says great decision re the run out, but it was incredibly close, just adding to the excitement. I think Sussex listeners could do without that sort of excitement as Carter tried to pinch the bowling, and indeed did so successfully, but only by a matter of a few inches as he got home just before the ball struck the stumps. Harris bowls short down leg side, trying to tempt Carter. He just sways inside the line of it, having nothing to do with it. And there's no mileage at all in Carter playing hook and pull shots at the moment, is there? Because the leg side is so thickly populated, and the required run rate is going up rapidly. Harris into Carter and plays that on the leg side. Ball trickles out to mid-wicket and there's no run. So 129 needed for victory.
I think you can forget that, Nick.
At 5.5 runs and over or thereabouts. 23 overs after this one. 2 wickets standing. Begs the question, who would have benefited had we not lost 15 overs to rain? Harris bowls and that one's grubbed through outside off stump, keeping low. Carter prodded at it, was beaten by it as it went through about half stump high.
It would be asked a lot of McAndrew and co to go keep on playing attacking cricket.
But if they hadn't been the 15 overs taken off, Sussex wouldn't have needed to score so quickly, and
I still think Glamorgan
they
would,
might have had a go at it, or a longer go at it than they did.
Yes, it's just survival now. That's all is on these batsmen's minds.
Harris bowls to Carter, who plays that to short mid-wicket. No run. One ball left of the over. They're already plenty saving the single, so we don't see the the surge of fielders coming in, and Harris might bowl a bouncer or something here just to keep Carter from taking the single, because last ball, the previous Harris over, we saw him almost run out. Carter, that is. Harris into Carter. There is the short ball, down leg side it goes, and Chris Cook goes down as if shot. He might have taken that one somewhere amidships, I think, as he went to block it on the second bounce. It was a horrible ball to take. He is helped up.
Now, I watched Harris there put his hands on his head when the ball went from his gloves. Don't think he might have got a glove or a touch on it.
He might have, but it didn't carry anyway.
No.
He might have just
Getting
got a
slightly
faint touch of
darker here.
glove.
The light's a little bit sharper and lighter, as Glamorgan will try to get this these last 2 wickets. As the bowling, no, there isn't. McIlroy will continue to bowl round the wicket at Jack Carson, who's been there for some time, and on 3. Now then, slip has been taken away. Wicketkeeper now is standing up also to Carson. All sorts of goings on here. 4 men on that onside, and if you do drive up, I would imagine you're gone.
It's an extraordinary field.
Anyway, here we go. Here's McIlroy in, bowls. Fielded there by Carson, who dives to his right at the far left of the 4 men on the drive. They're not silly mid-ons, they're more on the drive than anything else.
Clammy podcast boys saying who said we needed less county championship games. Well, very few of the people listening to this broadcast, I suspect. Labuschagne's gone in the test match.
In comes McIlroy, bowls, pushed again there by Carson, playing defensively. Marnus gone, is he? Yeah, he's nicked it to Mr. Bairstow.
I'll give you that in a minute.
Bowler.
Hang on, Ollie Robinson is the successful bowler. Labuschagne went for 47 of 93 balls, 7 fours. Steve Smith 43 not out. It's 198 for 3.
Well positioned. McIlroy bowls, short, cut away, 4 runs.
Yeah, just a desultory clap. Not that there's many in the ground at all, but they know that it's not hugely important.
Sussex here, are there? I wouldn't
There
have
have been for the first few days. I think you spotted a couple around, didn't you, Adrian? Yeah. Not sure if they're still with us.
There was a couple here certainly on the first 2 days I knew were coming down.
No, they've seen a good game.
Now, it's going to go on to the end.
McIlroy in, bowls to Carson again, and again he cuts, and again he gets 4 runs.
Well,
I'm a
yes.
little puzzled why Van der Gooten hasn't bowled. Okay, there's, what is this, the 76th, 4 overs to the new one. So who is he looking to? He looked to Van der Gooten to take the new ball. Will he give it to one of the spinners, perhaps?
Swepson?
Yeah, that was in my mind, especially if it gets a little bit darker.
So Van der Hoogten for once has bowled, well, he's bowled 11, McIlroy 12, Harris 10, so all more or less the same for the 3 seamers.
McIlroy in, bowled, this is pulled, shout of catch goes up, but it's only a single down to fine leg. And 1 ball left of the over.
A reminder, don't take any notice of the run rate required if you're watching on the video stream. That is not correct. It's over 5.
Field just goes back on the 1, just try and stop Carter getting a single of the last ball of the over. But Carson is a capable batsman, and I think he doesn't worry too much. McIlroy bowls, defended by Carter, who has full faith in his partner. End of the over, it's 239 for 9.
8.
8 rather. Academically is 119 runs needed off 22 overs. And I don't think it's a case of will Sussex get the runs, it'll be can Sussex survive, can Glamorgan take 2 wickets?
Or will the rain on our parade?
Yeah.
Van der Hochten with the old ball. I wonder if Glamorgan are going down the same line of Sussex as finding they're getting more joy with the old ball, because Sussex didn't take the new ball at all in the last Glamorgan innings.
So for once, Van der Hochten hasn't taken a wicket in this innings. Probably the only time this season. He took 2 for 31 in the first innings, and this geeky field continues. There was 3 this time. There was 4 for the other one, Van der Hochten from this end.
Van der Hochten bowls, and it's hit over backward square. It'll run away for 4 down to the scoreboard. So maybe a bit of a loosener, but Carlson latched onto it, and he moves on to 16. So he'll be grateful for those runs. Glamorgan will be grateful that they are still, with 8 wickets down, playing shots, Sussex.
Are they going for 115? Well, you've got 2 capable batsmen there. I think it's a case of, if it's a loose ball, I'm going to hit it for 4.
Yeah.
Rather than, going for it.
It was a loose delivery indeed. Van der Hochten bowls, that's better, and Carson is behind it defensively, and there's no run. It's just the required run rate has never got sort of completely outrageous.
No.
It's never got up to a run a ball, so Sussex thinking that they need a victory as well as Glamorgan, even though they're 10 points higher. Looking to get closer to Durham. Van der Hochten bowls, Carson gets in behind it.
It's slow coming off the pitch, isn't it? Very, very slow. And it's slow for the batsman to adjust as well. It's not easy there to drive, as you kept on saying over the last 4 days.
Van der Hochten from the Cathedral Road end into Jack Carson, who's caught by Billy Root at square leg, flicking one away on the leg side, and Sussex are 9 down, and Glamorgan are on the brink of victory. 2:43 for 9. Carson caught Root, bowled Van der Hochten 16.
How many times have we said today the change of bowling by the captain?
It was just back of a length, it was on leg stump, and Carson turned it away, and Root took a reasonably simple catch near the umpire, and hugs all round for the Glamorgan side, who sense that they are. On the screen we can see Bevan. They're excitable chaps, these Bevans.
Baton
hugging Neil Bainton for some reason.
He had his arm round his shoulder. Extraordinary. Well, Henry Shipley is the last man to come. The skies get a little bit darker. Sorry, I'm sounding pessimistic to any Welsh listeners. The trap worked there, doesn't it? They've been trying it for ages. And Shipley walks out to try and help Carter, who has been defiant, in fairness to him.
Tim van der Hochten weighs in with the wicket. Glamorgan at no point today have they really minded giving away runs, have they? There have been gaps in the field here and there, and it hasn't really mattered. So 21.2 overs, weather permitting, for Sussex to survive, or for Glamorgan to take this last Sussex wicket. And
he's I'm told, no mere
no, Shipley got runs in the last match.
Yeah, he can play, so...
So, 77th over of the innings. Skies not too bad at the moment. Van der Hochten with 2 balls of the over at the number 11, albeit a competent one.
Carter is looking up into the heavens, because Shipley is about 6'3" and Carter is about 5'5".
So, moments of hope for Glamorgan then, as they have got Sussex 9 down with an hour plus of the match left if it doesn't rain or if the light doesn't close in. And Glamorgan again have gone for the catchers grouped round the bat on the leg side. Van der Hoogten to last man Shipley. Balls short of a length. Shipley up on his toes, has got plenty of height there to play it down into the ground.
Swapson at the other end. If Shipley gets down there, what do you think?
We've got bowling.
Well, anything that Carson done has worked.
It has been a
Astonishing.
fine display of captaincy from Kieran Carlson today. Brought Van der Hoogten on to bowl with the old ball, and it's worked. Van der Hoogten bowls. Shipley defends on the leg side, and there is no run. 243 for 9, 21 overs left. The applause for Van der Hoogten getting the breakthrough, and frustrating really for Sussex, because every time they think they've got a little partnership going, 9, 10, 12 overs, Glamorgan managed to get a wicket from somewhere. It's about time we made it a less one-sided commentary, and Adrian can join Edward for the next minutes.
Right, here we go then. It will be McIlroy to bowl. Here we go again. Fields are out in the pastures and saying, take a run, Mr. Carter, please, so we can get Mr. Shipley. But Mr. Shipley and Mr. Carter are not so dull as that. No. In comes the first ball, pulled away out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, he made 40, looking at my records, 42 I think it was against Worcestershire in the last championship match, Henry Shipley, so he can bat.
Yes. They all can, Adrian, these days.
No, they can, quite right. But
it's brightened up.
Yeah, it has. Well, can we see the hill? Yep, we can.
Around, and he turns, McIlroy comes in, bowls, and this is played defensively on the offside, 2 balls gone. He obviously wants to keep the bowling as much as he does trust Shipley, though, Carter.
Yes, it was against Worcester. That was the only other championship game that Henry Shipley has played in. In the first innings, he made... I'll get the stats in a minute for you.
In comes the next ball. That's played up to deep extra cover. And they deny... not deny... They're not interested at all in a run.
He's actually top of the averages because he made 41 in the first innings against Worcester, and then 28 not out in the second innings. So he's averaging 69 out just the once. So he's a perfectly reasonable player.
In come the vultures.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, after 3 balls, there's 1, 2, 3, 5 saving one on the offside and 3 on the onside. Keeper standing up. Then comes McIlroy, bowled, played back down the pitch.
Well, so, if Glamorgan were to win this, it's a big win, Edward, because so few sides have won so few matches in the second division. That's what makes it such an important win if Glamorgan were to win this game.
Yeah.
And important as well, if Sussex can hang on, at least they'll feel they've taken 8 points away, which they'd have hoped for more, but it's better than 3, because that's where they stand at the moment.
In comes the next ball, and he's gone for the big hit. Now, are they going to let that go for 4? Or they should? I think that that's a bad move, really, because there's only 2 balls left, and Van der Hoogten, I thought, but if it had pulled up, they had nothing else to do. But tucking shot from Carter.
Yeah, it would take them
and
over.
At least we've got Shipley down this end for 1 ball.
So it's raining at New Road, so it looks like that's going to finish in a draw between Worcestershire and Derbyshire.
Leicestershire still holding out. Yeah.
Leicestershire are 203 for 8.
Oh.
So I think if Durham win that, that'll be
doesn't matter,
5 wins for Durham, and I think they're almost over the horizon. Aren't
Last
they?
ball of the over. Shipley waits.
Oh.
And clips it to mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over.
That was a full toss, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't want the run. So, we have 20 overs left. And forget about the 112 needed for victory. It's just a case of one straight ball that pierces a defence, so it's lofted into the air. And Glamorgan will have one as we approach 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, Leicestershire were actually third in the table before this round of matches. They've won 2 games. So Glamorgan, with a win here, would go above Leicestershire, if Leicestershire lose, and above Sussex as well, into second place. With 6 games to play.
Lots can happen in the next 20 overs here, but you would put your money, I think, on Glamorgan.
I can see Swepson is warming up again.
Swepson would be useful. And no thoughts, if that is the case, of a new ball.
This is interesting because Glamorgan have got no slips in place. They've got a very, almost like a diamond shape of fielders on the leg side.
It worked, didn't it, the last over?
Well, in comes Van der Hoogten, running away from us into bowl to Carter, and Carter defends back down the track. Van der Hoogten fields no run. So there's 3 men on the leg side boundary. There's a fine leg, a deep backwards square, and a deep square leg who's just in front of square to avoid the 3 men behind. And then 4 men in a diamond shape from sort of mid-wicket square leg, a deeper mid-wicket, and a mid-on, if that's a reasonable description. Then just 2 men on the offside. So it's a 7-2 field, Edward.
It is.
Van der Hoogten in bowls. Carter lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cook, no run. Weather update.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, hill still visible.
We have the latest weather from Adrian Arms.
Yeah. Well, rain is on the way, but it hasn't yet arrived. 1 more wicket is all Glamorgan need. They're tantalisingly close to winning this game. So still needing 112, which looks more and more unlikely. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Carter, who pulls down 2 deep backwards, picks up a single. He's gone for a shot, Ollie Carter. He goes to 42, 247 for 9, 100
And he has
needed.
subjected now Mr. Shipley for the last 3 balls.
Yeah.
Which he's obviously got confidence in him.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? He's there's no way you can really.
You can't defend and protect for 20 overs, can you, really?
No, far too long. You know, you might get to the last 3 or 4 and think, but by then, Shipley would be. I mean, one thing that might happen here, Edward, is that a new ball is available.
Yeah.
In 1.5 overs. I wonder whether Carlson will take it. Van der Hoogten in bowls, Shipley defends.
Well, he could take it with Shepson and Van der Hoogten, couldn't he?
Could, yes, absolutely could. I mean,
Nice hard ball for leg spinner.
Yeah. Would you take it
I would.
if you were skippering?
I would, because simply because it does move around. It might do something on this pitch. And again, as I say, the leg spinner will enjoy it.
We did wonder this morning whether the new ball may come into play.
Yeah, well, there's only...
Van der Hoogten in bowls down the leg side. It's a very good take by Cook.
wasted, yeah.
It was wasted down the leg side. A good diving stop by Chris Cook prevents any buys. But it was sprayed down the leg side. A bit disappointed with that. Or Tim Van der Hoogten, who wanders back to his mark at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. It's been a terrific game, though, Edward. You know,
It's been great, hasn't
a
it?
pitch that's, you know,
County cricket
quite
at its
slow.
best.
Yeah. And we had this with the Worcester game a few weeks ago, went right down to the wire. As is this one. Van der Hoogten in bowl, Shipley edges down to third man for 4 runs. In fact, they decided to run quite hard because for a moment I think they didn't think it was going to go for 4, but it does go for 4 down to third man. So Shipley is on his way. 250 up for Sussex, 251 for 9. So 19 overs left, 1 more wicket required by Glamorgan. Sussex requiring a highly unlikely 107 to win the game.
Something else, if you get to Sepson on, he'll run through his overs and give an opportunity of perhaps another over. He is coming on.
Yeah, and there's one more over, and then the new ball would be available for Glamorgan if they decided to take it. That hill is getting more and more shrouded in cloud, I hate to say,
Returning
but
to bowl at the river end, Mitchell Swepson.
It is, you're absolutely right.
yeah, it is.
I don't like the look of that at all, which will be real bad luck for Glamorgan.
No, it would. Yeah, it would.
Anyway, Swepson is in. Can he nick this last wicket? Here he is then, Mitchell Swepson looking for a 5-4, but most importantly a Glamorgan win. As he comes up to bowl to Carter, and Carter just blocks that away on the offside. Slip and a short leg. The others are out. Giving him the one if he wants it. As in comes Swepson, bowls. Just dead bats that away. So instead of 9 points, Glamorgan would be happy with 10 more.
Absolutely, they would.
Which they'll get if they do get this last wicket as the next ball. Oh my word! Is that a mis-stumping?
I think he came. I think it hit the pad and deflected wide of Cook.
What was he doing?
I've no idea. Dancing down the wicket, I think it hit the pad and ricocheted away. I don't think it was a mis-stumping. No.
Oh yes, absolutely. It hit it. Everybody was going down the leg side, and then it hit the pad, deflected it, and went down for a bye. And I'm a little surprised they took a single. 3 balls to go. The Vultures are in here. Short leg, bad pad, and 2 slips as Swepson comes in to Shipley. He'll have the long reach though, and he does go forward and pushes it away.
Strange shot though, wasn't it, by Carter? Just running down the pitch.
And had he not hit the, he'd have been stumped on the leg side.
He would.
Swepson comes up and bows to Shipley. Shipley is forward, plays it back down the pitch. Yeah, don't. Last ball of the over coming up, getting rather tense, not because plenty of overs left, because of the
weather,
threatening weather.
Yeah.
Swepson bowled, and
That turned.
that is very close.
Yeah, that definitely turned. Playing a miss, wasn't it, by Shipley? Oh yeah, look at that go. That did go.
Ripped. That did. 79 overs have been bowled. 80 have been bowled now then.
They're going to take it, I think. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he has taken the new ball.
Well, I think that's the right decision, isn't it?
You might get a bit of deviation, create a nick.
Yeah, I think that is the right decision. I think you don't want to maybe bowl 3 or 4 overs with the old ball, then decide to take that. If only we'd taken it earlier. I think that's the right decision. Easy to say from up here.
18 overs left.
Yeah.
2 slips come in, and Van der Gooten, one of the most successful bowlers in the second division this year, has got the new ball, and he will be trying his very best to get this wicket. Adrian.
Runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Carter. Carter defends straight down to mid-on. There is no run. There are 2 slips in place. 3 men saving one on the offside. A mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men set back on the leg side. He hasn't put a foot wrong here, Kieran Carlson. I just wonder with a new ball whether you might just stick someone underneath Carter's nose in there, a short, just to make him think. But as I say,
it's so slow coming off.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing, and he hasn't missed a trick. So that's not to be critical in any way, shape, or form. Van der Hooked in bowls. Carter defends into the offside, and there is no run. I think were it not for the the weather situation that Glamorgan would feel here that in 17 overs they could knock over another wicket, but it's just that lingering fear that the rain may come in.
Sort of 100 odd balls, over 100 balls. You see, you think one would find its way.
But it makes a big difference, between 5 points for a draw and 16 for a win. That's 11 points. Van der Hooked in bowls. Carter turns this wristily down to fine leg and picks up a single. Van der Hooked won't be too upset about that because it leaves Henry Shipley to face 3 balls in this over. I wonder whether Carlson will change the field around, or doesn't look like he's going to. He's going to keep it as it is.
Bit of time wasting here. They had a chat before the last ball. They're back for another. You can't blame them.
In the over 8, plus 12. Isn't that wonderful to see?
It is extraordinary.
Leicestershire hanging on to 19 for 8 against Durham.
As are Sussex.
Yes, they are. Van der Hookton bowls to Shipley. Shipley is forward and plays confidently enough to point there is no run. He's certainly not your average county number 11,
No.
Henry Shipley. He said he scored 4, but he's capable. Gets into line. And as I say, the innings he played against Worcester, he came in, I think, what did he come in, 9? And I remember thinking, yeah, you look the better player than that.
Did he get? I think he got a first ball, or did he? Yes. No, not out. No, he didn't face the ball first innings.
Van der Hookton over the wicket bowls. Shipley, that's they go. Well, you have to say it's a good leave because it didn't hit the stumps, but there was those in the slips had their arms aloft as the ball rattled through into the gloves of Chris Cook. So near yet so far at the moment for Glamorgan. Van der Hookton wheels around. They've picked up 8 wickets today.
Yeah, but they deserve the win, really.
But
They
this-
bowled so well.
This is the vital one. Van der Hookton in, bowls wide of the off stump. Shipley lets it go through to the keeper. Now, what will be interesting here is who's going to bowl from the Taff end, and it looks like it is going to be Swepson who's going to bowl.
Well, the last
The
ball
next spinner, there he is.
of
Yep.
the last over, he turned well, ripped past Shipley. So he just might get that. And, you know, it's nip and tuck here.
Yes.
Carter has done well, and if they do get away with a draw without the weather, you'll say, what a great draw. People say, oh, draws are boring. This is certainly not boring. And it will be Swepson, and he will be bowling to Carter, who is on 43. He's been there quite a long time now, defending. Played some odd shots. But he's facing Swepson, who comes in from the far end and bowls to him, and again, he just dead bats that away on the offside. 16 overs and 5 balls are left in this match as Mitchell Swepson bowls. And he just pushes it away. 253 for 9. Agonisingly close, Glamorgan, to their second win of the season. Swepson over the wicket, bowls, goes for the sweep. What is that to shout?
Well, it was a brilliant catch by Carlson. He's a
probably
leg
didn't
slip,
hit it, yeah.
and I think it hit the pad. It ballooned in the air, and Carlson caught it over his head going backwards. Watch, this is a brilliant catch. Oh,
My word, one-handed.
that was remarkable.
It's off the pad. You could
Yeah.
see that, but they tried to get something out of the umpire. The next ball is pushed away. That's the 4th ball of the over. ...104 runs. They trail.
Now everyone coming around the back for Henry Shipley.
He's got such a long reach that he can nullify the spin, although he was beaten in the last over, one that ripped past the outside edge. Swepson has 2 balls at Shipley, and he comes and bowls, and it's left outside the leg stump, kicked away.
Australian to New Zealander
Yes.
in Wales.
Yes, it's the last ball, and it's played back down the pitch. That's the end of yet another over. And getting very, very tight here.
The overs just ticking by, aren't they? 16 overs remaining. 254 for 9. And the 104 needed to win is
Academic, isn't it?
is out the question, but can Sussex survive 16 overs? A little weather update. Well, we can see the hill. So
Everybody down here turning round, looking.
yeah, that's our guide, and throughout the match, or throughout the last couple of days, I haven't been here for the whole game, but that hill is still visible, so
And I always look down to see if any umbrellas are going up, which are not.
no. But it is going to be Tim van der Hookton, who hasn't taken a wicket in this innings.
Got the last one.
Oh, so of course he did. I'm sorry. Well, talking about, he got Jack Carson out, didn't he? Can he get the last one? It is in, bowls, Carter defends, the ball of good length, plays into the offside, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run, just the 2 slips in place. 3 men saving one on the offside, 3 men saving one on the leg side, and a fine leg way down in the distance.
95 balls left, if the weather holds.
Right.
You would think, surely there's a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Only needs one, doesn't it? And Hookton again. In and bowls, Carter defends stoutly onto the onside. And again, there is no run.
Right. Is it my turn to vanish?
Is it? Right. And Hookton wanders back to his mark. Runs away from us, in and bowls, and a good leave by Carter, and they'll carry on that again through to Chris Cook. He took that round about his midriff. Cook, I think, is debating whether to stand up for the stumps. He's just having a word to his skipper, Kieran Carlson, making some sort of a suggestion, is Chris Cook. I don't know whether it's about standing up to the stumps, or maybe whether he puts someone a little closer, maybe at a short leg, or brings another fielder, just to put some pressure here on Ollie Carter. As you were saying, he's done very little wrong in the field today as the Glamorgan skipper. Van der Hookton on his way. 254 for 9. He bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. And hasn't quite got his line right here, Tim Van der Hookton. And Carter's been able to let 3 balls in this over just pass by outside the off stump. 1 more ball to come in. No, 2 more balls to come in the over. Then there will be 15 overs remaining in the match for Sussex to survive. In the test match, Australia 230 for 3, Smith through to a half century, he's on 51. Travis Head with him on 20. Both former Sussex players. Van der Hookton in, bowls, let go by Carter again outside the off stump, not having to play. And there is again no run. Carlson's just taken slightly closer order in there at cover. No, he's walking back now, so pretty much the same. The mid-wicket has come in a little closer. There's Billy Root in there. Van Hookton just down below us. Tall, strong man. What would he give just to pick up this final wicket? As he runs away from us on a gloomy evening in Cardiff. He's in and bowls, and Carter defends into the offside. That was a much better delivery from Tim Van der Hookton, and Carter played it equally well. End of the over, 254 for 9, maiden over. So Van der Hookton, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 39. There are 15 overs remaining, 104 needed to win, which we've been saying for some time is academic. But Henry Shipley is on strike. That's not to say he's a poor batsman, because he isn't, but he is the number 11 for Sussex.
So thrilling stuff here at Sophia Gardens. Sussex still with a chance of holding out. 15 overs remain. It was 21.2 overs when these last 2 men came together, and Glamorgan cluster everyone around the last man, Henry Shipley. Swepson into bowl from the River Taff end. Shipley cracks one through the offside for 4. 258 for 9. Shipley moves on to 8, not out. Want to see everyone. There are 2 short legs. There is a silly point and 2 slips, so it is 5 clustered around the bat. Swepson starting that one a little bit too wide.
Yeah.
100 runs separate the sides. Shipley is 8. Carter as the top scorer in this innings with 44. As Swepson bowls, and Shipley using his long reach to push forward and get safely to the pitch of the ball and kill it dead. As in comes the next delivery. It's flighted, and Shipley pushes it into the ground as Carlson at silly point goes diving in vain.
Well, pressure's on 5 men around the bat, Nick. Suffocating.
Next delivery from Swepson. is another grunt, and Shipley not fazed by the men around the bat or the effort of the bowler, just blocks it back to him. Reminder, we've got until 98 overs, so 14 left after this one available, as Shipley leaves that one outside off stump and it spins the way he wanted it to, away from trouble. The required run rate, if you're watching on the screen, is actually over 6, so don't take any notice of that one. Swepson bowls, Shipley blocks that one down into the ground, defended that over perfectly competently. Swepson has 4 for 87 in 31 overs.
I'm sure Kieran Carlson has got all sorts of advice coming from various members of his team as to what to do here. Someone just brought out a drink. I wonder if there's some instructions from Matthew Maynard, or some suggestions. There's not much a coach can do here, really. The Sussex players are up on the, I can see up on the steps there, just watching, hoping their teammates can hang on. But it is going to be Tim van der Hoogten who's going to carry on from this, the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's bowled 15 overs, 5 maidens, taken 1 for 39. Now, I think actually they are going to put someone in a short. I think that was the suggestion actually from Chris Cook during the last over. They've got in a short leg and they've actually brought in a third slip who's going to come close enough to wear the helmet. And I think that was the point that Cook was making. And Carlson's gone into gully. So this is an altogether different field. In comes van der Hoogten. Bowls. Carlson to a shortish ball, defends. Down the off side of the track. So there are 2 slips. There's almost a 4th slip in there who's far or close enough to warrant putting the helmet on. The skipper himself is in the gully. And there's a mid-off who's warming up to bowl. That looks like James Harris. Then on the leg side, a mid-on, a short leg under the helmet. A backward square leg and a long leg all the way down on the fence. In comes van der Hoogten, bowls and clipped away by Ollie Carter, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just nicely timed, and the ball runs away towards the boundary. Carter goes to 48, and a total to 262 for 9. He likes this ground. Ollie Carter made a big 100 here last year in a losing cause, albeit 182 from memory. 262 for 9. Van Hoogten just over pitching, but he can afford to do that. He's looking to get the ball up and make the batsman play. Hush around the ground as van der Hoogten is in again. Bowls. Carter watches that one go by outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. Little skip and a jump from Tim van der Hoogten on his follow through. It's another. Nick Selman was the chap I was thinking of who used to open for Glamorgan. He was an Aussie, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Yes. No longer here?
No, didn't have his contract renewed a couple of years ago.
Right.
Went back to Australia.
Van der Hoogten. On a cloudy grey afternoon in Cardiff, in and bowls. That was a pacey delivery, and Carter let that go through, but it was well taken by Cook round about his midriff. He's bending his back here, is Tim van der Hoogten. There'll be 13 overs remaining after this one. In terms of a weather update, well, we can still see our friendly hill in the distance, which is perfectly visible, which suggests that any rain is maybe a little way away yet. And let's hope it stays away, and let's hope the game is decided by a full amount of overs. 15 already lost today. In comes van der Hoogten, bowls. Carter with a miss. Oh, he's dropped. That would have been a brilliant catch at first slip. It was slashed away by Ollie Carter. It's gone to first slip, who dived away to his left-hand side. He got a hand to it, could only parry the ball in the air. That was going like a rocket, and he just couldn't hang on in there at first slip. Is that Tom Bevan?
I think Bevan was at second slip at that moment.
He just couldn't hang on, and I think he's probably hurt his hand, you know, because that was going very, very quickly. Maybe he's just disappointed. Is that Al Hassan in there?
Yeah, I think Al Hassan's moved into first slip.
Yeah, that would have been what a catch that would have been to win the match. Van Hoogten in and bowls, and Carter defends and plays down the track. And Ella Sands, you got to feel sorry for him. He stands there sort of looking heavenwards. I mean, you know, that would have been just an absolutely amazing catch to have won the match. It was high to his left-hand side. He got his hands to it, but it was going very, very quickly, and he just couldn't hang on. And Ollie Carter pinched a single. It wasn't a great shot, to be fair. It was wide outside the off stump. But Carter survives. He remains on 48. Van der Hoogten comes up to Zayn Al-Hassan and says, "Don't worry about it," and shakes his hand, because that would have been brilliant if he'd have caught that, Nick.
Yeah, it was difficult to recriminate against a guy not being able to cling on there. Swepson then from the River Taff end, bowls to Shipley, pushes forward, defends. Well, Glamorgan have already been frustrated by one last wicket pair this season against Yorkshire at Headingley in round 4. They've had 21 overs to claim this last wicket. Swepson tosses it right up invitingly, saying have a swing at that, and Shipley declines.
He does. Well, they're trying everything they know here, Glamorgan. Oh, it's going to be a fascinating last few overs.
Next delivery from Swepson. In he comes, bowls flatter, and Shipley pushes forward defensively. It was Jordan Thompson and Ben Code, the last wicket pair that defied them at Headingley. That after rain had taken a session out of the game on the final bit of day 3. Swepson bowls, Shipley defends again. Well, he's looking competent. He's not looking like an 11 at the moment, is Shipley. It's been Carter who's been dropped twice.
Yeah.
Once by Billy Root at short mid-wicket, and again it slipped by Al-Hassan. A very difficult chance as another ball is blocked by Shipley. Swepson twirling away, looking for a 5 on debut. He's already got 4 in the innings and 7 in the match. As that's down leg side, they'll go for 4 byes. As went through Chris Cook's legs. 262 for 9. 97 runs to win. 12 overs remain. 1 wicket remaining. The skies moderately dark at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
Well, every bowling change pretty much that Kieran Carlson has made today has worked for Glamorgan, and will the most important one of all work. 12 overs to go, 72 balls. Can Glamorgan pick up? There's a big difference, Nick, isn't it? You know, 11 points. The difference between a draw and a win.
Yeah, the last couple of games where Glamorgan have salvaged draws, they'll almost have felt like wins, but if they don't win a game when they've had 21 overs to take the last wicket, it'll feel a pretty depressing experience, you would have thought.
Well, he's got a very attacking field here, James Harris. 4 slips. He's got a short leg. He's got a backward square leg. As Harris is in, bowls, Carter defends. The ball that would have hit the stumps, back to Harris. And there is no run. There's a mid-off is the only fielder in front of square on the offside. On the leg side, there's a sort of a straightish mid-wicket, a short leg. A backward square leg who's quite short as well, and a fine leg on the 45 angle right down on the boundary. In the Test match, Australia 250 for 3. Steve Smith 53. Travis Head very quickly on to 36. Harris in, bowls, forward comes Carter, plays to Van der Hoogten, who's fielding on his own in front of square on that offside, a mid-off, and there is no run.
Carter's just had the odd moment, hasn't he?
He has. He has the odd sort of time when he's come running down the wicket a couple of times, and that last over a slash outside the off stump. He's mixed sort of stout defence with the odd rash moment.
Got away with it so far.
Yeah, he has, and that will give Glamorgan hope that maybe there's another rash shot in there somewhere. Harris in and bowls. Carter defends. That kept a little low. Played to short leg. Fielded there by, is it the skipper in there under the helmet? Probably. And there is, again, no run. Run's immaterial. 92, just for the record. But it's all about Sussex hanging out for these final 11 overs and 3 balls.
I think it's rooting at short leg because Carlson's at 4th slip, I believe.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Harris again. In and bowls, and again that kept a little low, and Carter was right in behind that, defends. There is no run. I sometimes wonder as a tail ender, Nick, just in my own experience, which was, you know, very low grade cricket, whether you'd prefer to face a spinner than a seamer. To be honest, I would always prefer to face a spinner. Harris bowls, and Carter slashes away for 4 runs, slightly wide outside the off stump, and Ollie Carter decided it had to go, and that's going to be a half century for Ollie Carter, and nicely played as well. And he gets a good round of applause from the spectators inside the ground, and also from the Sussex balcony. 52 of 113 deliveries for Ollie Carter. That was wide of the off stump, and he'd made up his mind he was going to absolutely belt that away for 4 runs. Nice looking shot.
Interesting to see that Kieran Carlson absolutely ran full tilt after the ball, even though it had passed the boundary, just to get it back as soon as possible.
Yeah, they will have an eye on. Just wanted to get these overs in. 270 for 9 of Sussex. Harris in bowls. Carlson swings onto the... I thought for a minute he'd pulled that straight into the hands of Swepson at mid-wicket, but he hadn't. It was on the bounce. End of the over. James Harris stands and looks at Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter's 50
Here's the statistic.
113 balls. It included 7 balls.
There we are. That's the statistics of Ollie Carter's innings. Highest scorer in this innings. 42 from Tom Clark, 42 from Nathan McAndrew. So the second half centurion in the match as far as Sussex are concerned. Finn Hudson-Prentice making 59 in the first innings, and are we going to get more Swepson? We are. He's going to come around the wicket, which is interesting, Nick.
Well, Glamorgan have got to keep varying it, I suppose, to prevent the batters from getting in a routine, in a rhythm.
Sorry, I adjusted the wrong microphone as I was coughing.
Swepson will bowl to Shipley when Shipley is ready. 5 around the bat. Bowls, and Shipley pads that one away. Of course, anything outside leg stump he can safely boot away.
Yes.
As you can't be given LBW even when you're not playing a shot. Swepson bowls again. And asked the question as Shipley played no shot once more, just in case it was in line with leg stump.
I better go, I've got an update to do.
Next delivery from Mitch Swepson sees Shipley on the back foot and prodding it towards Harris at point. No run. 270 for 9, 10 overs to go after this, so Sussex have got halfway towards safety in this last wicket stand. Shipley thrusts his pad at another one, and it turns past the pad and past the bat, past the stumps, past everything, into the gloves of Chris Cook. 270 for 9. Maybe Swepson needs to bring out a googly or a slider. As Shipley again tries to boot it away from outside leg stump. This time makes no contact. 270 for 9. Fielders clustered round the bat. Swepson bowls, and that is defended gently and short of the leg side fielders. 270 for 9. Another over survived for Henry Shipley and Sussex. 10 to go. 60 balls for Glamorgan to take this last wicket. Time beginning to be on Sussex's side.
Yes, it is, and these have defended admirably. You've got to credit them. as they try and save the game. It'll be very frustrating for Glamorgan. Frustrating, of course, because they lost 15 overs during the morning session, and also frustrating because I think the rain, which has threatened most of the day, is likely to stay away. 88 runs still needed, but I think you forget that as James Harris continues with 4 slips, and he's bowling to Carter. Bowls to him now, and Carter nudges that down to short leg. Who was the man that first slipped that valiantly tried to catch it?
I think it was Al Hassan at the time, who's now gone to third slip. It was a tremendous effort. It was going like a rocket, and it was behind his shoulder before he knew it.
Yeah, well, this is what this wonderful game is all about. You can, if you defend here, how many overs have these two been there, Nick?
11 about.
So they're back at 21 overs. Here's the next ball. Pulled. Nearly caught and bowled there by Harris. So it's getting so exciting here. He went to pull it but didn't get hold of it really, and it went back towards the bowler who stopped it, but really didn't take off the catch. It's frustrating, but full credit for these two because they've battled it out already, as Nick says, for 11 overs. And another 10 to go, 9 rather. In comes Harris, bowls. Again, this is middle of the bat by Carter. And nothing happening with the new ball because this pitch is on the slow side. 4th slip goes to leg slip now. So Harris might try and try a bouncer, fending off to that position as he comes in, runs away from us, bowls, and Carter gets right forward, plays it up to short leg. Morgan seemed, when Shipley came in, assured of the win. 20 odd overs left, but with his long reach, he's only scored 8, but he's defied the attack. It'll mean a lot to Sussex if this pair can survive until the close. But we will go to the very close if it doesn't finish before then. Harris bowls, and again it's blocked by Carter.
Mark Harry on Twitter thanks us for the stream and commentary. Everyone involved says really fab 4 days cricket. It's the first time that he's been able to watch most of it rather than just dipping in and out.
Good, thank you. Yeah. Is he a Glamorgan supporter?
Yep.
So he's hoping to end it with a flourish and Glamorgan get the wicket. Harris walks back briskly to his spot. Penultimate ball, bowls and turned away the onside for a single. Out to deep mid wicket.
Looked like a full toss that. I think it slipped a bit from Harris.
Did it? 1 ball to go. And it's not because
that's it.
that's
And
the
the
end of the
over.
over. Yeah.
9 to go. 9 overs left. 1 wicket
balls.
remaining. 87 runs theoretically.
To,
8.
when is your To the Nation chat?
I think we've passed that by. In Division 2, Yorkshire and Gloucestershire a bore draw. Yorkshire 206 in their second innings, and Gloucestershire did not bat in their second innings.
Well, it meant a lot for Glamorgan to win this game because it would have been the only win. Of course, Durham, well, they're way at the head of the table.
Durham looked like beating Leicestershire still, 2 wickets standing for Leicestershire as they desperately try and hang on. Swepson into bowl, padded away. There's an appeal for a catch at point. Ali Carter's bat was not very near that, unless it had flicked the gloves on the way up from the
Trying
pad.
everything they know now. Glamorgan, who will be so frustrated if they can't take this last wicket.
Swepson round the wicket hasn't worked so far because they're just booting him away, and Carter does just that again. I think he's going to have to go back to over the wicket to induce the batsman to have to play shots.
Because you can kick away all day, can't you? If it's outside the leg stump.
Indeed, you cannot be out LBW. End of. Swepson into Carter, who kicks another one away. I suppose the only danger there, if he doesn't get his leg properly to it and it flicks either off the gloves to a fielder or onto the wicket. But Swepson needs to vary things a little, and Carter is brought forward in defence off the 4th ball of the over, the first shot he's played.
Yeah. 271, yeah.
5th ball of the Swepson over, and no shot played again as it runs away behind the wicket keeper, and this, I'm afraid, is
wasting a bit of time.
Yeah, not likely to succeed unless there's a little bit more variation.
But if you bowls one now, then you can't blame him to try and stop him getting the other end.
Bowl the slider, maybe. Swepson bowls, no shot played, padded away, and so Glamorgan have to start a new over against the number 11, Henry Shipley, who's on 8 not out. Ollie Carter is 53 not out. Sussex 271 for 9, need 88 to win. 8 overs remaining. Glamorgan need the 1 wicket, still as they have done for the last 13 overs.
Ironically, the skies have brightened, and there is no prospect of rain. And that will, if Glamorgan don't win, make it harder to bear. A lot of "come on James" from the crowd as he comes in, Harris, and bowls to Shipley, and Shipley comes forward. No interest in getting any runs. He's been on 8 for some time, but he's defending. What they want is a ball to keep low, but we haven't seen it, have we, with the new ball?
Not unduly, not that the batsmen haven't been able to deal with anyway.
James Harris runs away from us, comes in and bowl. Again, a defensive response.
Travis Head is going for it, 44 off 42 balls in the test.
He always does.
Australia 261 for 3. Former Sussex player.
We didn't get a run, so...
Smith 56 not out, Labuschagne made 47, Warner 66, Kawaja 17. 2 wickets to Tongue, 1 to Robinson.
James Harris striving to get this last wicket, comes in and bowls a bouncer. And Shipley had to get out of the way rather quickly. Power will be switched off in 1 minute, says to save energy. It has been switched off, but not the power. And this is, if they don't, it'll be so disappointing, having dominated certainly the last 2 days. Parity was reached on the first innings, but then Glamorgan then got that big score and the big lead. James Harris in, bowls to Shipley, and Shipley blocks it.
The 9th wicket fell with 76.4 overs. So it's 21.2 overs remaining, which is...
So these have been...
128 balls if they negotiate them successfully. Make a note of that.
Yeah, so it was... They've been there for how long, the 2 of them?
14 overs thereabouts now.
Harris bowls dabbed down. And he doesn't really trust himself to come up the other end. Shipley leaves it to Carter. He won't take the run. So 14, and if they block it out, it'll be 21 overs. They will. You look around the field and you think, is there anyone here I can toss the ball to? In comes the last ball, and this is swinging into the batsman, and it's defended again. And it's getting further frustration for the home side. 7 overs left, 42 balls. At the moment, it has to be said, it doesn't look as if a wicket is going to fall.
Edward, thank you very much indeed. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex will come back in, and since his laptop is on this side, we'd better have a quick shuffle around as Edward goes to tell the Welsh language listeners of BBC Radio Cymru all about these exciting proceedings. And Swepson will start a new over, bowling to Ollie Carter on 53 not out, and that is a wide-ish ball down leg side, which is ignored.
There is a danger to kicking this ball away, you know. You don't want to get it wrong.
Swepson, who's bowling over the wicket now, bowls a full toss that's hit away through square leg for a couple of runs. Carter to 55, total to 273 for 9.
Well, these two been together for the best part of 15 overs now, haven't they?
Yeah, 21.2 overs remaining.
Yeah.
When Carter and Shipley came together. Swepson bowls quicker, flatter. Carter blocks it back to him. Halfway through this 92nd over, 6.5 remaining. The clock is running out on Glamorgan here at Sophia Gardens. Swepson bowls. Carter pads another one away. .273 for 9 in these gloomy conditions. Swepson to Carter, who pushes forward, looking pretty untroubled at the moment. He's seen out 131 deliveries, has Ollie Carter, who obviously enjoys batting in Cardiff, having his career best here last year. Swepson bowls, booted by Carter, literally onto the offside. Just 6 overs left. 121 balls to take a wicket has become 36 balls to take a wicket. 273 for 9, and the Sussex balcony, most of them transfixed by a fence in the middle, most of them changed back into their tracksuits. They can do nothing to influence events apart from send positive vibes out towards their last remaining pair. Henry Shipley 8 not out off 38 balls. Ollie Carter 55 not out.
Well, some of the Glamorgan bowlers trying to rally James Harris. What can he do? 6 overs to go. Comes in, bowls to Shipley, who clips. We decided not to take the single. That's a little odd, isn't it?
Yes.
It's clipped down to fine leg, and for some reason everybody just stands there and no single is taken. I wonder why that was. Very strange. I'd have thought well, Shipley is batting, I would have thought.
Yes, to either bowler you'd want the established batter on strike.
Very strange. I wonder why Carter didn't want to go for this, but nobody seemed to move.
Yeah, it was played just past Carlson at
was.
short fine leg, down to the
it was.
fine leg fielder on the boundary.
Harris in again, bowls. Shipley stoutly forward, plays it down the offside of the track. Harris fields on his follow through. There is no run. Well, the good news is that we really didn't want the weather to intervene here. Yeah, let's make it a fair contest, and if it does end up being a draw, well, Sussex have earned it and not been reprieved by the weather. Well, it is getting quite gloomy. 273 for 9. 5 overs and 4 balls remaining for Sussex to hang on. Harris bowls. Shipley again defends out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, we did say when Henry Shipley came out that he's not your normal number 11, county number 11. We saw enough in the game against Worcester in his debut that he can bat. But Glamorgan have given this absolutely everything today. And as Nick was saying a little earlier, 2 difficult chances have gone down off of Ollie Carter, Billy Root and Zain Al Hassan. In comes Harris, bowls Shipley forward solidly. Ball pitching around about middle and leg, plays the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. They were 2 very difficult chances.
Well, maybe after Glamorgan batted out 6 sessions in Hove, maybe this is karma, cricketing karma, that Sussex are frustrating Glamorgan in turn.
Yeah. But it's the second game running that Sussex have played. It's gone right down to the wire. Although the game at Hove against Worcester, either side could have won. In comes Harris. Oh, Shipley is forward. I think that came off the thigh pad. That was the reason for the howl from the fielders. Ball ends up at square leg, but again there is no run. Just a quick update in the Test match, where Australia were 274 for 3. Travis Head's already gone through to his half century. He's been in magnificent form in the last couple of seasons. So when he was at Sussex, he had a pretty torrid time a couple of years ago. But since then, he's really established himself at that number 5 slot for Australia. Harris. In again, bowls, good delivery, right up in the block hole. And he's making credit here, James Harris. He's making Shipley play every single delivery. And that's all you can do at this stage of proceedings. But another over slips by. 30 balls remaining in the match. The clock showing 10-6 after 4 days cricket. And Glamorgan straining every sinew here to try and take this final Sussex wicket. And Sussex defending as if their lives depending on it. So these 2 have now been together for 16.2 overs as they desperately try to hang on.
Yeah, well, 8 points from a game may not be a brilliant return, but it'll certainly satisfy Sussex at this point, as Swepson is in to bowl. Carter drives to cover, and there's no run. Well,
it will, Nick, and it's a long way to come if you get beaten all the way back to Sussex with just 3 points.
Still 5 round the bat as leg spinner Swepson is in to bowl, and Carter pushes at that and doesn't make contact, and Chris Cook can't gather it cleanly anyway. So the Glamorgan supporters and fielders doing their best to give every encouragement to the bowler. That pops up off the pad, says umpire Bainton. No bat involved as Carlson grabbed it at silly point. The ball ballooning up off Carter's pad. Correct decision.
I thought that was it for a moment.
Swepson to Carter. Pushes forward, squirts one down through third man. He will not bother to run.
No
run. And there's probably an easy 2 there. It doesn't matter. So 4.2 overs remaining here on BBC Sport Online for Sussex to survive. Their last wicket pair digging in as Swepson bowls, and Carter on the back foot defends. No run.
We're gathered around the bat, aren't they? I can see Tim van der Hoekten is warming up again at mid-on. Maybe one final blast from the Glamorgan quick.
One last bowling change maybe. Swepson bowls, Carter stretches forward and defends. 4 overs to go. 273 for 9. 24 balls left for Glamorgan to take a wicket.
And indeed it is going to be van der Hoekten who peels off his jumper and is getting ready to bowl the next over from the Cathedral Road end of the ground.
Returning to bowl at the
Yep, confirmation from the stadium announcer. And the crowd's a relatively small crowd, but those sitting down below us, who were in the media centre, but down below us, people sitting in the seats encouraging Tim van der Hoekten for just one final push. Can he get the wicket that will secure the win for Glamorgan? He's bowling to Henry Shipley, who retakes his guard. 3 slips in place. There's a leg slip, almost a leg gully to be honest, a fine leg, a short leg, square leg mid-on and a mid-off. In comes Van der Hoogten bowls. Shipley is solidly forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. 23 balls remaining in the match. Van der Hoogten ambles back to his mark. And turns literally just down in front of us. The well-trodden footmarks of 4 days cricket. He's running in, still running in hard. Bowls to Shipley, ball just slightly short of a length, and Shipley just defends, plays it out to the offside. In normal circumstances there'd have been a single there, but not at this stage of proceedings. James Harris fields for the record. 273 for 9 of Sussex. Carter on 55. He's faced 138 balls. Henry Shipley on 8. As Nick was saying, these two have survived, or if they get through to survive, 21.2 overs to secure the draw if it happens. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and Shipley just lets that one go outside of the off stump taken by Cook, and there is no run. 3 balls gone in this over, 21 balls left in the match. I wonder what's going through Kieran Carlson's mind here. He's done everything that he can, so every bowling change seems to have magically worked. But it's just one elusive final wicket that Glamorgan need, and can Sussex survive for 21 more balls? Van der Hoogten in bowls. Shipley is forward, plays to short leg. There is no run. He's a tall man, Henry Shipley, and he's getting right over the ball. He's getting those long legs right down the wicket, trying to avoid any hint of an LBW. 20 balls left. Chris Cook, the wicketkeeper, stands with his hands on his hips. He's the slip cordon clapping, trying to encourage Tim Van der Hoogten. He wheels round in front of us and is on his way. In and bowl. Shipley again defends a bowl of good length, would have hit the stumps, and that's all Van der Hoogten can do here. He's making Henry Shipley play, and Shipley is up to the task. It's absorbing cricket. 19 balls left.
Yeah, frustration for Glamorgan, having got so far with the 9 wickets coming inside 77 overs.
Yeah,
Looked like plenty of time to claim the last one, but not so.
so what can Van der Hoogten do? Final ball of this over. He's in and bowls, and Shipley defends. Straight back down the track is a maiden over from Tim Van der Hoogten. You know, he made Henry Shipley play at every delivery, and Shipley was up to the task. He remains 8 not out. Sussex 273 for 9. But the important statistic is the 9, which is 9 wickets down, and the 3, which are 3 overs remaining. And one of those overs is going to be given to Mitchell Swepson, who's bowled 36 overs, 12 maidens. He's taken 4 for 89. He's taken 7 wickets in the match. But it's this elusive last wicket that Glamorgan are after. 18 balls to go.
Swepson then from the River Taff end to bowl to Ollie Carter. Stretches forward, is beaten by that one through just outside off stump to Chris Cook. Cook takes off the bails just in case. Carter had stretched too far. He had not. And Glamorgan bring in one more fielder. 6 round the bat now. Swepson in to Carter. Booted by Carter. Back down the wicket. He can't afford to pitch any outside leg stump now, Swepson. They are wasted deliveries. Next delivery is turning, but that one was well watched by Carter. That was a decent delivery. A bit of rip there. The only fielders away from the bat are at cover, mid-on and backward square in case of mistimed bigger shots. Swepson bowls and Carter goes for it. I think missed it there through to through to Cook. 14 balls left. Quicker from Swepson.
Yeah, that was quicker, wasn't it?
Carter manages to block it. You can almost hear the exhalation of effort from Swepson's quicker ball, but he's only got one left in this over, and then we're down to the last 12 deliveries. Swepson bowls and Carter pushes forward. Defends on the offside. 2 overs left. They started with 21.2 overs for the last pair to play out. They've got through 19.2 of those. Just 2 remain for Glamorgan to take the 10th Sussex wicket.
Yeah, we're in sort of territory now where you think that Carter and Shipley have done so well, it'll be cruel of them if, having batted for 19.2 overs, if all of a sudden they lost a wicket now. But on the other hand, from a Glamorgan perspective, they'll feel they've done so much. The good news is the weather isn't going to intervene, and I think that's really good news. It's not going to come to Sussex's rescue. They're going to have to earn this draw the best they can. Now, there is a change in the field here. 3 slips in place for Tim van der Hoogten. There's a Seaman off in place and a short leg. I mean, Glamorgan just might as well get everybody round the bat here. Maybe leaving someone out for a miscued shot. In comes van der Hoogten, roaring in, bowls to Shipley, who's right in behind that solid defence, plays it into the offside. Fielded by Harris. And there is no run. 11 deliveries to go here. Glamorgan haven't given up. They need one wicket from one of these last 11 deliveries. Shipley settles over his bat. 3 slips in the gully go down. Those 2 men right in the close positions. Van der Hoogten in bowl short, and Shipley's up on his toes and deflects that into the gully. And there is no run. 10 balls to go. Chris Cook behind the stumps claps his gloves together, offering encouragement to the big fast bowler. He's bowled his heart out. He's his 18th over. He's bowled 6 maidens, taken 1 for 43. Mitchell Swepson will sleep well tonight. 37 overs, 13 maidens, 4 for 89. But will it be enough? Van der Hoogten on his way again. Bowls to Shipley, and Shipley lets that one go outside of the off stump through to keeper Cook. And there is no run. I've got to see how many balls Henry Shipley has placed 53 balls for his 8 runs. Ollie Carter's faced 144 balls for his 55. And could this pair have steered Sussex to victory? There are 9 balls remaining in the match. Van der Hoogten is in and bowled. Shipley forward, plays to mid-off, fielded by Harris. And again there is no run, another ball survived. That's all that matters really from a Sussex perspective. Two balls remaining in the over. James Harris gives the ball to Tim van der Hoogten, no doubt with a little word of encouragement. Van der Hoogten, number 64 on the back of his shirt, runs away for us from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, good delivery, right on the stumps. And Shipley is forward and just plays the ball down the ground. Decides not to take the run. Runs are unimportant. What's important for Sussex is that another ball has been survived. So that's 7 balls remaining in the match. And Henry Shipley is doing a good job here for his side in the Test match. Australia 299, I think that is, for 3. Travis Head very quickly onto 62. Steve Smith has made 70, so very much Australia's day in the Test match, having been asked to bat by England this morning. But here in Cardiff, maybe we're heading for a draw after 4 days of absorbing county championship cricket. But is there a sting in the tail, a final twist? Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and Shipley is forward. Not to that delivery, plays it down the offside of the track. That's the end of Tim van der Hoogden's work for the match. 18 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 43. He did everything he could in that over. He made Henry Shipley play it pretty much every delivery. So the big question mark now is who bowls the final over, and I think it is going to be Mitchell Swepson who's going to be given that particular honour. 6 balls for Glamorgan to win, 6 balls for Sussex to hold on for the draw, and if that happens, both of these two sides will remain, or Glamorgan are going to remain undefeated whatever happens. It could be that both sides remain undefeated after 8 games of the county championship. To guide you through the final over, here's Nick.
Thank you, Adrian. So we're down to the last over at 18:01 on the 4th day of the match. What a thriller. Swepson making sure he's got all his fielders exactly where he wants them, and since we're gone 6 o'clock, there's no possibility of getting in any extra overs. So that will mean that square leg Harris is the only man back. Mid-off is roughly level with the crease. No, he's being told to go in as well now. So Glamorgan have 8 fielders clustered around the bat. And is Harris going to come in and join them? He's going to get a helmet as well. So it'll be 9 round the bat for this final over, ready to snap up the least chance offered by Ollie Carter. Carter has come so far. Can he play out these final 6 balls of the game? Mitch Swepson on Glamorgan debut. Bowls through outside off stump. 5 to go. No shot played. Taking his life in his hands, Ollie Carter not playing shots. If Swepson can deceive him with the flight of the ball, bowling leg breaks and googlies. Swepson bowls. Appeal for LBW, not given.
Oh, crumbs. Oh, my
Back
crumbs.
on his stumps.
Yeah, that was
Ollie
it.
Carter there.
Oh, that was such a dangerous shot to play, wasn't it? I expected the finger to go up there.
Just going, no, it's just going down leg, I think.
Right. Well, in that case, because he was under a lot of pressure there, Neil Bainton, wasn't he?
I think that was one that either slid on or was an off break. Wasn't a leggy, anyway. 4 balls left. Swepson to Carter. Plays it to short leg. The ball is tipped back towards the wicket by Carlson, but Carter remains in his ground. 3 balls left for Ollie Carter to survive. In the Cardiff gloom, virtually everyone crouched around the bat. Swepson bowls. Carter boots it away. Northeast picks it up at leg slip. 2 balls left. What drama here. But Sussex have done most of the work. 2 balls for Ollie Carter to survive. 2 balls for Mitch Swepson to get the last wicket. Back on his stumps goes Ollie Carter. We are down to the last ball of the game. Just 1 more for Sussex to survive. Last chance for Swepson to get glory for Glamorgan. Here comes Swepson into bowl. Carter stretches forward, plays it to short leg, and Sussex have done it. They have survived a magnificent rearguard action from Ollie Carter and from Henry Shipley, batting out 21.2 overs at the tail end of this match. Sussex finish on 273 for 9. Both teams take 8 points from the contest, but what a contest it has been.
It really has, and actually both sides deserve more than 8 points. I mean, tremendous cricket. I mean, well done to Glamorgan, who fought all day. They bowled their hearts out, but a huge amount of credit to Henry Shipley and to Ollie Carter for holding on for those 21.2 overs. I always think the best thing in the match, you get a game like that and immediately the players from both sides shaking hands, a recognition of just how well that final pair have played. From Sussex's point of view, I think it'll probably feel like a win, to be honest, from where they were in the match. The Glamorgan boys looking very disappointed, but both of these sides still very much in the hunt for promotion from Division 2, both still unbeaten, however both still only having won one of their 8 games so far. But a thrilling game of cricket, and the best thing was that the weather didn't intervene. Sussex really had to work hard for that draw.
Yeah, every bowling change that Glamorgan made seemed to work through the afternoon and early evening, but in the end they threw everything at Carter and Shipley. And the little wicket-keeper and the tall fast bowler defied everything. Glamorgan trudge off rather dejected. They've been on the attacking end of this particular draw after being on the defensive end of the last couple of draws, including one at Hove. But we've seen some epic cricket between Sussex and Glamorgan in these 2 games. It's just a shame it didn't end up 1 win apiece rather than 2 draws.
No, I agree, it really is. Can I just say before we go, a big thank you to yourself, Nick, and to you, Edward. It's always a huge pleasure to come into Cardiff. I love coming to this cricket ground, and it's great to meet you guys, and always seem to be good games of cricket as well, so thank you very much.
Thank you to Adrian Harms, thank you to Andrew Rayburn, who represented BBC Radio Sussex for the first couple of days. Thank you as always to Edward Bevan for his many contributions, the home championship commentary. And Adrian and myself will be back with Friday night commentary from the T20 Blast. We look forward to your company then. And there will be championship action, more of it a week Monday when Glamorgan take on Leicestershire, and Sussex also back in action there. So thanks very much indeed for your company. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. It is game drawn with Sussex 273 for 9. No star.